Just kick off with a quick admin. On the agenda, it says there's another policy lunch thing. That's a mistake. That was what we had yesterday. So this lunch is unscheduled. There will be lunch outside as there was yesterday. So you can feel free to have that and stay, or wander off for the lunch break and not eat sandwiches for the second day in this room, as you like. So today is going to focus on sort of unpacking those different parts of that market income to final income chain that we sort of discussed in more of a conceptual way yesterday, and then with Stata started to look together how you put together that market income concept. This part is going to be about unpacking each of these different parts. So starting off with direct tax, direct transfers, how you identify them, things that you need to know when you're putting that together in the analysis. Then we're going to look at indirect taxes and indirect subsidies, and then the in-kinds, so primarily health and education spending. And so this will be a mix of Stata, how do you actually do this in practical purposes, but a couple of examples sort of from work done already, which highlight some tricky aspects of doing this, and sort of try and give you an insight into some of the practical problems you'll face when you do it. So we're starting off with Jon and Sean on direct taxes and transfers. Again, it's informal. Jump in with questions and so forth as you go.
Okay, if there's somebody who knows which of the buttons to press to get the, or maybe.
So as far as I know on this one, you just hit content.
Okay.
And when it says send to computer there, you just hit the central button.
Okay. Oh yeah, there it is.
And then if it sometimes goes back to the camera on the right-hand screen, I just hit content once and it seems to do it. But I don't know what you want. Just duplicate, no? Oh no, hang on, you don't want to.
I don't know, it was on. So what were you hitting? Control P? But I don't know this.
It's a duplicate. Yeah. Okay.
This is what was going on yesterday.
Yes, you don't want duplicate because that's just showing your screen. So maybe you just want second screen. Go back to the display.
Windows P.
Try second screen. No? Yeah. It's not much use to you, so you don't want that one. That's just in, no, hang on, that's just in presentation at the moment, right?
Yeah.
So just leave it like that.
For Indonesia. And this is by this side.
Duplicate?
We have been updating the CEQ since oh. Yes.
Okay, that's close.
For 2007.
Is that not it?
Okay. Yeah. It'll do for now. I don't have any important notes or anything.
Interesting.
Oh, right. Yeah. I don't know how we're going to get both of those words.
But it's fine. It's fine for now.
But I don't know why we don't then have it on both.
Right.
One of the quality control, for example, you have like energy subsidies.
Right.
You want to be sure that the survey is estimated.
One screen fine.
Really? Correct for that, or you just leave it like that?
But I think now if you...
I
leave
it as this because like the survey data itself already...
Yesterday we started out with just one screen for a while. Yeah. It should be.
Right.
let's
It,
go
it
forward.
depends. If you want to go
Okay, so
to the survey
as Sean finished up yesterday, we were
for the consumption,
more or less at the end of the construction of what CEQ or what a CEQ assessment calls pre-fiscal income or market income. And having created data, Sean went through some of the ways to create the variables or income components that make up pre-fiscal income. And essentially the income components that we covered yesterday were available directly from the survey. In other words, there was a question in the survey that indicated or that asked respondents to record, for the purposes of the survey, how much they earn from wages or farm wages or non-farm wages, et cetera, et cetera. So those are questions that are, in one sense, or in an important sense, allow the CEQ analyst or the fiscal incidence practitioner to directly identify, for example, income components. That is an ideal situation, but it doesn't happen all that often. That the survey, the household survey, whatever it does cover, will cover exactly all of the elements in exactly as disaggregated a fashion as you might desire. So in particular, in lots of it's not necessarily limited to lower income countries, but countries which don't have a sort of mature social protection system, that a lot of the, for example, direct transfer programs of social assistance or social welfare or social insurance programs are in a pilot stage. Or they're no longer in a pilot stage, but they only cover certain regions that are thought to be vulnerable in some way or another, or contain a higher proportion of poor and vulnerable individuals. So that was the case, for example, in Uganda. And the first item that we will go over in this presentation, which tries to, in addition to identifying some of the elements that we include in disposable income, so when we move from pre-fiscal income to our first kind of post-fiscal income concept, disposable income, we include direct transfers and direct taxes. And we'll use this session, and Sean's session as well, which directly follows this, to both discuss direct transfers and direct taxes, in which ones we do include and which ones we don't, as well as try and indicate how you can use other sources of data to include direct transfers. So direct transfers and direct taxes. It's not always the case that the survey will identify recipients as well as how much they receive from any direct transfer programs that there are. And I just wanted to point out that this direct identification in the survey is an ideal situation, but it doesn't always mean that you're done with the sort of work and the process of identifying which direct transfers that there are. So this is a quote pulled directly from an email exchange between a government official and an analyst that was doing the CEQ assessment. Even though there was a question in the household survey about whether the household or whether the individual was receiving direct transfers, there was nonetheless 6 or more different codes, and they themselves weren't labeled in the survey. So yes, there was a question asking households whether they received direct transfers, but then no further disaggregation, no calling them by name, no indicating what amount should be received for this particular direct transfer. And so then there was a lot of additional work that the analyst had to do in order to make sure that he was identifying each different transfer and its appropriate amount, its appropriate benefit level that an individual was receiving. So, in other words, don't begin the touchdown celebration just yet, as once you know you have direct identification. It still may take some work to actually put these things together. So, and in the case of in the cases where there is no direct identification possible, one good source of data, one good source of empirical information that allows the analyst to sort of parameterize an allocation of a direct transfer or direct tax is administrative data. So, as I said, in Uganda, I haven't said this yet, but in Uganda, during the time that we did the CEQ assessment, there were 4 different, actually, direct transfers available, or social assistance transfers available. They were all pilot programs. They were all regionally specific. In other words, they had no national coverage. They were all donor-funded, and they were all quite small. So they had been operating only for a couple of years. But nonetheless, it was very important to the authorities, and it was very important to us, too, that we get these direct transfer, this social assistance, this nascent social assistance system into the CEQ assessments, particularly so that once the assessment was over, once the assessment was done, once the architecture was there, we had a way to indicate to the government, or we had an empirical foundation for indicating to the government, if you were to shift some of the spending that you're doing right now on whatever it be, say electricity subsidies, over to the direct transfer system, you could reach this many more beneficiaries, for example, in a very short period of time. In the regions you're already operating, there's still lots of individuals who would qualify for the program who aren't receiving it, for example. So for kind of simulation purposes or for the policy discussion, it's very important to have even very tiny programs in the architecture, because it's often those very tiny programs which become, for example, centerpieces of a social assistance system later. So what kind of administrative information is available? It depends a great deal on country context. In Uganda, fortunately, as I said, the programs were donor funded, and donors ask for a lot of reporting on program performance. So this is a screenshot directly from the government's website, the Ugandan government's website, describing the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund, NUSAF program. Within NUSAF, there were two different transfers available, and unfortunately the text is very small. So under outputs, you'll see that I'll read to you, there's approximately 12,000 households who were supported with grants from the Livelihood Investment Support, LIS, and 43,000 or 43,100 households, about 300,000 people, were earning income or had been given a transfer through a public works program. So within NUSAF, there were then two different transfers available. Also in Uganda at the time, also donor funded, there was something called the Vulnerable Family Support Grants, and those were under the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment Program, the SAGE program. Then there were two types also of Vulnerable Family Support Grants. One was for basically households with many children, potentially some of whom were potentially orphans or had only one parent or were being taken care of by a household in which their biological parents didn't live. And then finally, sort of retirement or an old age pension for individuals who were no longer part of the labor force, either formal or informal, and were living kind of on the edge of poverty, or were vulnerable because they didn't have, for example, much family support. So elderly individuals living alone were targeted by the second one. So that in total is 4 separate potential cash transfer programs, none of which were identified in the household survey, and all of which were donor funded and kind of regionally specific, and with coverage that was thin enough to be virtually untraceable through the household survey and through any kind of district or regional reporting. I can't remember the political unit that's above the district in Uganda, but very thin on the ground. So which documents did we consult? Well, we consulted the World Bank project documents. They were involved not only as one of the donors, but also as one of the sort of managers of the program. So there were outputs that the World Bank was tracking, that the NUSAF program in particular, the second round of it, was supposed to comply with. Then there were a couple of evaluations done by OPM, the Oxford Policy Management Group, and I think there was another private group involved, perhaps not for SAGE, but for the other program. Anyway, there were a couple of not impact evaluations in the econometric or statistical sense, but rather evaluations of the performance of the program so far, with lots of useful information. So here's the other one. This had only the government's mark on it, but I think it was actually done by, again, a private group, Oxford Policy Management. Then there was some reporting or an operations manual that was coming directly out of the Office of the Prime Minister. That's the administrative unit that was nominally in charge of the program because the donor funds were running through the Office of the Prime Minister. So instead of it being in the Social Welfare Ministry or in the Labor Ministry or where other ministries where you might think it would reside. Actually, it was the Office of the Prime Minister who was producing these documents. So we consulted those as well. Then there were, within these documents, there were often maps, detailed maps of, in particular, which districts or sub-districts had so far been receiving. Because they were pilot programs, they weren't yet active in every single area. There was a public expenditure review which contained additional information. This then is another evaluation done by OPM for the other. The first one was for the NUSAF program. I've lost it. I thought the one was for the NUSAF program, one was for SAFE, but anyway. Then here's a map of one particular district or sub-region where projects under the NUSAF program, the public works projects were implemented. A very detailed map of how many projects went within this sub-region in a given year, and another sub-region had a similar map. They didn't have maps for every single sub-region, but nonetheless, from documents, we were able to determine basically how successful, or more or less the burn rate of the project. So they were set up to deliver a certain number of public works, say, projects to a certain number of districts, and a certain number of individuals were supposed to be working on those projects every year. But they, of course, were falling short of their targets every year. We did our best to determine what the actual operational success was, and tried to build that too into the CEQ assessment. So what are the steps when there's nothing available in the household survey and one is forced to do an imputation, or an imputation plus a simulation, or imputation and inference, or inference and simulation? What are the steps? Well, the steps depend to a great deal on what information is available. Fortunately, in Uganda at this time, there was a lot of administrative information available, so that we could parameterize or sort of calibrate the imputation that we were then going to take to the household survey. So the first step was to identify how much recipients from these programs would receive. So in the Social Protection and Public Expenditure Review, there was a statement indicating that 200 beneficiaries are expected to benefit from each project. That is to say, each district or each area will get a project, and on that project, approximately 250 individuals will be allowed to work on the project for a duration of 22 working days. And then, according to the operations manual, the wage for those 250 individuals working for 22 days is supposed to be set at approximately the level of the lowest paid civil servant in the area in which the project is. So already from the Uganda Social Protection Public Expenditure Review, we've already got quite a few of the details that make our imputation, make our inference, make our imputation and simulation within the household survey much, much easier. Then we have to identify where the program was active. As I said, it was a pilot. It wasn't yet delivering projects every single year in every single eligible district. So it was basically on a rotating scheme. They'd identified, say, 50 districts, but were producing projects or spending money on projects in only a certain number of those districts per year. And instead of taking what the baseline or kind of initial project documentation said was the target, we instead went to some of the post-implementation reviews and found that they were delivering approximately 17 projects per year. So only 17 districts out of the 50 or so eligible were receiving projects in any given year. So that we took to the survey data as well, and from the regional information and survey data, selected all the districts that were eligible, and then did a random selection for I believe the fiscal year was 2011-12 in Uganda, did a random selection for 2011-12 of 20 of those districts. The yearly average was closer to 17. We figured 20 was probably not too... There was some variation, of course. They weren't delivering 17 projects exactly each year. So we figured 20 was close enough to 17 to allow for some random variation. This was 2011-12 was the second year of the project, so we figured maybe they had improved on the first year. Then we determined the wage by looking at, for all the districts that we selected, what the lowest prevailing civil servant wage is. So we didn't have direct identification of these direct transfers available in survey, but there was a labor module in the survey, and it indicated whether individuals were working as a civil servant or for the civil service, and if so, what their wages were. So we could take from individuals in these areas some indication or some empirical measure, some actual measure of what the wage might have been for this program. It turned out it was very close to the average program wage reported in all of those documents that we just went over. So we felt good about that, and I think in the end we used the average wage as reported in the supporting documentation, because we're not entirely sure that we're always getting sort of the lowest, the lower bound of civil servant wages when we just look at individuals in the household survey who claim to be civil servants. Then we generated, so now we've got the districts, we've got the amount, we've got the districts and we've got the amounts. Now we just have to identify potential individuals. The individuals who are eligible to be put onto a public works program under the public works arm of the NUSAP program are supposed to have not been employed for at least the last week, and are supposed to be in some way or another poor. So this wasn't poor according to a proxy means test or after verification of income records or anything like that, but rather a community sort of determination of the most vulnerable or the worst off individuals in districts or in communities that received the program. So we have a sense from the survey something closer to a proxy means test for who is poor. So we've got, of course, expenditure levels, consumption expenditure levels. So we can't do the same identification that the program was doing. Nonetheless, we do have some sort of indicator of whether a household in this particular district is worse off or better off. So we generated within the household survey a pool of potential recipients, eligible and potentially receiving recipients, potentially individuals who are eligible to receive the program and could potentially receive it had they been selected, and then again did a random selection within that pool, district by district, for those districts that we had randomly generated to receive the program. So, and that's basically the end of it. Then we allocated the program benefits to those individuals we had randomly selected up until the 22 working days for 250 individuals at the prevailing lowest civil servant wage was exhausted for that community and that project. And that's it. That's the end of it. But each step relied heavily on parameters or empirical factoids that we were taking from the administrative data. I would like to hold off on questions for now, because Sean will now go through exactly these same steps in the Stata code when we get there. So this will all be repeated again in a Stata setting, and you can see how these steps are translated into Stata code and into the household survey. The other element that we are looking at today between market income, pre-fiscal income, and our first measure of post-fiscal income, disposable income, are direct taxes. And as Nora indicated yesterday, we need to stop calling them direct taxes because corporate income taxes, for example, are not included. So these are personal direct taxes, or direct taxes that households or individuals would be obligated or liable to pay statutorily, as well as creating an economic burden for those individuals and households. Corporate income taxes probably do create a burden for individuals and households, but statutorily they are not obligated to remit those payments. Corporations are. Property taxes are also included in the direct taxes that we examined. In Zambia there weren't significant property taxes, so we didn't include them, but there was a pay-as-you-earn income tax, so it's being withheld by employers in the most part. No additional payroll tax. The pay-as-you-earn tax was essentially the extent of personal income taxes in Zambia, and this was roughly 2015. So instead of going through a long list of supporting documentation, as we did for Uganda, there's actually nothing that I can show you in Zambia except for the letter that we sent to the Revenue Authority. So this doesn't always work, but it sometimes is the case that the authorities in a country in which you are working are very interested in understanding just how effective their revenue collections are, and also how capable their revenue collections, the different instruments are at protecting poor households. They too are concerned often about whether or not the revenues they're collecting are coming from the right individuals. So in the case of Zambia, we had a good relationship with the revenue authority. They agreed to provide us basically just an anonymized list of all the income taxes that were being held by all the different corporations which were withholding income taxes. So of course not every business is withholding income taxes. Some for its employees. Some will not be registered with the system yet. Some will be too small for the system to catch up with. And some will be just informal or household level businesses that are in no way connected to the sort of formal tax and benefit system. But we did have from the Revenue Authority a list, a database basically, of all the tax payments that were made. What we did with that list, that's it, and that's all we had for administrative data. We didn't have any link to, for instance, the household data, the household survey, as in the case of Uruguay. There was no regional information. We couldn't identify. We could identify the quarter during which the taxes were paid, but a CEQ assessment is over an entire fiscal year anyway, so it didn't really matter that we had a quarterly breakdown of revenues coming in. So what did we do with this minimal set of administrative information? The first thing that we did was to take a look at the administrative data alone by itself and determine basically the percentiles of taxpayers. So this could have been deciles, it could have been quintiles, it could have been actual percentiles. We chose deciles, but one could break it down however one wants. So generate percentiles of taxpayers in the administrative data, and more importantly, the share of taxes each decile of taxpayers contributes. And that's basically all we took from the administrative data. The next step was, in the household survey, create a pool of potential taxpayers. So there is an income module in the Zambia household survey, and in fact it does ask individuals basically what their taxable income is, but the income module was, by everyone's account, not reliable, sort of roundly used as fiction for most of the households, for most of the responses. So we didn't use taxable income as an indicator of potential taxpayer status, but rather a few different, I think there were 5 characteristics of the individual's employment sort of contract. So we selected individuals who were formally employed, and by formally employed we meant, we took formally employed to be somebody who was paying into the Social Security system or having those Social Security contributions withheld. Who indicated that they, for instance, had regular paid leave, sick leave or maternity leave or vacation leave, and then a couple of other characteristics that I can't remember off the top of my head. I think whether part of salary was essentially fringe, was benefits, insurances, and so forth, rather than just wages. And so all of those characteristics together indicate that an individual might be more employed in a more formal arrangement than another individual without those characteristics. So within the household survey, we use some of the characteristics of the employment contract or the individual's activity in the labor market as an indicator of taxpayer status. And among that pool of potential taxpayers, we replicated the shares by decile. We chose, again, by decile, replicated the tax shares data by decile within this pool of potential taxpayers in the household survey data. So that in the household survey data, you've got a pool of potential taxpayers. All of them have a certain income level. In this case, we defined income level as consumption expenditure because we didn't have the income records, or the income records were judged to be unusable, essentially. And given the income measure that we have in the household survey data, and given the pool of potential taxpayers, we essentially took the shares of taxes paid from the administrative data and recreated them in the household survey data. So we don't know, of course, if we have the the actual taxpayers correct in the household survey. And we also don't have taxable income in the household survey. But nonetheless, we have a distribution of taxpayers now in the household survey who, if we're guessing approximately right on who is paying taxes, we've at least allocated a burden which is a reasonable expectation of what that person would likely have to pay if he or she were actually a taxpayer. So what we've replicated in the household survey is more of an expected tax burden, income tax burden, rather than an actual. And that's it. There's one more possibility when there is no administrative data forthcoming. If, for instance, the Revenue Authority isn't willing to provide any kind of information on the amounts collected from individuals and the entire distribution of taxpayers, one could replicate within the household survey, and after choosing a pool of potential taxpayers, one can replicate the marginal rate structure on personal income taxes among a pool of potential taxpayers by binning those individuals into taxable income brackets or taxable income bracket indices, basically. And that's it's a much longer set of code and a much longer, it would take much longer to explain. It is possible to do, but the disadvantage is that when we have some administrative data, we can at least generate a reasonable expected burden. When we don't have any administrative data whatsoever, we can still generate a reasonable expected burden, but it's conditional on binning people into the right tax bracket. And when there is no administrative data, when there is no income data, it's difficult to know whether you are in fact binning people into the right income bracket or not. So I don't want to say anything more on that because it just gets more hairy from here. I think now it's best to go over these steps again, kind of in stata, to both reinforce them and go over in detail kind of where the tricky parts lie. But using administrative data in this way is something that you'll end up doing regardless of the income level of the country, regardless of how high the quality of the statistical product is, the household survey. Eventually, you will be forced in some way or another to use administrative data to kind of parameterize an imputation. And it's good. It's good that there is a lot of administrative data out there. There's more reporting and there's more tracking of progress than ever before. And those documents also contain very useful information, especially for something like a fiscal incidence exercise. So with that, I will stop and hand it over. Of course, I said earlier, let's hold off on questions, but I'm happy to take questions now before we get to the state part, if there are any burning ones. Okay. No. Yes.
I don't know if you can go through this, but I didn't get how you identify eligible individuals for the transfers.
Mm-hmm.
There was some community targeting, and we found some variables. I didn't know if you had
I'm sorry. If we had what?
an algorithm.
Well, yes, it was an algorithm that essentially identified two characteristics: whether an individual is employed or not last week, and whether that individual was in basically the bottom 50% of the consumption expenditure distribution, because that was essentially the rural poverty rate. So the actual targeting proceeded in the following way: an individual didn't have any employment last week, and the community agreed. The community, with the participation of the community leader and as well as the program administrators, agreed that this individual who was not employed last week was also in some way poor or vulnerable, not in an income sense or a proxy means sense, but rather in a sort of community nomination sense. We of course didn't observe that community nomination, and in the household survey there's very little information about one's position in the community. So instead, we chose to identify poor individuals in a proxy means test way by just looking at their consumption expenditures. So we had an algorithm. It didn't match the algorithm or the process that the program was actually using, but it was the best that we could do. Oh, it was
I think it's the top right.
content, and then hit the, yeah, that one. Oh, there you are. Oh, and to get it on both screens, who did that? I think that.
There's only on one when I left.
Yeah. Would you let me ask the IT guy was willing to help yesterday if he's still there.
Okay, so let's go ahead and jump back to the Stata session. Where we left off, we had just finished making market income, and we generated our variables for pensions also. So now we just needed to add pensions into market income to have market income plus pensions, and then we'll continue on with what we just talked about with direct taxes and direct transfers. I also wanted to mention in the folder, in case you want to look back and kind of have a cheat sheet with the with any of the code in the folder that was shared with everyone, there are also these do files, and they're numbered kind of in the order we're going. So the first one is called 1 market plus pension, so they're basically numbered at to what income concept do we get by the end of the do file. That's how they're named. But again, I think for learning, it's more useful to have kind of a blank one open and follow along as we go. But I just wanted to let you know that those are in there in case you need to glance back and see exactly what the code looked like or anything. All right, so let's create our market income plus pensions variable, and to make sure everyone's awake, we're gonna do a little bit of more advanced data programming right now, just because I also wanted to mix in some, Stata tips and tricks as we go. And so here, what we're going to do is we know that we're going to have to over and over kind of create these household level variables and these per capita variables. And so we could copy and paste the code over and over, but it'll be more efficient if we create a small function that can do that for us. So let's go ahead and create a little function that'll do it for us. Basically, what we want it to do is to take a variable that we had. So in this example, remember we just created these. We have these inc. Let's see, did I add them yet? No, we haven't done it yet. But we have these variables, inc ss, which is our pensions variable. But again, this is just like all the other variables, something that's at the individual level. And so we're going to have to sum within the household using egen like we were before. And then we're going to have to create a per capita one. So let's just create a little function that does that for us. So then every time we have to do this going forward for any variable, we can just run a one-line command and it will do it for us. It'll get the label as we were doing before. So the way to write a function is in Stata is using the program define command. So you would do program define, and then you just name your function, your command. And so then once you've done this, it is a command just like any other, just like generate is a command that has a program define statement existing in some do file. So here we're going to do program define, and let's just call it, I'm going to call it HH per capita. And then after that, we can write the code that kind of tells it about the command. There's one other key when you create a command. So basically, you're going to have program define. You're going to have end at the end of the command to tell it that you're done defining the program. And then if I were to run this, I'll have all the code inside here. But if I were to run this a couple of times, it's going to give me an error saying program already defined when it hits the program define line. So it won't have that error the first time through. But then if I rerun the same code within the same Stata session, it'll give me an error. So we're going to add one more line at the beginning that says program drop HH per capita. So first is telling it, oh, if you already know about this command, drop it. And now I'm defining it. But if we just left it like this, the first time through we're going to get an error because it's going to say that program doesn't exist yet. And so we can use the capture command here. So basically whenever I write a command, it always includes kind of these three lines: capture, program drop, and then the name. And what capture does is it says whatever comes after capture, do that unless you hit an error, and then just keep going and ignore the error. So what that'll mean for Stata is the first time through it'll hit this and it'll say program drop. It would have generated an error because that program doesn't exist yet, but then it captures that error. It doesn't stop and give you an error message, and so then it hits the next line and it says program define, and defines it. But if you've already defined it, it hits that first line. It says program drop. Okay, I'll drop the program, and then it redefines it right here.
I want you to capture program define.
But then that would only capture that one line,
So
not the lines after it. So you may, I don't know if you can do capture like with a whole, you may be able to do kind of capture and then curly brackets around the whole thing, but then what if you change the command inside, then it won't kind of pick up any changes you made within the command. Okay, so then within this command, what we're going to do is basically the same thing we did before. So the key extra thing for a command is to tell it kind of what is going to come after HH per capita. So the way I'm going to use this command later is, for example, I might just want to say HH per capita inc SS. And what I want that to do is to take the variable inc SS and create these kind of values summed within the household as well as per capita values. And maybe I want to give it more than one variable. Maybe I want to say inc SS and some others. So we'll come back to that also. So the first thing you need to tell it is what's going to come after the command name. And to do that, there's a couple of methods. And one is to do syntax. So syntax is basically where you tell it what the command should expect after you call the command. And here I'm just going to tell it that it should expect a var list, a list of variables. And then once you've done that, within the command, it actually creates a local macro called var list. And so I can call that like any other local macro within the command, and it'll take whatever came after the command name, which in this case is going to be inc SS, or it could be whatever variables I give it. Oops. So then I can say, okay, let's suppose I have a var list. What do I want to do with that var list? Well, I want it to be able to create the household variable, so I could think about doing the same code we had before, saying by household ID, and then I'm going to egen summing within the household. Again, we're going to make it a double precision variable. And then this is basically the exact same code we had above, where we say, okay, let's generate this household level variable, and it's going to be the sum of the original variable within the household, because we have this by HHID prefix. Now, if you were to get fancier, suppose you wanted this command to be more flexible to work with other data sets and things like that, you could start to get fancier and make it have an option where instead of us saying the variable has to be called HHID, which we know is the case in our data set, you could get fancier and say, okay, add an option to the command where you define what variable is the household ID, etc. But here we're just using it on this data set, so we don't need to get fancier. Okay, so suppose we just did this line. Well, then that's going to create this household level variable. So kind of the simplest command we could think of would be maybe to do that. And then let's also generate the per capita one, which again, this is kind of code we used before already that we were having to copy and paste over and over. We're going to generate the per capita one. Let me make it also a double precision variable. And that's going to be the household level divided by the household size. And then the issue we have here, well, I called it var, which was something I think I took from kind of the loops we were doing before over multiple variables, but here the local is called var list. So I could put var list here, but then what if I gave it multiple variables? Then it would get confused because it would try to put that whole list of variables right there. So instead, I'm actually, so that it's flexible, that it can work with one variable or more, I'm going to do kind of what we were doing before and put this inside of a little loop. So I'm going to say for each var of, and remember it's saving var list as a local macro, so I can say of local var list, and then it's going to take whatever variables I had after the command name when I call it, and put that inside a loop, just like we were doing before. The only difference here is before we were creating this macro list on our own. It was market inc for all the market income variables, and here we're saying whatever variables you gave to the command, that's going to be what's inside the var list. And then we can also add the kind of fancy stuff we did before with the labels, where we say, okay, let's take whatever label the variable had, and let's also make the household and per capita labels. So there, again, we're using this colon for the extended function, like we did yesterday, so local my label, and then we're going to pull the variable label. So var label is the extended function, So we're pulling whatever the variable label of this variable is, saving that in a local macro my label, and then we're going to use that local macro now to label the two variables we just created. So we're going to label var, and then again the two variables we just created were var household and var per capita, and so we're going to label var household, whatever the original label was, which is now saved in this local macro my label, and then we're going to just add on the text household at the end. And we'll do the same thing for the per capita variable. So now, I think our function is complete. And so now we can kind of test it out and run it with, let's go ahead and do it with all the variables we wanted to here for pensions. So that was IncSS. And then also, we have these two contribution variables, contrib, which are their contributions to Social Security, and the mcontrib, the employer's contributions. So let's go ahead and put them all in a list. I should also note that this list, it could still just be one variable, then it'll just go through the loop once, so this is flexible for that. So let's try it with all three. And so now I just ran this chunk of code we just created where we define the command, and we try running it on a few variables, and now let's go over to Stata and see if it worked. I'm going to do describe, and then here you can see indeed we got our income, or our Social Security income for the household here, our Social Security income for the individual, and the same with the others. And then if we could, it's always a good idea to test and make sure things look correct. So let's just test let's just summarize all the IncSS variables. Here I'm using the asterisk, which is a wild card, and it means basically nothing or anything. So this is saying summarize any variable that starts with IncSS and then is just IncSS, so it's going to pick up that original variable we started with, or has anything after IncSS, which is going to pick up the household and per capita ones. And so here you can see, okay, does it make sense? So the household value should be higher. In this case, we have about 2.5 or 2 members per household on average, so this part makes sense also. It's about half as big for just the per capita, and then the same here where it's just assigned to particular members of the household. So everything makes sense there. And now that we have that variable, we can just generate our market income plus pensions. Any questions about kind of how we created this function before we go on? Okay, so let's now just generate our market income plus pensions. I'm going to use P for the market income plus pensions because we already used M for market income. And so then that'll be equal to our market income at the household level plus the variable we just created of income from pensions, and then minus the contributions, which are going to include both the individuals and the employer's contributions. And again, each of these using the household level variable. And then again, we should always create these as double precision for anytime we're doing an income concept. And also, tomorrow we'll look at the CEQ Stata package. One of the things it'll do is print out a warning message if your income variables or your fiscal intervention variables are not double precision, because that'll remind you that you could be hitting these rounding error issues, which surprisingly can become very important once you're no longer taking the mean, but you're taking a sum, and you're using the expansion factor, so you're summing over 300 million individuals or something, depending on the country. Those can actually be important. So now let's label this variable. Let's label var YPHH. Let's call it market income plus pensions household. And then let's create our per capita one also. So let's gen double. YP per capita is just going to be YP P household over household size. And then we can also label that one. Okay, so now we should have our market income plus pensions variables, and we can go on to direct transfers and direct taxes. Okay, so for direct transfers, we're going to do one of the examples from the presentation you just saw, where we're going to do a few examples. One from this Uganda data, and then a couple others from other data sets. So the first thing I'm going to do is say, let's suppose that let's say we have a couple of the programs that we do directly identify in the survey. So those ones are going to be easy, but let's start with those, and then we'll go on to the ones that are a little bit harder that we don't identify. So for example, we already saw that we have this conditional cash transfer variable in the data set, this Inc. CCT here, which is conditional cash transfer income. And so one thing we need to check is whether this variable is just assigned kind of at the individual level or at the household level, because sometimes these questions are, asked for just the whole household in the household module. And so maybe it could be the case, for example, when these data sets were merged together, that already every member of the household has the total that the household received for that variable. So we want to make sure that if that's the case, we don't want to sum across everyone in the household. We only want to sum across everyone in the household if it's the case that they asked particular members who received the CCT and how much did they receive. So the way we can check that, we could kind of browse and scroll through, but I'll do it a little more rigorously here. What we're going to do is we're going to kind of just print out some of our observations, but we're going to do it, actually we can just browse again, but instead of just browsing overall and scrolling through until I find the relevant cases, I'm going to say, let's restrict browse, which is going to open up kind of the data set. Let's restrict it to the people with the household ID, with positive values for the conditional cash transfer. And then I'm going to try to get everyone from their household, which means I'm going to have to do some extra condition that tells me not just the person with positive, but anyone else in the household that has positive, or something like that, because this is just a check. So for the check, what I'm going to do, I want to look at their household ID and their conditional cash transfer income level. So these are the variables it's going to pull up for me. And then I want to do that condition I just said, where I say, okay, they have to have a positive value for the conditional cash transfer. But then I also want to pick up other people within the same household. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, let me also pick up people if the person before you had positive value for the conditional cash transfer, and you have the same household ID as the person before you. And so I kind of included this too because it adds a little extra trick to learn. So I'm going to say either this individual has a positive value, or let's pick it up if the person before me in the data set had a positive value. And the way we do that is you can use brackets after the variable name, and then this underscore n that we talked about yesterday. Underscore capital N gives you the total number. Underscore little n gives you kind of the number within the data set. So we can use underscore n minus 1. That says the observation above me, because I'll be underscore n. The observation above me will be underscore n minus 1. And then we can say, okay, is that greater than 0? But we don't just want any case where that's greater than 0, because that could be someone from a different household who's directly above me in the data set. If I'm the kind of first person from my household in the data. So then we want to say also that my household ID, we can say, does my household ID equal the household ID of the person above me? Again, using this underscore n minus 1 in brackets. And then this should pull up kind of multiple observations from the same household that meet our conditions. So for example, for this household, this is very small. So for household 24, for example, we have 3 individuals. And we can see, it was the case that they already have kind of everyone in the household already has the same value for the conditional cash transfer. So maybe it was the case where, I had a data set that was at the household level, and I just merged that in without thinking about it. So now everyone already has that variable for Inc. CCT. So I don't want to apply my HH per capita function, which would sum across everyone in the household. I just want to, basically, this is already the household amount. So I can just rename, just to keep it straight in my data set, I can just rename Inc. CCT as Inc. CCT HH, so that it's the household level amount. And then I could create this per capita one, so I'll say gen double Inc. CCT per capita equals the household level variable divided by household size, just like we were doing before, except here I'm not summing across the household at the beginning because it's already been done in the data. Okay, so that's for the conditional cash transfer. Let's now, we had one other direct transfer that you may have already seen in the data set, which was the non-contributory pensions. So let's check. Let's do the kind of the same check for that as we did for Inc. CCT. So I'm just going to copy and paste, but now instead of Inc. CCT, I'm going to browse for Inc. NCP. So the same command as before, but now just changing which one I'm looking at. But now you can see that, for example, within the same household, it's not the case that so this must have been a question from the individual survey where they asked each individual if they receive non-contributory pensions, because you see within a household they have different values. If multiple people report receiving it, you'll see, for example, that someone got 6,000, someone got 2,500, or here someone got 600, someone got 0 within the same household. So here we can apply our HH per capita command to Inc. NCP. And that's going to automatically create for us the household level and per capita values. So that's direct identification, which is the kind of easy way if you have questions directly in your survey. Now let's take an example where we don't have it directly in the survey, but we need to do something more creative. So I'm going to use the example that Jan used from Uganda with the Vulnerable Family Support Grant. And so what we're going to do there is we're going to do this kind of try to imitate what the community was doing when they're picking individuals.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Question. So over here is non-contributory pension.
Mm-hmm.
What about the previous variable about Social Security? So in this case, we're treating it as unfunded. So it's the other extreme of deferred income.
So we're actually going to treat it kind of both ways. So coming back to the kind of flowchart here of the income concepts, if you look at so we created our market income variable at the top, and then we created market income plus pensions. So we already added the contributory pensions, and now we're adding the direct transfers. So then we're going to have gross income. But then once I've created these variables, what you can do is if you are considering it at the one extreme where it's deferred income, you can start with, once you have the results, so the CEQ data package will produce results, so say you'll have poverty for each of these 3 income concepts in your results. What you would do is you would then compare market income plus pensions to gross income if you're considering it deferred income. But if you're considering it fully a transfer at the other extreme, you would compare market income to gross income, because then you're adding both of these in along the way.
Okay,
So if you
it's
compare,
just a matter of comparing which two.
yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to do this program in Uganda. So basically, I actually set it up a little differently from some code we had before, where instead of the village deciding, basically the program creates kind of a targeting score based on some characteristics, and then picks the poorest based on that. And so in this example, you don't want to give it, like, suppose you don't observe in the survey who receives. It's a good idea to try to kind of mimic what you think the actual targeting process is, including all the kind of targeting errors you might expect on the ground. So here we said, suppose the government doesn't really know what the people's incomes are, and what they kind of used to target the program was basically how many dependent people were within the household, and also how many adults there were unable to work in the household. And so we used our data set to create those variables, and then basically do something along the lines of the proxy means test we think they're doing, and then decide who receives the program. So the first condition, though, for the program was that it only existed in some states. So first we're going to, in this example, let's just suppose it was certain states. Suppose we know which states it is. So we have a variable here called state, which just has the state, and we could do a tab state to see what the states are. And you can see that they're just numbers, 1 through 56. And we're going to suppose in this example that the states that were eligible were 1 through 30. So first I'm going to generate a variable that's if they're eligible for this program. This program is called VFSG, so that's the acronym we're going to use. And then I'm going to say, so gen VFSG eligible equals, so first they have to be in the right states 1 through 30. So I'm just going to say state less than or equal to 30. And what these, you can always generate a variable with kind of a condition on the other side of the equal sign, and what that does is just generates a dummy variable that equals 1 if the condition is true, and equals 0 if the condition is false. And I always put this within parentheses just so that you don't have to, but it just kind of makes it easier to remember, like, this is a condition coming after the parentheses, because otherwise you'll read gen eligible equals state, and you'll think they're starting to create some variable based on state, but not the binary variable. So once we've done that, we then also want to create these other variables the government's using. So let's create one for the number of dependents. So I'll say gen dependent equals, and remember we have this variable relation that tells us if they're the household head. So they're going to be a dependent if they're first not the household head. So I'll say, again, within parentheses, since I'm giving it conditions, they're not the household head, so the household head is relation equals 1. So the first condition is going to be relation not equal 1, and then they also have to be the age of dependents, and so we're going to say that that's less than 18 and greater than, or greater than 65. And now I'm going to put this second condition within another set of parentheses, and actually this time the parentheses are necessary because before that I had an and so now I'm saying it has to be the case that they're not the household head, and they're either below a certain age or above a certain age. So because this has an or inside of it, I have to put this whole thing within parentheses, otherwise it would interpret my conditions differently. And so now I add one more closed parentheses on the side to kind of close this original parentheses. So again, this is picking up people who are not the household head, and they're either too young or too old, so they're dependents. So now this is going to be a variable that's 0, 1, determining if they're a dependent. And now I'm going to I need to basically create what the government used was what proportion of people in the household are dependent. So we already know how big the household is. So now we need to, within the household, say how many dependents are there. So we could do, again, using this by household ID syntax, with egen, we can create the number of dependents. And that's just going to be the sum of dependent, because remember, dependent's going to equal 1 for each person in the household that's a dependent, and 0 for each other person. And then we can say the proportion who are dependent is just going to be that variable n dependent divided by the number of members of the household size. And then we're going to also create our other variable, which is whether they're unable to work. So for that, we have a few variables about working. So let's look at those. So I'm just going to describe any variables with the word work in them because I know that that's what we have in the data set. Again, I can use these two wildcards to say, okay, now I'm saying this word work could be anywhere within the variable name. I'm pulling any variable that has the word work somewhere in the variable name. So we have this one called worked and reason no work. So let's look at what those look like. So I'll just tabulate worked. See what that looks like. You can see it's just this dummy variable indicating whether they worked or not. And then I can also tab reason no work. And here you see there's a few reasons, and they're labeled for us in the data set. Either they couldn't find work, they were unable to work, or they didn't want to work. And here you'll see we have not our full data set with answers here. And it looks like this is, so it's for the people who didn't work that we get this this value, but it seems like not everyone. There's some missings also. So another thing we could do if we really wanted to see is we could say tab reason no work, and then we could add the missing option, and that would tell us how many missing variables there are. And I could even do it, I could see, well, what's going on? Why do we have 989 here and 959 here? Are some of them just missing for some reason? So I could say, okay, if they didn't work, I want to look at the distribution, and I want to include all the missings. So that's this missing option. And there you'll see indeed for some reason that we would want to explore more thoroughly. If you're actually working with this data in practice, there's some people who just have missing. Maybe that's the value they get if they refuse to respond or something like that. So you'd want to check the survey manual and see what's going on there. So yeah, here we're going to assume that they said, they just refused to respond why they weren't working. So now that we have those variables, we're going to say that they're unable to work if it's either of these first two. If it's either couldn't find work or physically unable. But here we were looking at the value labels for the variable, so we also should look at what the actual value is because we're going to want to use some condition, and these are actually numeric value variables. So let's take, we can do one more tab, except this time I'm going to use the no label option, and what that's going to do is it's going to print the values without a label. And so now I can compare and easily see what the labels were. So if you look, up here you saw couldn't find work was 148. Okay, that's value label 1. Actually, possibly even kind of quicker way to do this, there's a command called label list. And so you can do label list if you know what the label is named. And so to know what the label is named, you have to look at the, you have to look in describe, and you can see the label is named no work. Here, that's the name of the value label. And so here I can say label list no work, and it'll give me kind of the mapping between the numbers and the label values. So here you can see, okay, 1 was couldn't find work, 2 was physically unable, 3 didn't want to work. So let's use the ones who are physically unable. Let's let's just call it unable to work. Here they were also only looking at adults in the rule for assigning the program. So let's first generate a variable that they're adults, and then we'll say they're unable to work if they're an adult and they meet these other conditions. So adults will just be that their age is greater than 18. Let's say greater than or equal to 18. And then unable to work will be, now that we've created this adult variable, we can just say adult equals 1. And that their reason to not work was either 1 or 2. So again, here I could use in list. That's another way to pick up variables. I'll just use the kind of other syntax that we've been using, that their reason to not work is either 1 or 2. running out of room, so let me put that here. So they either couldn't find work or were physically unable, and they're an adult. Now let me close the first parentheses. And now this will be a variable that equals 1 if they were an adult and unable to work, and equals 0 for everyone else. Either adults who were able to work, either adults who worked, adults who didn't work but they couldn't find because they didn't want to work, or kids. We'll all have a 0 for that variable. Okay. And so, now that we've done that, we can kind of try to replicate the, we need to create the proportion of adults in the household who couldn't work. So let's do gen n, sorry, not gen. We're basically going to do the same thing we did before with by household ID. So let's do that for the number of adults first. N adult, so that's going to be some adult, again within the household. So now we're counting the number of adults in the household. And then let's do the same for the number who are unable to work. Unable to work. And then, once we have the number who are unable to work and the number of adults, we can just create a new variable that's the fraction of those. So let's call it prop unable work. That will be the proportion who are unable to work. And that's going to equal n unable work over n adult. That's our proportion. And now we have our variables we need to kind of replicate the government's targeting scheme. So, because we don't know exactly how they kind of combine these variables, we're just going to pick a method. Here we decided to do the principal, basically the first principal component of these variables as their kind of targeting method. And even if that's not exactly how they combine the variables, of course, if you know how they combine them, you can try to replicate it as close as possible. But always with these targeting things, there's lots of errors and noise. And so this is just, I think, you don't have to sweat too much about it, if you don't know exactly what method they use to combine various variables. Just kind of picking a method and going with it is usually fine. So let's do the first principal component. Now, to do the first principal component, we want to feed it in, actually, rather than the original variables themselves. You normally want to feed it a z-score of the variables. I'm going to go ahead and just use the variables itself so we can move through more quickly. But that's just something to keep in mind. If you're using principal components, you usually create a z-score first of the variable to feed into the function. So it's going to be the proportion who are unable to work and the proportion who are dependent. Those are our two variables. And again, here I'm going to go back to my analyses at the household level, because again, these are variables at the household level. So I'm going to add that if relation equals 1 condition at the beginning. And then, once I do this, didn't run the code for the prop dependent yet. Okay, so now we have the kind of z-score at the end, or the principal component analysis. And once we've done that, what we want to do is get a prediction out of it. So just like we were doing before with a regression, after running it, you can do predict, and that'll predict kind of your outcome. And so now we want to predict how poor they are based on the principal component analysis. And so we're going to say predict, I'm just going to call this PCA poor. So that's going to create a new variable that says basically predict the people who have kind of the highest values for this first principal component based on these two variables, unable to work and number of dependents. And when you do this, you want to make sure that the variables are all kind of going in the same direction. So both of these variables are variables that increase with how poor they are, in theory. And so, or they're increasing with how much the government's targeting them. If we had some that where a high value was good and some that a low value was good, this wouldn't work. You'd have to first convert them into all kind of values that are increasing in how much they're in what they're using for targeting them. These are already increasing, so we can just say predict PCA poor. Again, I'm going to say if relation equals 1 to get the household heads. I don't actually have to do that. Actually, let's not do that one. We'll just predict PCA poor, so that's going to assign to everyone their value, because these two variables, the variables we're using, are variables that are the same across every member of the household. And so once we've done predict PCA poor, we could do kind of summarize to see what it looks like. And you get these variables here. So we get this kind of first principle component predicted out of the model. I'm going to show you that here. And the values are not really too meaningful, but that's okay. We just need to know that the ones who have a higher value here are the ones who have higher levels of proportion unable to work and proportion of dependence. So we're going to just pick the ones with the highest value, because remember, we're not using, you wouldn't want to just pick people with the lowest incomes, because that would be kind of imagining perfect targeting. But here we've already built in this kind of imperfect targeting that they're doing, and so now we can just pick the ones within the eligible states that have the highest value for this first principle component.
So the predictor principal component analysis just automatically assume that you're taking the first component?
So yeah, the stata command takes, when you do predict, its kind of default is to do the first component.
How would I choose the second component if I wanted to?
That's a good question. It may tell us here. I think this may require some digging within the help files, but
Need to add more variables.
You just add additional variable names.
but they'll still pick the first. So basically, so no matter how
All of them, and then just use the name that. Right, you're giving a name to the first, second,
I
third,
see.
and then just use.
So in the predict command, so you could do say predict. Let's try it.
But I'm not sure why it's not mean 0 here in your sum.
Well, I did. So actually, usually when they do the first principle component, they do kind of first the z-scores of the variables, which I skipped over doing just for
But
quickness,
always
and then.
0. Each component should be mean 0.
But the variables you feed in are supposed to also be mean 0, and I didn't do that at the beginning. Right?
No.
Not
No.
necessarily. Oh, okay. So I kind of dove into this principal component literature for a bit, and I think for example, Pritchett paper where they talk about it, I think they take a z-score of everything first, and then they run the principal component, and then they take a z-score again, and so you're kind of forcing it in that third step to be mean 0. But I don't think it necessarily comes out mean 0.
Mathematically, I think it's meant to be. I mean, it might be something to do with you've run the PCA on a subset of them, i.e. if relation equals 1, but then you've predicted it.
I don't think it's that. So we can do it just for the subset again. And then let's describe PC or summarize. Oh, you're right. Yeah, now we get mean 0. Okay. So it's something about the weighting then, now that we've, because different
Well, 'cause
households
taken
have...
the weights off a
Yeah.
subset and then applied them to the whole set.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, so that's a good good point. Okay, so that's a good test then also of whether your PCA worked, as you can check if it's mean 0.
I'm not sure in this case you'd use a PCA though, would you? Because the first component only explains 52% of the variance.
Yeah, well, this is a very simple example.
Yeah.
It's just two variables, so yeah. But and then the other question that we had was how would you get the second component if you wanted it? So apparently the answer is that you could just say, let's call it PCA poor 2,
Sorry.
and that should give us, and then the second component will be saved in PCA poor 2. So now let's see, summarize PCA. Well, told us something. So, I'm not sure if there's a way to make sure that that's the second principal component, but in theory, maybe if we compare it to the original command. Yeah, it seems like it's giving us the second principal component, if you want it. But here we're just going to use the first one. Okay, so now what we want to do is take basically the 70,000, the program is within these eligible states targeting 70,000 people. So we've already built in this imperfect targeting scheme, so now we're just going to take the 70,000 people with the highest values from this scheme and assign them the benefits within the eligible states. So let's do, actually probably we should have done this whole PCA just within the eligible states also, if we were actually going to be coding this. I'm going to skip over adding those. Actually, let's just add those. That's easy. So let's do PCA, not just if relation equals 1, but let's also do it within the eligible states. So remember, we already defined this VFSG eligible variable. And then, again, to make sure, as Matt pointed out, that we get the kind of mean 0 variable at the end, let's add this extra condition when we do the prediction also.
Just to make clear again, this is when this is the sort of information that is available, this is not in any way meant to represent our best guess of how the targeting is actually being done, but rather our best method at replicating parts of the targeting process using the information available in the household survey. So and the distinction is important, because you wouldn't want to then, I mean, there are positive externalities to this exercise in that for pilot programs, it's often not the case that the government, the statistical offices, the CSOs will have done this sort of exercise yet. A program will be in the field and there will be some evaluation, for instance, in a couple of districts where the program is operating, but no kind of look at if the program were to be applied nationally or in more districts, how many eligible beneficiaries are there, how many households have a high dependency ratio, et cetera, et cetera. So all of this information, if you do it, is potentially useful to the CSO and to the social welfare ministry and so on and so forth. But you wouldn't want to say, we've replicated your targeting process in the household survey and look at these horrible exclusion errors, for example. So just a word of caution.
Okay, so now that we've kind of done this, let's just assign it to the people with the highest values. And then again, like many other things we've done, there's multiple ways to do this. What I'm going to do is basically sort the households by, or sort the households by their score on this PCA, and then assign it until we get to 70,000. Now you could think about maybe doing a loop where you keep assigning it and then checking whether you've hit 70,000 yet, but that's actually relatively more inefficient as a way to do it, because data can also be slow at loops, and you may be looping a bunch of times. So instead of doing that, we're going to do another little trick to kind of quickly get to our 70,000 number. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order all the households by how poor they are on this measure within the eligible zone. And then if I just take a cumulative sum of kind of the total household weights, because I want to be using the expansion factors when I compare to the 70,000 number also too, then I'll see how far do I get, how many households in the survey until I hit that 70,000 total expansion factor, and that's going to be using the cumulative sum, because then Stata is actually really super quick at doing something like that, a cumulative sum, and then you'll just have a column with the cumulative sum up to each household number, and you can just compare where does 70,000 fit within this cumulative sum, and everyone below that point gets the benefit within the eligible states. So to do that, we're going to sort the data, but I'm going to sort it. So I'm going to sort it first. I'm going to keep the people who I want to restrict kind of my exercise to the people who have heads of household, because I'm kind of doing a household level analysis right now, and then later I'll go in and assign it to everyone in the household. And then I also want to do people who have the highest, that are in states that are eligible for the transfer. And then also, then I want to order it by PCA poor, taking the highest values first. So because I'm doing it kind of highest values first at some point, I need to order in kind of reverse order. And so the regular sort function doesn't do that, but there's a gsort function that I can tell it to sort in reverse order. So I'm going to do what I just said. I'm going to start with relation so that I get all the household heads at the top, because remember, relation goes 1, 2, 3, 4. And so if I do relation first, I get all the ones at the top, household heads, because I'm going to restrict everything to them. Then I'm going to do it by whether they're eligible for VFSG, because I want to, again, restrict this part to people who are eligible. So I'm going to do negative there, because that eligible is going to be 0, 1, and I want to put the people with 1 on top. And then I'm going to do it by this PCA poor variable, again with a negative, because I want the people with the highest PCA poor scores on top. And then once I've done that, let me make sure it worked. So you could do browse for this. You could also, so I got a little annoyed that Stata didn't have kind of a function that allows you to just quickly look at the head of the data set easily. And so if you want a function that does that, I wrote one so you can install it. So it's ssc install head if you're connected to the internet. And if you do that, you'll get this head function. So if you've ever worked in R, for example, there's a head function, or in Linux there's head. And so this will do the same thing for you. If you're not connected to the internet, just don't worry about this line of code that uses the head function. So now I'm just going to look at the head of these variables to make sure that my sorting worked correct, the way I expected. So it's always good to do these kind of checks to make sure things work as you expect. Okay, so I'm going to comment out ssc install, because I don't need to install every time I run the code. And then I'm going to... Oh, it doesn't like my line size, because I have a huge screen. Okay, so then what you're going to see, so basically, again, this is taking the very top of my data set. And so remember when I did summarize PCA poor, these were kind of the highest values. Those were the maxes. If we, well, we'll just do it again. So you can see, remember, the max of PCA poor was 2.24, so it got those guys with the highest PCA poor score at the top, and it put it with only people who have relation equals 1 and eligible equals 1, which is what I wanted. So that worked as intended. And so now we just need to do what I was saying before, where we count up to a certain point. The other thing we can do is kind of, if you wanted to go further than this to make sure things worked further, there's also an n option in head. So you could say, okay, instead of 10, why don't you give me 30 values instead of 10, and you can see it gives you more. Okay, so now let's create this kind of cumulative sum that I talked about. And so to do the cumulative sum, we can just do let's create this kind of tote households variable that is going to be our cumulative running sum. And now remember, I want to be summing the weights, because that's going to be applying the expansion factors. So I'm just going to say sum weight. So a key kind of distinction here is sum. If you use it with gen, it's a completely different function than when you use it with egen. When you use it with egen, it's summing across all the individuals and assigning the same value to everyone, which is the sum over everyone. If you use it with gen, it's doing a cumulative sum. So for the first observation, it'll be observation 1's value. For the second, it'll be observation 1 plus observation 2's value, etc. And we can check that again with head if we want to. So we could say head, let's just say, tote households after I've done it. And so I can make sure that things are working correctly. And so you can see, okay, for the first some observations, the first one had, I could even do head weight tote households to make sure that it did what I expected. And so here you see, okay, 590. And then we had the second household represent 650 households. And you can see that it's doing the cumulative sum here in the tote households column. So now all we have to do is say, for which, up to which household do we get kind of closest to 70,000? You may not get exactly the number that they assign 70,000, so you can decide whether you want the error to be a little bit too, a few too many households or a few too few. I'm going to go with having too few households here. So let's say I'm just going to create a new variable that says that they're a beneficiary of this VFSG program if they're below this 70,000, because that's going to say, okay, every household up until 70,000, let's give them a 1. And so they're going to receive the program. And then everyone everyone above will have a 0. Now there's one more thing we should check, which is remember, so there's some possibility that, this 70,000 actually, everyone in the eligible region, you get still less than 70,000 households. So we should kind of build in a check in our code to make sure that we're not going beyond, because remember when we did this sorting, we kind of are now putting all the extra members of the household and all the non-eligibles at the bottom of our data set for now, but we would be worried if we accidentally started assigning them benefits because the number of eligible households was less than 70,000, which could happen. So let's make sure that that didn't happen, and so the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to use the assert command, which is going to, basically you give it a condition and it'll give you an error if that condition is false. So I'm going to assert that that everyone who I assigned benefits to is basically household head and eligible for the program. So I'm going to say assert that I only assign these 1s to the household heads and to people who are in eligible states, because that way we know my kind of sorting method with.
So only household heads were.
No, sorry. Everyone in the household is going to get the benefit, but I just needed to assign it to one person in the household to start, and then I'm going to go do what we've been doing with all the other variables, which is kind of sum the benefits across everyone in the household. So they determine the program by the household level. So they would say give it to one household here, one household here. But because my data set is at the individual level, I was basically just saying I want to just do a kind of take only one household from one member from each household, and then use that to figure out who to assign it to. So
only one person from a household could get.
Yeah, the household can only get it once. Yeah, there's other programs where it could be that multiple people in the household could get it, and then we'd have to do something different for this. But remember, this targeting method also was based on these household level variables, so they were trying to figure out who are the kind of most in-need households. Okay, so we're going to make sure that they're eligible and they're the household head to make sure everything worked correctly. So let me just run the whole thing. And it doesn't like my oh, whoops. You don't want an equal sign after assert, so you just... Oh, I see what happened. So I want to assert that if the... Sorry. I want to assert that when the VFSG beneficiary equals 1, that it meets this condition. So what I really want to do here is I want to say that this condition is true if VFSG beneficiary equals 1. Sorry, I got a little mixed up of what I was asking it to do. So I want to say assert that if I just assign them benefits, then they meet these conditions. So I didn't accidentally assign benefits to people I didn't mean to be assigning benefits to, and because it printed nothing, that means that the assertion is true, so we can keep going.
You've actually got the opposite problem. The 70,000, they're all eligible way down that, but they're all on the same PCA score because it only had, the inputs to it were, dependent ones, unable to work 1-0, and then just the proportion of dependence. So everyone clumped around a bunch of PCA scores, and the 70,000 hits, but tons above and tons below that are all on that score.
That have the
so you're effectively just randomly assigning.
Yeah, which may actually...
Amongst the eligible.
Yeah. Which among the people who are kind of close to that limit, that may actually be not a bad,
Well, you don't have anything else.
Yeah. But if we had some other variables, in our PCA score, that may not happen. Okay, so let's... okay, so now that we have that, all we have to do now is assign the benefit. Now we're going to suppose here that we just know what the government gave to each eligible household. And so in this example, I'm going to say that they gave each household kind of $50, let's say, dollars per month. And so for every beneficiary, we're going to assign them $50 per month. So let's generate this new inc VFSG variable. And it's just going to be 50 times the number of months, which is 12, because everything else in our data set is annual. And then we can just multiply that by this dummy variable that tells us whether they're a beneficiary, not eligible, beneficiary. that tells us whether they're a beneficiary or not, because now because that equals 0 for everyone who's not benefiting, then it's going to give us a 0 for that inc variable for both the household heads who are not benefiting and for all the other household members who, remember, were further down in this kind of sorted data set, so they also have zeros. So once we've done that, then we can just do what we do with all the other income variables that are only assigned to one member of the household that we need to sum within the household, which is using our HH per capita command. So if we just do HH per capita inc VFSG, then we're going to get the household levels and the per capita levels also. We should also probably label this. Anytime we create a variable, it's a good idea to label it. So let's do label var inc VFSG, and we can just call it VFSG. Okay. And that way our HH per capita command will also create the labels for these new variables it's creating as well. And then the final thing that we want to do here is sort the data back to the original sort. Remember, we had kind of sorted yesterday at one point, and then that sort was used for all of our by commands whenever we needed it, but here we resorted with this gsort command. So at the end, let's just sort it back to the way that makes more sense for our data. So that was by the household ID and then the kind of order of who is in the household. And once we have that, that's our last kind of direct transfer. So now we're ready to create our gross income measure by adding direct transfers to market income plus pensions. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's again, double precision. This is going to be gross income. And so it's going to be our market income plus pensions plus remember, we had the conditional cash transfer income, and we always want to do the household level variable. We had the non-contributory pensions income, again at the household level. And we had what we just created, this VFSG income, also at the household level. And then we can also create our per capita version. And label both our variables again. So we'll have a gross income household and a gross income per capita. And then it's always a good idea to kind of summarize when you create these variables to make sure they make sense. Let's actually summarize kind of all of our income variables so far, so that we can see that they make sense. Not sorted. It wanted me to have, so actually I should have this sort up above HH per capita, because remember HH per capita uses that egen with by inside it, so it's going to have a check for making sure things are sorted. Okay, and so now I've created these new variables, and at the end I'm going to look at the summarize. So we can just kind of quickly check and make sure things are making sense. Okay, in this fake data set, benefits are not that large relative to income, but we have 80,000 for market income at the household level, 78,000 market income plus pensions. Remember, people are also making contributions, so it looks like here, some household, on average, there's more contributions. And then we're adding some income from direct transfers, so now we get to 78,800. So in this kind of fake data set, with the limited number of transfers we've included so far, they're very small relative to income, which is the case in some countries with CEQ analyses as well.
I think your YG,
Why did my
generate YG should
y,
be
I
YM
see.
plus pension income plus the others.
Wait, where?
But, line 141.
Mm-hmm.
YG underscore HH should start at YM, and then add in only pension income, and then also transfer income,
Wait, but YP already has pension income. in it.
but also contributions.
Yes, but that's what I want.
But then that gross income is not valid for the PGT scenario.
So it is because, so basically our gross income is always going to be net of contributions to pensions.
Even in PGT?
Even in PGT. Because in,
Okay.
yeah, before when we were running it, we kind of decided that was the,
That's the solution.
yeah, basically if you don't want that, then you'd have to run everything twice for,
Right.
you know, and so.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. So now we have our gross income. I think we're right at the coffee break time, and that's the end of direct transfers. I have a short thing on direct taxes as well, but I think we can leave it until the next session so that we keep on time with our coffee breaks. And so in the next session we'll have Matt start with subsidies and indirect taxes. Then we'll come back and quickly finish the direct taxes here before moving on to indirect subsidies and taxes in Stata, which is that part's pretty straightforward once you've seen the more complicated part that Matt presents. Yeah. Any overall questions before you get coffee, or you can come up to me also during the coffee break and ask anything. Yeah, the contributions thing is at the end. We decided that it was just no, otherwise you'd have to rerun the whole thing.
That's good.
Right. Eventually, it doesn't.
Where did you go?
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, so
that
You should have gone.
gross income will actually be.
But it's good.
yeah, already minus
I
contributions.
yeah.
So I think the other thing, mostly now we're kind of focusing just on disclose, comparing disclosure.
Yeah, I don't
Gross or net
actually
number,
ever.
whatever. So, yeah, that was the other. Yeah, that's the other
And you've got
reason.
the elephants, giraffes.
It's kind of
randomizing one goes
That's
out to
great.
say
Yeah.
value. How do we know how is data treated? Is it actually true randomization? Or is it just by some default, I don't know, mechanism back that we don't know? Because you want to avoid that, right?
You're right. So what we did, when we did sort, it actually does. So when you do sort, it first sorts on whatever variables you give it, and then it actually within ties does randomize. So it is randomized.
Oh, it is randomized. Okay.
But actually, that's a good point. We should probably include, because it's randomized, actually, whenever I do a sort in practice, I always also include, there's an option called stable. And what stable does is basically set the seed for that randomization. Otherwise, you could
Get different results. Right. So we should set a seed at the beginning, kind of.
So you don't actually have to set the seed. You can. There's set seed. And then the other thing you want to do is at the end of sort. But I think actually, regardless of whether you set the seed, if you just put this option stable at the end of sort, then it'll always. If you put stable, it won't randomize. Down the column. Leave the order. It'll break ties by leaving the exclamation.
Which we don't want.
Yeah, that's probably true. So maybe we want to set seed at the beginning.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, good question.
Yes, 10% of total rights fuel sector. Then wasn't 65, but government parties.
Yeah, well, so these two apply to the column.
No.
Yeah, you can do your own independent.
Column row entries. This
Because your parents will always
where
okay.
the
Where it
remaining
doesn't add up.
got like a
exactly exactly the remaining 65% of price value added would be
threat rather than
the remainder after you add 0.25 and 0.21. So in other words, across the rows are the destinations. So this
there's a reason.
the first two bullets are inputs. The last two bullets are talking about destinations or outputs.
Oh, so that's why she needs 74.99.
Yeah, exactly. So
I'm
so
here very short. Well, actually, I'm here till Thursday at like 5.
I'll tell you what, we're going to go around. That's why I didn't. Sorry, I need to change those parts.
Yeah, so it's also confusing because she's saying the
There's not. This is
Let me ask you on who.
This is just a.
Now I learned.
Right. Good.
Yeah, I don't do too much with.
No, if you have the rest.
Yes, I learned.
Then
I did 3 of the labs.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Exactly. So if you're talking about who uses rice, then after the rice is rice long enough,
Yeah, it's perfect.
a certain amount left over for consumption, investment, export.
Okay, so she did have the right.
Yeah.
That one I was.
Yeah.
So I can fix
Been on
that.
my mind.
The second one
Now I
is.
have a little bit of a push.
This is the one that I couldn't understand.
Yeah, right?
You've got
Actually,
double exempt.
It's like, what's stopping?
Then you go to apply
It was done correctly.
on right. It's exempt from excise and from VAT.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's VAT exempt, you apply the state excise and service. You've got all of the input
They line up
go
because
on.
Yeah, that's
because
the
when
and
Then
that will
I
depend every time
output
on good days.
excise.
why did the two numbers?
There's no easy
It's
on
international.
everything else.
It's representative of the regional.
Right.
If it's excise is exempt, pays VAT on top of the tax.
There's only one secret, so I'm gonna get some.
When it did add up, that actually confirms how it was.
These ones are not. These are not ITC. These are not tax.
Right.
So the VAT. This is the hidden tax. So the VAT goes. So it's excise. Double exemption stock, you don't have any more, but you only exempt from one, you buy the other.
Yes.
You might get three.
Clear division.
The
bucks.
No, but I'm not. We have a clear division in the relationship. If I do that,
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Are you? Who does Asia?
round last week.
Me? I can do Asia, yeah. That's the question.
So I was just telling Chad because they're about to inquire
Like given away in the so we gave away a lot of stuff.
education is
People that needed it.
on social and health. And then I was just telling him that guys has a chance to get Philippines survey.
We had people coming.
This is a perfect setup because the household survey itself has a complete module of direct transfers. So, for example, CEQ. So identifying households getting all of these transfers.
But did you?
Yeah.
And then the household survey also has income and expenditure modules with all detailed variables with the unique estimates.
Really high.
Purchase, I was trying to
Yeah, it was crazy.
link up with the source directly.
Yeah.
There happened to be in.
Okay.
So I'm trying to set up a meeting.
Sure. So I will be
Basically,
at approximately 3 or 3:30 p.m.
their comms
tomorrow.
person is supposed to be dealing with everything.
And tonight, let's see, we have some after these sessions, we have then our own
In the
team
end,
meeting and then sort of
during
a
the
team dinner. So nice kind of out. Potentially
Dancing and everything, and during the farewell dinner, I was
I'll check
press
tomorrow
release
morning.
Okay.
in and out like.
I was just talking about the program. I mean, sorry, the task
I got through. DG was very, very sweet. She sat me down.
usually Thursday morning, but
Okay. Otherwise, so I'm leaving on Wednesday.
Sat me down.
Micah, who just stepped out, worked with me on all of the.
They were very nice. In fact, I
But he's still here for definitely through Thursday. I think until Monday actually.
I have an MLCS
So
t-shirt.
she yeah, exactly.
An MLCS t-shirt with your name on
I'm
it.
not leaving the state. I'm going back to the so I could join the whatever the web.
They cried more, and I cried.
I think
Set it up,
even if I'm not
crying.
giving out either, still it's still a good opportunity
It's very sweet.
to lay out a
I think it's also hard because
yeah.
that would be great because we're both concerned that
Creating
we're very
variable from those.
so we're
Work.
I'd love to take credit for myself, but
and then we
this
have
is the first lot.
nationals able to
Yeah, and because you very monthly over there. Yeah, I guess.
So I'm glad we're talking about the MLCS today. I've been doing a lot. So I've been going through all of the.
Take all the variables.
Well, that's Sean's. I don't think he minds. And I was on here.
It doesn't actually matter.
No, you just have to switch the.
Create a second variable that's orthogonal to the
Let's wait.
Yeah.
But when I sat down,
Yeah, no. So the MOU between the bank.
the whole point of using it. These guys were just really eager. My sense is they were really that's right. What I'm interested in the data is
Yeah.
So when you look at the
Whenever there's a complete or relatively complete data.
Yeah, we were also trying an exchange with the
17, 21, 28. So what they're doing is they're asking how much they eat per day.
But the values themselves, they don't really mean anything.
Which is fine.
That's
Pretty much
for
Yeah.
But then the point is that the highest, so like whatever variables you put into it,
And we did a questionnaire where we asked, is it possible that you double count it?
predicted
And
variable
both of them provided you with yes. But then when we interviewed them, they
highest
said no.
for that variable, it means they
So
were highest.
my guess is it's probably that they were double counting.
Yeah.
Right.
So here we're trying to find
And in
where, like,
Recline,
the
what I
most
see is that they have multiple things.
the highest proportion of
So,
dependence and the highest
Percent of their
proportion of
either tomorrow or Thursday.
And then what is your
in our state. So basically, they seem to be doing this thing.
Oh, well,
You eat it every
the
day.
PR for education has been done here.
that out.
We're talking about it too.
If you pick the highest value of that, you basically
Next
the
year.
intuition.
Yeah, that's definitely.
I understand what they did because actually it's a valid interview technique.
Yeah.
It's really valid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Super excited actually.
Yeah, they've got a lot. You know, we noticed that things like chicken eggs and stuff, and basically they're doing the pattern service. So with chicken eggs, they seem to be asking how much.
Then you're saying that if I sorted by one and then the other, you're picking electric graphic, right? You're picking first the poorest on one all the way down.
The thing about all of this is you realize all these issues with therapy.
So here's making kind of an indifference curve.
What do you mean? Yeah.
So if you lose in one of them, you pretty much know.
Mine has actually come back in. Let me introduce
Which is determined by the because otherwise, if you want a difference curve,
Philippines, and they
make that a difference curve.
And that is a difference curve, or like that's the way of
enthusiasm
variable and also the relation between
It's hard.
per manager or per
still have to know how.
So there's like a paper by Lane Pritchett that goes into, because they're used a lot for like, so he basically says,
you're still here on Thursday.
component analysis.
So then at the very
A lot of these surveys have like about 10 assets. You own a motor store, you own a refrigerator, do you own a bunch of dummy variables.
Very well.
You do a principal component of that, that's like a really good predictor of
Satellite.
and then once they start again.
so that's good for government. So this whole proxy means test literature. How are you?
How are you doing?
Yeah, no, actually.
Last time was not on the
You know, in details about
That's right.
That's
nice. Yeah.
for example, the condition of cash credit.
You got the hard education.
When
Yeah, particularly because
No, I'll sit in
in
the back.
many countries where we talk about indirect taxes, they're never actually applied. And I know that's probably the case.
It's hard because the bigger you make it, then you start running out of them.
Well, but what you do is you don't use use this. Yeah, so, well, but you know what your
I'm just trying to.
Did you just flew in?
Yes. So you can say from our household survey, we know that 5 million spent on cigarettes.
No, not from the survey. You say like, I know that I collected X million VAT from.
Also, that was common in.
You got, hey,
how are you?
good. How are you?
Exactly. That's right. And so then you're saying what?
Yeah, did you take your email address?
I read a couple.
It could work for a household, but less likely to pay.
Because they're different. Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
It was all in the context.
where
I was about to say, bring all this up. Because it's useful for
not here.
No, but it's exactly right. If you have the location before, so for example, and I think
No, I think Sean's doing everything. Ask people to sit in on one of the investigation. You just rehash stuff. I have it.
I mean, you can probably see the statement.
We use coffee. Coffee could have so many people go out and ask him.
Tax collection information that it makes probably do a figure of this. It's more rural, that's less rural. Figure out valuable state. Figure out.
no, and I think that's right. The problem is you're starting to assume
You can say you can, if you have some national data or investigation, you can then do analysis where you can where the use
it's
not enough complexity.
No, that's right.
People have some on their hands to spare, they can do that.
Well, the problem with some of these things is we know that closer to what and because we don't see that in most times.
Yeah, but then
If we then want to go but I then assume the distribution. Okay, so you say, okay, no,
That's fine. Me too, actually. It's an interesting question.
No, I mean, it might be a good assumption that that's because of course you're de facto making an assumption that everyone pays that rate. And so it might be that it's when you start to how much is that?
Well, that's yours.
But it's so tobacco.
Which is actually scary.
sitting in these chairs.
Like just like in
Indonesia.
It's the second highest consumer food after rice.
And then it's included in food, right?
Yeah, well, it's included in the food poverty line.
Yeah.
So that's
But we're also like, so I
We had a lot of stuff like that.
Today we're meeting
we're writing the lines as we
I
go.
believe
And it's hard to argue with that.
we agreed
If a guy drinks himself,
Zoning out.
Wednesday.
But they all have it. They all have it.
what they choose to spend. I mean, it's after it's away all this money on alcohol. Don't
if that's the point. Basically, I mean, and it is true in every community that someone is basically.
yeah, but that's a consumer choice.
It's a consumer choice, but do you
And a
consider
public health problem.
But do you consider them to be poor or living standards? Makes sense. He's basically rotting in the corner with a big bottle of whiskey. He's chosen to make that choice. But it's I can understand
But I don't think monetarily. I think he has some non-dimensional, some multi-dimensional poverty.
But you want to pick him up and show us just the quiet.
No, but what
Yeah, but not they're stopping you.
I don't know, because when you think about
So any
one of
UDC
his capture welfare.
So yeah, probably do better. I have
It
Wednesday
is a
live.
paternalistic argument to say this is not because it is welfare.
But the new point or you can afford who are below the food poverty line above it. They're saying, I might still be getting my food to subsist in a sense, but I need to have some credit for my telephone because being connected And that's good. And that's what you're saying. There's a lot of things that I got, maybe it's having a TV as well. And that's not necessarily a sin.
Boycotting the issue
as well. And so,
But the thing is,
you don't have to.
No, they're not. But what I'm saying is, if I've got enough money to afford 21
Yeah.
If I
phone credits and TV, then I'm going to start to
It looks like the only way to do
So we'll walk over.
No, but what if I...
So you think about it as a normal deduction, so it doesn't completely count. No, yeah. Well, it's in the consumption agreement, but not in the property. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, especially here is a good example.
Fair enough. Sorry. So and you said you probably globally, right? Yeah. Are you working?
And at a moderate level, it's jury's out.
Do you want to edit in your
Yeah, I'll just do it on my lunch.
Okay, I just need to.
We're saying really
Your way of thinking.
How is what?
Right. Nice. And basically the best say, where do you come from before you went to see the point?
It's not.
We don't in Russia to recreate Spanish. Alcohol. Yeah, 99% of the time. Oh, you went to Johnson?
Yeah.
the two screens here?
Sorry?
The two screens.
No, that just... Sure, I can get it on this screen if it's signal, but on this one I don't know how to get it on this one. Okay, everyone, if you take seats, we'll start again.
1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah. Qui va pas dans le programme. What is in this book? I don't understand.
We're gonna get that one. It looked.
Okay, guys. Let's get started. This session is on indirect taxes and indirect subsidies, and Sean will take you through the data on it, but not the data on the hard bits. So it's going to be pretty basic data. So, but what I will do is talk through how the hard bits work. I'm going to go through an example of indirect taxes, but it's exactly the same for indirect subsidies. If you think of subsidy as just being a negative tax, so the mechanics of how you do this will be exactly the same. So this is we were asked for examples of tricky cases or cases where you had to do something outside the normal, so you could sort of see an example of the practical issues that come up and some of the decisions you have to make and how you solve it. This is work that was done by Amila Chatterjee out in the Delhi office, who couldn't make it here, along with Federico Gilsander, who is now in the Jakarta office, and the ubiquitous Jon Yelema. And so I'm gonna sort of talk you through it, but probably be deferring to Jon on certain questions. So indirect taxes and indirect subsidies is probably the most complicated part, I would say, of the CEQ. I mean, the pensions is sort of complicated in the sense of, do we treat it this way or do we treat it that way, and it makes a big difference. But how you operationalize it is not so tricky. As you're about to see, in terms of indirect taxes and indirect subsidies, it gets more complicated because there are both direct and indirect effects, and that's what we're going to look at. And so it's a complicated area, but having selected India, we've chosen, I think, probably the most complicated case you could imagine for reasons of India, which we will see. So what have we got here? So this is a GST reform that came in mid-2017. Prior to this, India had a very fragmented and very complicated system. So each state had its own taxes set at different levels on different items. Some things were exempt, some things were not. The rates were different, and then there were federal taxes in addition. So you'll see they brought in mid 2017. They brought in a GST, a goods and service tax, and this was sort of meant to be a single nationwide tax, replacing all of these sort of complicated state-based regimes. And so the reason for the analysis was, the efficiency gains of GSTs, of these indirect GSTs or VATs are pretty well established. But the question was, what was going to be the distributional impact of the proposed changes? Was this going to hurt the poor or help the poor? And so the point of the analysis was start off with a baseline of the pre-GST regime. What was the relative burden of the earlier regime on the different parts of the distribution, and then compare it to the proposed GST. And in fact, the analysis was done ahead of the GST coming in, and then after the GST came in, it went through a series of iterations, and then a second set of analysis was done to see actually what had happened. So almost all, but not all, of the pre-existing taxes, which vary by state, have been subsumed under the GST. Some things remain on the outside. So you'll see they had excise duties, state value-added taxes, additional excise duties, entertainment taxes, service taxes, additional customs, purchase taxes, special additional duty of customs, luxury taxes, taxes on lottery, betting and gambling, surcharges. Those are all now being replaced under this GST. A few things sat outside, and in particular, the taxes on petroleum, on fuel products, are not part of the GST. And as you'll see, that actually has pretty important implications for the distributional impacts of this entire indirect tax regime on the poor. And so what we're looking to do here is to say we don't observe what the pre-tax expenditures of households are on goods. We just see through the consumption survey how much did they spend on each of these different goods and services. And so the idea under the CEQ is to decompose that after-tax expenditure into how much of that is actually tax and how much of that is the pre-tax cost of production. And so therefore that tax burden divided by the pre-tax amount gives you what the effective tax rate that the household is paying in terms of these indirect taxes. And then we want to see how does that effective tax rate vary across the distribution. Do poor pay a higher effective tax rate on their consumption than the rich or not? And so we're going to do that both under the pre-GST regime and the post-GST regime. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of the high-level results, but just really it's more for discussion of the technical things. So and this will get posted, I guess, to the shared folder. In the annex, I've got the full set of results. So if you're actually interested in seeing how does all of this work, it's in the annex. And Amila presented this in January this year earlier. So I'm not going to get into that many of the results. It's more going to be talk about some of the technical decisions that you have to make and how this sort of works in practice when you're going to construct these results. It will get slightly complicated, so do jump in with questions as we go. If we don't get questions, my assumption is going to be you're just too scared to ask, not that everyone has fully understood this.
Sorry, can I ask one question?
Yes.
One of the big reforms that was one of the reasons why India moved to the GST was that to prevent the cascading of taxes.
Yeah. Yep. So we're going to look at exactly the cascading. Yeah.
Right.
And you'll see that they prevented some of the cascading and not all of the cascading, and that's what we'll look at. So what are some of the practical challenges to doing this, to working out what is the amount of consumption that is going to tax? So to begin with, the household survey data that we're using for consumption is the 2011-2012 survey. So to begin with, you've got a problem because that was the most recent survey, but if things have changed and consumption patterns have changed, you're not necessarily looking at what the impact of the GST would be on current consumption patterns. And this matters in particular if you've had previous indirect tax changes in between 2011 and 2017, consumers are going to respond to those different tax prices and their consumption patterns will already be different. But there's not much you can do. You have to use your latest survey, of course. One decision you'll have to make there is, do I use the survey unadjusted, or do I try and assume there's some sort of elasticities on those different prices and actually change the patterns in my survey data to sort of now cast it to the 2017 situation? And that's a decision you need to make. Here we're just using the 2011 survey data unadjusted. So it covers 346 items. So one of the problems off the bat is they're groups, right? You don't have all the items. You usually have categories of items. And so one of the categories is chocolate and biscuits. The problem is chocolates and biscuits have different tax rates under the old regime. So right away, there's nothing you can do about that. You can't split that up. It doesn't have quality distinctions, so branded versus unbranded goods, which could be drawing different tax rates. And we don't know where it's been purchased. And so this is an issue where if you're part of the informal economy and maybe you're buying it at a shop, at an informal shop, they may not be collecting the GST and passing it on, so you may not be paying, or they may be collecting the GST and not passing it on, but they may not be collecting the GST, and therefore you'll be paying a lower, you won't be paying the tax on it. And it could well be that it's poorer households who tend to buy stuff more from informal venues, and so by assuming that the same effective tax rate on any one particular good, we may be actually overestimating the tax burden on the poor relative to the rich. And there's a decision that you can make in that case, which is in some surveys, and this is very rare, but it's the Thai one, right, Rena? Yeah, in the Thai survey, it actually asked, where did you buy it? And so based on the location where you bought it, you could then assume that the people who bought it in smaller and informal locations didn't pay tax on it, but people who bought it in larger, more formal, established places did pay tax on it. In most surveys, you're not actually going to have that information. You can then decide, do I want to stay with my assumption that everyone's paying it equally, or do I want to bring in other information to try and proxy for this fact that not everyone will be doing it? You might assume that everyone who buys it in rural areas doesn't pay the tax, that informal, smaller, non-GST registered or tax registered locations in rural areas are not charging it. So to a certain extent, you've got to make a decision on that, but know that the assumption that you make there, if you can't directly see whether people are paying it or not, you're assuming part of your distributional results. And so not making that assumption, you're starting off with the assumption that everyone pays it if you don't make any adjustment. So it's not that you can get away from having to make a choice, but the choices you make are going to directly lead to some of your results. So if it's a key assumption, you might make it 2 or 3 different ways and see how sensitive your results are to that, and try and decide. If it doesn't matter too much, then it's not a big deal. If it does matter, you've got to decide which is your best guess, or when you're conveying it to policymakers, say, look, it matters how you think about this, and we don't necessarily know which is the right answer. The practical downside of that is running lots of sensitivities through the CEQ machinery can take quite a bit of time. So you need to decide what are the key assumptions that I want to test, and have 2 or 3 of them, and not have 20 of them.
When you're also looking at place of purchase, if you do have that would make sense for, say, the direct effect, effect of the tax. But if you're thinking about indirect effects, which you're going to talk about, you'd still want to think. for example, fuel taxes are still probably going to increase the price of the good, even if you're buying it in a place that's not charging you the direct.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. So we'll get to what the direct and indirects are, but even when a poor household buys a good from an informal establishment and doesn't pay the final tax on it, the making of that good had taxes built into it, and so to a certain extent they are paying a proportion tax. So the second challenge in India was getting statutory tax rates at the state level. If you're talking about federal ones, they tend to be pretty easy to get the information on. But in this case, the team spent several months going around the 18 largest states and compiling them and validating and you saw how many different taxes there are. This was data collection is usually the longest stage of CEQ in general, but in this case, it was quite a burden. And so they got around about 65% of total indirect taxes. They got that at the state level, remembering it's different in every state. Now, the main challenge for modelling is exactly what Rena said. It's the cascading of non-refundable input tax credits, or ITCs, which are being called hidden taxes. And it was this effect of the hidden tax, particularly on the poor, that the analysis wanted to have a look at. So an input tax credit is if I'm making a product and I buy an input, I buy some fuel and I'm making something and using the fuel for production, I can claim a credit on the tax which I'm using as an input. But not all input tax credits were available in the old regime, but not for all taxes. So central sales tax, luxury taxes, for example, were not credits. And if the good you're making was exempt from final taxes, you couldn't then claim ITCs where they were available. And here's the example. If cotton shirts are exempt from a state VAT, so when you go to sell your shirt, VAT is not charged on it, then you can't claim input tax credits on the inputs that you use to make the cotton shirt. But if VAT was charged on that, then you could. So you can see from a modelling perspective how this is going to get complicated quite quickly, because you've got a large range of goods. There are taxes on all the inputs onto those goods. There are taxes on the selling of those goods. Some of them are exempt, some of them are not. Some of those credits you can claim, some of them are not. And they're all different across 18 different states. And then there are federal taxes. So the main thing that is being done in this analysis is to look at the cascading of these input taxes using input-output tables. It'll become slightly clearer, maybe, as we go through. But that's the basic idea, is we want to know how much poor households are paying in consumption taxes, and recognizing that there's taxes on the goods as they buy them, but part of the price of what they're paying could be taxes on the inputs as you go through. And so that's sort of a hidden tax. You see the 10% GST say that you're paying on a good, but you don't see the taxes that went into the production of the good and have been passed on to the consumer. So what is an input-output matrix? Every economy has, people have constructed an input-output table. So you divide an economy into sectors, and every sector is an output. The output is the production of that sector, and every sector is an input. And then that is, every sector can be an input into, one of the inputs into the production of the output of another sector. And so you have a matrix with the same sectors in columns and in rows. And so here's a very fake input-output matrix where the only two sectors are rice and fuel. And so in the column for rice, that's the rice output. And then the row for rice as an input, and the row for fuel is fuel as an input. So if you look at the rice column, of rice's value added production, 25% of it comes as an input from the rice sector itself, and 10% comes as an input from the fuel sector, right? So to make rice, you need fuel and you need rice. And so these are what are called the technology coefficients. And then similarly for fuel, 65% of the value added fuel is an input coming from the fuel sector itself, And then it takes a very little, 0.1% of rice goes into making the fuel. And then as you read along the columns, what's not there, so rice as an input, there's 25% into rice itself and 1% into fuel. The remainder, 74.9%, goes into government, private consumption, or is retained as earnings and investments. So it's a very, very simple matrix here. But the basic idea is making rice takes 25% of rice and 10% of fuel, right? And so then think about what happens, and this is, as I said, it's the same with a subsidy or with a tax. Let's say we want to think about fuel excise at the moment is 10%. So what impact does that have on rice prices? Because we're trying to think when a consumer buys rice, part of that price is going to be the tax on the fuel that's being used as an input. So if you just did a naive estimate, you would say, well, the excise is 10%, and the share of fuel and rice output is 10% from the IO matrix, so therefore 1%, the impact of the excise on final rice prices is 1%. The problem is rice itself is an input into fuel. So rice is now 1% higher because of the excise on fuel, but now a higher price of rice feeds into the price of fuel, which feeds back into the price of rice, and so you go around in this loop, right? And then if you think about actually a real economy that's got many, many different sectors, you've got this table where you've got all of these inputs feeding in different weights into making all of these outputs. So now what you're trying to do is take all of those different excises at the state and federal level, we're looking at different across the 18 different states, and feed them into this real economy IO matrix of all of the sectors. And so you see this gets complicated quite quickly. So nonetheless, you can solve it. It just takes sort of brute computing power, really. So what we do in CEQ, for whether it be a tax or a subsidy, is to solve this IO system of equations to get the equilibrium prices after a shock. So effectively, if we take off that 10% fuel excise, if we use the shock as being taken off 10%, what would happen? That's the answer to what is the effect of the current 10% excise of fuel on overall prices, right? And so here, if you solve for not just the direct effect, but then this iterative effect, then you're going to get 1.3% instead of 1%. So that's a third higher than if you just did this naive estimate. So what you're effectively getting here are both direct and indirect, and this is what Sean brought up earlier. If I put a 10% tax on fuel, when I go to the petrol station and fill up my car, I'm being directly taxed 10%. But when I buy some goods from the supermarket, they had to get transported to the supermarket. That took fuel. Fuel's being taxed. So the cost of the tax on the fuel to transport the goods to the supermarket is an indirect tax that I'm still paying in the final prices. And so that's why even if you do know location or you do make some assumptions about, say, rural areas not charging sales tax, there'll still be an indirect tax component when you buy it in the rural area because it had to get driven to that rural area, and that driving that took fuel, and there's tax on the fuel. So you do need to look at both the direct and indirect effects. So that's basically how the IO matrix works and how we take an excise or an indirect tax to the IO matrix, both on the outputs, which we see the consumers consume directly, but as an input into those outputs that we see the consumers consume directly. And this is the bit that is a bit complicated in data that you won't be seeing, right?
It matters the order in which the inputs come into the production of a good, right?
Yeah, it should, because potentially it can cascade depending on if you can claim them or not. How do they actually sort that out?
Yeah, so in India, for example, where we're dealing with multiple taxes and multiple different tax or revenue authorities, the order in which the taxes are applied or at which stage of production they're applied matters very much. So, for example, the ones for which nobody can ever claim input credits, we assumed in India, and I think it is the case in India, that they are in an operational sense kind of the first tax applied, so that every other tax is then on top of these the fuel and electricity excises, as well as the transport. Those are basically unavoidable taxes, and the decision by the team was, or the assumption of the team was that VAT at the state level and excise at the national level are applied on top of those fuel, electricity, and transport excise.
So you'll see the sequence in the next slide of how those are put in.
And lots of times we're estimating the indirect impacts, for instance, of only the VAT, and there is no other tax, so the order in which we do things doesn't much matter. But in the India case, it very much matters.
Exactly.
So one thing to note then under the Indian setup is it's only a sector which is tax exempt on the final product that you need to worry about these input price changes, right? Because the sectors which do have the standard rates on the final product can claim those input taxes as credits. So this is only this analysis is only applying to those exempt sectors.
Unless you've got production across the state border, which has become really complicated to do that.
Yeah.
I wanted to write my PhD on taxes in India, but I gave up because it was too hard.
Yeah.
It's additionally complicated in India because of terminology. So we're talking about both an excise and a VAT. But in fact, the excise in India functioned as a VAT. In other words, some, but not all, of input tax credits, input excise taxes paid were creditable back to the producer. But not those paid on, for instance, the final stage of production or the final stage of production which took the good or service, the good in most cases, from, for example, the factory gates to the distributor's store or place of purchase. So that stage of production was not credit. The excises paid on that stage were not creditable, even though all the others were. And so each of these little idiosyncrasies has to be built into the model, and so that's why the India case is
Don't worry, you're never going to face anything that's difficult. But the underlying concepts are the case, right? You are going to have some exempt sectors, and you're going to have some non-exempt sectors, and that's going to affect both your inputs and your outputs. And similarly, you will see this with subsidies. Like a fuel subsidy means you can fill up your car more cheaply, but it means your food is cheaper in theory, right? And so you would trace it again through an IO table. So this is the main modelling steps, and this sort of answers Rena's question of what sequence were things done in. So what we'll do here is build up conceptually from the bottom up the order in which taxes have been applied in the model. And then you estimate them by unwinding from the end back to the start to find out what the pre-tax cost was and the amount of tax, and therefore what the effective tax rate is. So first step is to determine what is the commodity tax status under the different indirect taxes of a good. Is it exempt or is it standard? And I should actually say one thing to be aware of is there's a difference between something that is exempt from an indirect tax and something that's zero rated, right? If you're exempt, no tax is charged on your final output, but you can't claim input tax credits because you're exempt. If you're zero rated, a 0% tax is placed on your final output, but you can claim the tax credits. So that's just something to be aware of as you know, different regimes, of course, are different, but exempt and zero rated are not necessarily the same thing. So you decide, are we exempt or standard? So to the unobserved, this is just the process of by which taxes get added, and we work it out by going back the other way. So to what we don't see, but to the pre-tax base price, we directly add on non-creditable taxes. So this is on fuel and electricity inputs, and we're assuming these are just passed on to the consumer. None of those taxes can't be claimed as credits by any sector, and so they just go straight on to the base price, and it's assumed that's fully passed on to the consumer. It does get a little bit more complicated if you're talking about goods that can be imported and that might be competing at a certain level, whether or not the domestic economy will be passing these on or not, but let's not add that level of complexity. And then you directly add service taxes on transportation, and this is the ones that Jon mentioned, because these happen outside the factory gate and therefore are not eligible for credit. So anything which can't be claimed as an ITC, that gets added onto the cost of production. For standard items, so these are items which are taxable at the final stage, you apply the state excise or service rate on top of these taxes that have gone into these non-creditable taxes that have gone in the first stage, and then you apply VAT on top of that. So some state taxes are creditable but not fully, and because VAT is applied at the end, it's then being a tax on everything that's gone in as a cost of production before, including these other taxes that couldn't be claimed as credit. So this is this idea of the cascading or hidden taxes. So you've got tax on fuel and tax on electricity. When I go to make my good, I use this much amount of fuel. That's a cost of my production. Part of that cost of production was a tax on the fuel. Because I can't claim it as a credit, let's say that was 10% of what I bought of fuel was a tax. When I go and apply the VAT to my final good, that VAT is being applied partly to that earlier tax. So this tax is cascading up. It starts as 10% as an input, but it might be something more like 11% by the time I buy it as a final product, because the VAT has been applied not to the cost of the fuel itself, but to the tax on the fuel. And so this was the issue of the cascading taxes that, partly GST is meant to address. For the exempt items, it's not more complicated, but there's a few more decisions to make. So you can be exempt from excises, state excises, and exempt from VAT. You can be exempt from the VAT but not the excise, or exempt from the excise and not the VAT. So if you're exempt from both, then we stop, right? You've paid, it already includes the hidden taxes on fuel and electricity and service taxes, but then you're done. If you're VAT exempt, then you apply the state excises on top of the taxes that you've applied in the first stage. And moreover, wouldn't be claiming the input tax credits that were creditable in earlier stages. If you're excise exempt, you're then applying VAT on top of the taxes that we did in the first stage. So again, the VAT is capturing these embedded or hidden taxes from the earlier stage. So then repeat for every state, or for the 18 states, I guess, that were in the analysis. So what does that mean in practice? That was the sequence by which we applied these different sets of taxes. So how do you operationalize this? The team assigned the statutory tax rates, service and excise and VAT, to every NSS, which is the household survey, to every commodity in there. Then you can map each of the final household consumption commodities to a production sector in the input-output table. Then you assign the statutory rates to each of those input-output sectors, which you've been mapping to. So some IO sectors don't have any household consumption goods in them. These are industrial inputs, right? So households don't consume tractors. And so, maybe some do, but largely you're not consuming these industrial inputs. So for those ones, you've already got the statutory rate for that sector from the central and state taxes. So you can just assign them directly. It gets slightly more complicated when you look at the IO sectors that do have household commodities associated with them. So if all of the commodities from the household survey that are mapped to a particular sector, if they're all exempt, then that IO sector has a 0% indirect tax. If all of those things are non-exempt, then you can use the average of the rates of those commodities that are mapped, and that's the sector's tax rate. Now, that's a decision you're making. Like I asked Jan, what did they do? What if you've got 3 items and one's at 10% and one's at 8% and one's at 0%? And in the Indian case, they took a simple average. But if you have information to say that, in this particular sector, you would weight one of these commodities as representing more important than the other, you could do not just a simple average. Now, for the complicated one is for sectors which had both exempt and non-exempt commodities mapped to them, then that sector was actually split into 2 different sectors. So instead of being 1 column and 1 row, there's 2 columns and 2 rows now in the IO matrix, one of which represents the exempt commodities, and one of which represents the non-exempt, and then those non-exempt ones take the average of the tax rate on those commodities from the consumption survey that have been mapped to the sector. Again, the team here split that sector in terms of the output and input equally into the exempt and non-exempt, but you could arguably make those sectors non-equal in size if you wanted to. Now, making all of those decisions as to what maps, what the rates are, and so forth was a process with a lot of consultation and judgment with Indian authorities to get this full mapping going on. So even once you've gone through the time of collecting all of the taxes, you then really want to consult with experts to work out exactly what this mapping of those rates onto the IO table should be. Now, Jon, one thing I was talking to Rena about, here you've mapped the statutory rates on, right? Mm-hmm. But you can also look to map the effective tax rates on, in the sense that we know that statutory tax rates are not collected for indirect goods necessarily everywhere. And so you can look at the amount of tax, the indirect tax that's actually collected relative to what should have been collected to get an effective rate.
Yeah. There was not enough information available at the state level to do that for every single state. Right. So in the end, we decided that in order to be able to finish with this project at some point or another, that we would have to use the statutory rates until that additional information at the state level became available. Yeah. But in general, for CEQ assessments and in general for fiscal incidence work, we try to use the effective rate rather than the statutory rate, because there's often quite a big difference, and that effective rate takes into account of avoidance as well as sort of weak tax administration, or fewer taxes, or a lower rate of, for instance, effective taxation in particular sectors. Sometimes particular sectors aren't as visible to the revenue authority for one reason or another.
So in practice, for a lot of your countries where you aren't worrying about the state thing, but you've got a set of federal indirect taxes, you won't apply. If you've got information on how much indirect tax is actually collected, you can work out what the effective tax rate is, or how much is effectively being collected, and then sort of some decisions on where that's not being collected and where it's collected, might need to be made. So I'm going to show you a couple of the results just to sort of see what the point of thinking about this cascading taxes was. But conceptually and sort of in a practical sense, not in a status sense, but to the point of what is the process you actually go through to do that, this is what you do for a tax or for a subsidy. And so, questions?
You only care about the embedded effects for those that were exempt.
We care about all of the effects. But one of the things we want to look at is what's the effect of embedding these taxes, right? If all of them were tax creditable, so under the GST, not all of them do, and most notably fuel doesn't, and fuel's an input to a lot of things. But under a pure GST, none of those input taxes cascade. They're not hidden because the producers claim them back as a credit. So we care in terms of CEQ, we care about the fiscal incidence of all of the taxes, the end taxes and the input taxes and so forth. In the Indian example, the GST is meant to greatly simplify but also get rid of some of these hidden taxes. And so when we do the baseline, part of what we want to know is not just the total indirect tax burden on different parts of the distribution, but how much of that is coming from these hidden taxes. So it's not the only thing you're looking at in CEQ, but in the Indian case, we were quite interested in that. Okay, so through the magic of Stata, this is coming out with your effective tax rate. So by effective tax rate, we've worked out of that final consumption that a household makes in the survey, how much of that was going to taxes, directly or indirectly, and how much was the cost of production, including profit. And then we divide that by your market income to get what the the effective tax rate will be dividing by disposable income.
Can't remember what we were using. Yeah, we didn't have market income, so it was just consumption expenditure from.
Yep. So I mean, you can do it over market income to say, you know, what percent of market income is going towards indirect taxes. But if you want to think about the effective tax rate, it's the tax rate on your disposable income. And so you see here, the blue is the direct taxes. And it's actually a progressive system. And it was a progressive system in terms of the direct statutory tax rates. There are exemptions on, you know, some goods that are consumed more by the poor. And so you'll see, you know, there's a direct effective tax rate of about 5% for the poorest decile, and that rate increases to, what is that, just above 8% for the richest decile. So you've got this upward sloping curve on the effective tax rates. So the direct effects were actually progressive. But then if you add on the indirect effects, these hidden taxes, you'll see that it's actually greater for the poorest decile than it is for the richest decile. So while it's slightly going up, it's now, broadly speaking, a neutral indirect tax regime, even though the direct tax rates are progressive. And so on the right-hand side, we've decomposed what are those indirect taxes, what's driving these hidden taxes. And so you'll see half of it, or more than half of it, across the consumption distribution is this non-creditable fuel tax. Then there's maybe about 5% due to electricity, and the rest is lots of other different things. So the fuel tax is more burdensome on the poor than it is for the rich, and it's like half of these indirect taxes. So this is before the GST comes into play. After the GST, and there were 2 GSTs, and there's a bunch of different things, and they're in the results in the annex, but I won't get into the details. But after the GST, you'll see that, sorry, this is meant to be, GST1 is equivalent to pre-GST, if you like. So you'll see that GST2, there's an increase in the share of survey items that are zero-rated. There's an increase in the ones, sorry, some went from the 12% rating to the 5% rating, clothing, tea, meals purchased, which represent a larger proportion of the basket of the poor. And some things went from 28% down to 18%, toiletries, durables, household items, again, larger share of the consumption basket for the poor. And so after some of these changes in the statutory tax rates, on the right-hand side, you're seeing what is the change in indirect tax burden. And so it's down for everyone, right? This change in the GST regime reduced the indirect tax burden for all households, but you can see it reduced it more for the poorest households, and it reduces to a lesser extent as you go up the consumption distribution until you hit the richest decile, which did benefit significantly more than most households from it. But the poorest households benefited the most. So you had this tax reform that was actually progressive in the sense that it benefited the poor the most. However, if you look here again at the direct and indirect taxes, the indirect taxes are still greatest, the share of which indirect taxes are these hidden taxes of all indirect taxes, the labeling gets confusing, is still greatest for the poor, and the fuel tax now represents 70% for the poor, but across the distribution of these hidden taxes that all households are paying. So that's sort of the situation now. And that's what, that process that I described came out and showed the results. It shows you what was happening before, shows you what was happening afterwards. You can see that the reforms were progressive, but these hidden taxes, particularly the fuel tax, remains quite large for poor households. So what you can do is you can also, you can just present these results directly, of course, to counterparts, but you can also do some policy simulations. You can also sort of say, well, what if we did this or what if we did that? So I'm going to show you 2 potential simulations and then talk through the nitty-gritty of what that means to actually, practically how do you implement those. So the first is, and this doesn't relate to, so I'm going to show you 2. One is on that fuel tax. Right, so that's very directly relevant to what we just saw. The other is not based on the existing tax regimes, but to say you've gone to a GST, but you haven't gone to the simplest, purest form of GST that a lot of economists would argue that you should. So you can simulate and say, what if you had just a single GST rate that's applied, it's a flat rate, it's applied to all goods and all services. So it's simpler to administer, obviously. There's just one number and there's no exemptions. There's fewer distortions in the market because final prices aren't different because of different tax rates. And this is often called the New Zealand model. Who were the first to actually do it after economists have been suggesting it for years. This was in the mid-'80s. I think at the time it was 12.5%. It's now up to 15%. Came into much angst and hand waving and was very, very controversial and is now part of life, and you'll see it around the world. So that is applied to everything with a very small number of exemptions. So you can simulate this, right? You can say, let's go from that really complicated pattern of different state levels of taxes and so forth, and just say, what if we put a flat rate on everything? But we'll use we'll set that at a level where we raise some additional revenue from where we are now, and we use that as a targeted cash transfer to the poor to offset this increase in the price. So you've got a simpler, more efficient tax system, and that's a benefit for the economy. You're revenue neutral because you've set the tax rate in a way that you can, but you've used some of that additional revenue to compensate the poor, so they're no worse off. So in a certain sense, you're achieving certain policy objectives while protecting the poor. Of course, everyone else pays a bit more. But how much will it cost to do that? How much additional tax do you need to raise to go and give a bunch of money to the bottom half of the distribution to look after them? It turns out the cost doesn't need to be that high, and the reason is exemptions and low rates for the poor actually matter a lot. And so if you look at the CEQ results, if you go and look at the indirect tax burden across a range of different countries, you basically see two flavors. You see flavors where it's broadly flat, neutral, and you see flavors where it's very, very regressive, right? Where as a percent of your market income, the poor are paying a lot more than the rich are. And that largely has to do with the pattern of exemptions or non-exemptions that you see in a tax regime. If you exempt a lot of goods that are consumed by the poor, then that is going to benefit them. But you're going to raise less tax. So, and the reason why it becomes regressive if you don't have them is because the poor save less, right? They consume most of their income. Then their taxes as a percent of the market income end up being more than for rich households because they're not spending all their income and therefore they're not being taxed on what they're not spending. So the exemptions and the low rates to the poor matter a lot to them relative to their income. But the amount of tax that you're foregoing to rich households who consume a lot more of these items is actually quite a bit more than what the poor are actually paying in. So while it matters a lot to the poor, you're foregoing a lot of tax revenue to richer households in order to deliver this benefit for the poor. So the question is that necessarily the most effective way to be helping out the poor? And so if you close those exemptions, you're going to raise more revenue, and you can use some of that, and the amount you need to compensate the poor is not necessarily that much because they don't consume that much because they're poor. So how do you model this? And the India team did do this prior to the GST coming in, and the particular scenario they did is so the question is, you apply a single rate. What is the rate that gives you the same revenue as what you collect now, plus the additional amount required to make a transfer to the bottom 40%, exactly equal to allow them to consume exactly what they consume at the moment under the current tax regime? And what they found is if you set a flat tax rate of 13.4%, you would be revenue neutral over the pre-GST regime with enough additional money to fund transfers to the poorest 40%. So that's the simulation that the team did. I haven't run it, but I'm going to tell you how you could expand that simulation to make it a little bit more, to take into account practical considerations of actually implementing that. So the first thing is and I checked this with you on, that you guys didn't include targeting, right? You just, as a thought exercise, said, I'll give to the bottom 40% money. The problem in developing countries is you don't know who the bottom 40% are, and this is the problem of targeting, right? So, and this is what we looked at in the practical example of not knowing how the VFSG was doing, but sort of vaguely the criteria, so you can look to replicate it. So it does matter in the country you're looking at, how would this money be targeted to the poor? Is there an existing targeting system? If there's not an existing targeting system, what might be done? And there's lots of different ways you could do this. You could say it'll go just to the poorest regions, right? You could geographically target. You should say every household who lives in these 3 locations gets a benefit. It could be categorically targeted. This happens a lot. You could say all female-headed households, or every pensioner, or everyone over 65, or all households with children. Now, that's not necessarily a very good way to poverty target, because rich households have children and old people as well. But that's a way in which some of these things are targeted in some countries. And so you can model that in your scenario. What we do in a lot of countries is use what's called proxy means testing. And so PMT is a very common way of targeting now around the world, where you collect the information. It's sort of a more complicated version of what was being done in the Stater example, but you look at, does the house have electricity, access to decent water and sanitation, what are the walls made out of, what are the roof made out of, what are their assets of the household, just the different characteristics. You then regress consumption in your survey on those characteristics. You go out into the field and you don't ask about consumption, you ask about these different assets, and then you predict what their consumption is, and everyone below a certain level, that's who becomes a beneficiary. And so that's a targeting system that exists in many countries, or is put in place in many countries when there is a subsidy or a tax reform. It's the case of Indonesia, case of Jordan currently. And so you can model this directly in your household survey data. You run a PMT in your household survey data just as would be done in real life, and then you predict that PMT. So what that means is the problem is PMT has error. So your predicted consumption for any particular household might be too high or too low. And so when I give out benefits to the bottom 40%, where it's the bottom 40% not according to their actual consumption but their predicted consumption, then I'm simulating the real world, because that bottom 40% won't be the same. There's an overlap, a good overlap with the true bottom 40%, but it means I give some benefits to non-poor and some of the non-poor miss out. So now if you're getting into the real world and you're trying to keep everyone the same, you may need to expand your coverage or increase your benefits to account for some of these targeting errors and try and keep your poverty rate the same. And actually, and this will be the discussion that happens, I think, this afternoon, you'll still get fiscal impoverishment and gains in that your poverty rate may stay the same, but some of those people who are below are getting lifted up by these larger benefits, and the people who are missing out and sitting above the line are going to drop below. But you can equalize the poverty rate even if the identities of the people change. So that's one thing you should always think about. How am I going to target the poor? The second thing was in the initial exercise, they did a transfer equal to the consumption gap. Or effectively, for each household, how were they going to be affected by this new tax? And that's different for every household because of their consumption patterns. And then they gave that exact money to them. So everyone is literally being kept the same. In practice, you aren't going to do that for every household. So you should model what are you going to do? Are you going to give a flat benefit to all households? Is it going to be like a CCT based on the demographic characteristics or so forth? However you plan to compensate them. And if it's per household or per person, often you'll see in fuel subsidy reform cases, sometimes it's per household, sometimes it's per adult in the household, sometimes it's per person. And that makes big differences as well, right? If it's per household, larger households are getting less per capita coming in. And so you can do exactly the same analysis that was actually done, but because there are going to be targeting errors in here, and because you need to give in practical terms, you're going to give out a flat benefit or just a small number of packages, you may need to have a higher rate than the 13.4% to ensure poverty stays the same. So that's one modelling scenario, and some of the practical considerations you make as you do it. The other scenario that they did was to say, well, we've just seen that petroleum taxes, which were 50% of hidden taxes, are now 70% of hidden taxes and are still disproportionately borne by the poor. What if we brought petroleum taxes into the GST? In other words, what if they became you could get tax credits on them, and so therefore they're not getting passed on to the consumer? The problem with this is there's two objectives to having taxes on petrols. One is to raise revenue, but the other is to correct for externalities of pollution, climate change, and so forth. And so if you get rid of these taxes, from a revenue perspective, yeah, you should just incorporate these directly into the GST. It's revenue neutral because you're getting higher taxation by the consumer at the end. So you're getting the same amount. But if the producers can now get full credit for the fuel input, they've got no reason to change to a cleaner form of technology, of fuel, right? And so what's been done internationally is to suggest you can split that tax on petroleum. There can be a part that is an input tax credit that comes under the GST at the standard rate, so you sort of preserve the simplicity, but you can have a carbon tax which goes onto it, which is not an input tax credit. And you do that at a rate that's, actuarially the cost of carbon. And so now, how do you model this? So now what you're doing is you're setting your taxes in a way that you're collecting the right amount of revenue, but you're creating an incentive to switch to cleaner technologies as those prices come down by taxing the polluting energy. And so how do you model that? Well, you then just split your fuel excise into two different taxes, right? You have a GST rate, which is at the standard rate and is an input tax credit, and then you have a carbon tax, which goes on the bottom in the same way as the fuel excise is currently going on. You don't claim it as an input tax credit. So that's how the team modeled that. And last slide, this is what the result ended up being. If they set the carbon tax credit, the non-refundable, and that will remain a hidden tax, at 70%, with the remaining 30% coming off the fuel excise and getting incorporated into the GST, you get this result below. It wasn't actually perfectly revenue neutral. You would need slightly higher GST rates to achieve that, but you can see that the reduction in the effective tax rate benefits the poorer deciles more than it benefits the richer deciles. And so this will be a way in which if you set a slightly higher rate, this will be a way in which you could say revenue neutral, but reduce the tax burden that is going on, shift some of the tax burden that's going to poorer households to richer households. So that is it for the complicated India tax case. That you won't have to do all of that, but the idea is to give you sort of a flavour of conceptually how these taxes flowing through to the consumer, in terms of final and hidden taxes, and then in a practical sense how you're going to implement this in a CEQ environment. So, any questions on that before you see what to do with the end result in Stata, not the actual part in Stata? And sorry, for the subsidies, is exactly the same way. Like, what if you were to remove a fuel subsidy, which is often something that we simulate, whether it be in CEQ or just in our general work? You would say, okay, if I get rid of the, if I take fuel to market price, then that's going to increase fuel and the direct cost. There will be a higher direct cost to the consumer. It'll also have all these indirect effects because everything else will be more expensive, and we calculate that in the same way. And we then say, but what if you had a targeted cash transfer that takes some of the money that you were wasting on subsidies, you put some of it and you target it with targeting errors and set benefit levels, and you can actually do it in a way that poverty will fall and inequality will fall. You'll still be spending less on the subsidy, and the rich will be not the ones who are gaining as much from that subsidy. Nope. Okay. Sure.
As Sean gets set up too, I'd just like to reiterate that even though the India system is very complicated, in fact, perhaps the ne plus ultra of complicated indirect taxes, nonetheless, this model that was put in place was eventually solvable empirically with really only the consumption expenditure records from the NSS and an input-output matrix, which in some country years is not available. but the model was sufficiently complex enough or sufficiently reflected reality as from the perspective of the finance ministry and the revenue authority in India, that they essentially adopted this model, the bank-produced model, for their own kind of revenue and social impact projections, which is not something that the team or Miller and company expected from at the outset. They wanted a seat at the table, but they didn't expect that their own modeling would be adopted by the revenue authority and the finance ministry. But in fact, it was. I think it was the president's, the prime minister's economic advisors was the team that adopted it in the end. So, though it was complicated, actually the data needs were not so much greater than a regular fiscal incidence assessment, and in fact, it was sophisticated enough that it actually was adopted in an important sense by people very close to policy setting, to rate setting. So that's.
And there's a sense in which this is the end goal of a lot of the CEQ work, is not to be backward looking on how, did we get it right or not, in a sense, right? It's about saying, once you've developed these tools, you can work with counterparts to say, all right, well, if I'm thinking about a major reform, under different scenarios, what are going to be the poverty and inequality impacts? And therefore, there'll be trade-offs. And you're not always making the decision solely based on that, but at least they're informed as to who's going to bear the burden of a particular reform. And if you've got these tools and they're already set up, then you're quickly able to talk and guide them through this.
Can I ask why you didn't use the below poverty line card, a way of of distributing a transfer? Because that would feed directly into the existing dialogue on how you'd reach the poor in the event of cash transfer.
The below poverty line what?
Card. So that's the card that is the gateway to all.
You mean as a targeting mechanism, simulation? Yeah.
I'm not sure whether we had that info. So we had literally only the consumption expenditure records from the NSF. We didn't have anything else. I mean, we weren't using anything else. It's possible that information was available, linked to the consumption expenditure, the household IDs and the consumption expenditure records, but I don't know. I assume they would have used it if it was.
But there's a good point on when you're doing these simulations for targeting. Often, if there is an existing targeting system, like there's already some sort of a scholarship or some sort of a cash transfer, the household surveys will pick up, does this household get that? And you can then, in your simulation, say, if they get that, then they will also get the compensating transfer.
Okay, if there aren't any other questions, we'll go back to this data work. So first we have to wrap up what we were doing in the other session to get to disposable income. We did the direct transfers, and now we still have direct taxes, and then once we do that, we can also bring in the indirect taxes and subsidies, where we're going to assume we kind of have a data set that already is the result of this whole process that Matt just described, and then we're going to bring that into our main data set to assign indirect taxes and subsidies. So for the direct taxes, we're going to follow what Jan described in his earlier presentation of what they did in Zambia. And so we're going to assume that in the survey itself, you don't know how much people are paying in taxes. What they knew was from administrative accounts, what's the total direct taxes paid, and then they had what's the total proportion of those direct taxes paid by each decile. And so they're going to use that kind of distributive information then going into the survey and assign it. But the first step is we know that we don't want to just use kind of, for example, deciles of households in the survey, because that's not the deciles that we have information for from administrative accounts. The deciles we have information for from administrative accounts are deciles among taxpayers. And so we first have to identify likely taxpayers, and then once we've done that, we can distribute these taxes. So if we look in our data set, So if we look in our data set, we have a few variables that are going to help us identify formal or likely taxpayers. One is formal, which is just going to be a dummy variable for whether they're formal or not. And we also have that variable about whether they worked, which we can use as well. And remember, we also have these variables about whether they were contributing to Social Security. So what they ended up using was defining likely taxpayers. And so we're going to say someone's a likely taxpayer. Either they're a likely taxpayer if they worked, and then also on top of working, they were either formal, where we have this dummy variable for formal, or they contributed to Social Security. So we kind of have these two possibilities for formal sector definitions. So we're going to just generate a variable for likely payer. So let's just call it likely payer. And again, we're going to be using these conditions to define a dummy variable. So we're going to say it's either that they worked, and remember we had that variable called worked from earlier, or they had to work and either be formal, so that's going to be formal equals 1, or they contributed to the system. Now in this case we didn't actually have a variable, a dummy variable of whether they contributed, we just have this variable of how much they contributed. So we can just say, since that's kind of going to be dollar values, we can just say that it's a positive amount, so they contributed to the Social Security system. And then we have to close our original parentheses here also at the end. So that'll be our likely taxpayer variable. And then within likely taxpayers, we're going to want to define these deciles. Now, here, just for simplicity, we're going to assume that kind of taxable income is wage income, because remember, we've created market income, but that includes many components. And here we're dealing with the individual income tax. For simplicity, we're going to assume it's that the only variable kind of being taxed through that tax is this inc wage variable that was the wage and salaries. So we need to create deciles for that variable among people who were likely payers. And then also, not just were they a likely payer, but there's also a minimum threshold to pay taxes. And so we're going to want to take people who were likely payers above the threshold and define deciles among them. So to define deciles, there's a few options again in Stata. What we recommend, are people connected to the internet so you can install things from SSC? Okay. Is anyone not? Because there's an alternative. Okay, so if you're connected to the internet, you can SSC install quantiles, which is what we recommend in CEQ for doing deciles, because there's actually a couple of problems with the way the kind of built-in command xtile works for creating deciles. So if you SSC install quantiles, then here you can do quantiles inc wage, which is our wage variable, and then we're going to want to use our weights because different households have different weights, so let's use the weight here as well. But then we're going to restrict it to these likely payers above the threshold. So we're going to say if, and then here I'll say they're a likely payer, or, and their wage is above the threshold, which we're going to assume is 10,000 here. And then you have to tell it, so this is going to create variables for each decile, but then you have to tell it what, how many groups to create, because there's nothing that told it yet it's deciles rather than percentiles, for example. So then you're going to want to add n10. That's going to tell it how many groups to create. And then you're also going to need to tell it what variable, what to call the new variable that's going to have the decile values. So here we can call it, let's just call it taxable inc decile. So now we've created this inc wage, and we can, for example, tab inc wage to make sure that it worked. Wait, not tab inc wage, tab the new variable, taxable income decile. So we should have these 10 groups. They should be fairly similar in sizes, but not exact, because remember we were using the weights, and I didn't use the weights here in the tab, but they should be more or less the same still. So you can see, for example, decile 1 has 74 people. That's 10% of the people with non-missing values for a decile. And then here we only have 700 observations, and that's because we had these conditions. So we're only assigning a value to the people who were likely taxpayers and were above the minimum threshold, which is not our whole data set. And so those who are not kind of in this group are going to have missing values for this new variable that we just created. And so now we can basically apply the proportions for each decile. So those are going to be a little tedious because we're basically taking them from another source, so I'm just going to type them into the do file directly. So first we need to know what's the total amount of personal income tax from administrative accounts. So I'm just going to create a local macro to store that value. So let's call it PITNA for national accounts. And then that is going to be a number that I'll round, but it's going to be 1,926,000,000. That's the number for total tax from national accounts. And then we have the proportions. So let's enter those. I'm just going to save them as, say, T1, T2, a different proportion for each decile, and these are all coming just straight from the national accounts or administrative accounts data. And so those are going to be the proportions that each decile pays. So I'm just going to round these also so they're easier to type in. So this 0.01, for example, tells me that the poorest decile of taxpayers paid 1% of the total taxes collected. And this is, again, information that we're getting from national accounts. T2 is going to be 2% of the total. T3 is going to be 3% of the total. T4 is 5% of the total. T5 will be 6% of the total. Sorry, it's a little tedious to type each of these, but we need them saved in our data set, or in our Stata code. T6 is going to be 8% of the total. So as you can gather, we're going to have a lot of it kind of paid by the highest taxpayers. Seventh decile is going to be paying 9% of the total. The eighth decile of taxpayers will pay 12% of the total. The ninth will pay 17% of the total. And then the 10th decile will pay 38% of the total. So now we have these saved, and what we can do is we can loop through each decile. We can first figure out what's the total that they're paying by multiplying the fraction of the total that they pay from administrative accounts times the total collected from admin accounts. But there's one more caveat, which is that these numbers come from, because they're coming from administrative accounts, they're going to tend to be larger than numbers in the survey. So we know, for example, disposable income in surveys is underreported relative to what you see in administrative accounts. Sometimes by, you only get half as large of disposable income in the survey as you do from administrative accounts, or even a third as large in some countries. So if we were to just take the total taxes paid from administrative accounts without any adjustment, we're going to have people paying large fractions of their income compared to what they're actually paying as a fraction of their income. So we're going to apply a scaling down factor. And here, just for simplicity, I'm going to assume we just know that factor. So how you get that factor would be you can just compare disposable income total from your survey to disposable income total in national accounts. I'm going to assume that it was half as large in the survey as national accounts, so we're just going to create another macro called inc ratio that will be equal to 0.5. And then to get these kind of total amounts, we'll just need to multiply for each decile how much the proportion they paid times the total according to national accounts times this scaling down ratio of 0.5 so that we get numbers that make sense compared to the survey. And so we'll just do that in a loop where we loop through each decile, which is this variable we just created up here with quantiles. And then, we'll loop through the deciles. Was everyone able to do quantiles and get their deciles in the data set? Because if not, we can do an alternative way. Yeah. Okay. So, all right, so let's loop through the deciles. So we're going to do a 4-val loop this time because we're just looping through the numbers 1 to 10. And so the syntax of that loop, I'll just call it I as the macro that we'll be looping over. So you can just say I equals 1 to 10. One of the ways to write the syntax for a 4-val loop. And then what we'll need to do is we'll need to figure out what's their total taxable income according to the survey. And then we're going to have to sum that up across the decile and then figure out how much they paid. So what we're going to do within each decile is say everyone paid basically the same fraction of their income within a decile, but that fraction of their income is going to vary by deciles. So here we're first going to calculate the total income, kind of taxable income or wage income, of people in that decile. So we're going to do summarize inc wage if taxable income decile is equal to, and then it'll be whatever number we're looping through, I. And then here again we want to do weights because we're comparing totals, so we have to apply the expansion factor. So I'll include the weight there. And then I'm going to want the sum of that final value. So let's make sure we can get the sum of that final value. So when you do summarize, you get kind of these results that get printed on the screen, the mean and things like that. But what if I want the total over everyone? I can also get that from summarize, but I have to get it from the results that summarize saves in the data within Stata, which you can access through return list. So anytime you run a command in Stata, if you do return list after, you'll see all the values that it saves after running the command. And here you can see that one of them is rsum. And because we included the weights, that's going to be the kind of sum of all income applying the expansion factor. And that's going to be saved in rsum. So we can call it just by using rsum after summarize. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save that. I'm going to use that to calculate kind of the rate that's paid within each decile. So to do that, I'm going to need to take the total they paid according to national accounts, the total that this decile paid according to national accounts once we've scaled it down, divide that by the total income that they have according to the survey in this decile. That's going to give me the rate that each decile pays. So let's create that local first just to make things legible. So let's call it rate I, so it'll be rate for that decile. And then we can set that equal to the, up here we have the proportion of the total they paid, so that's going to be saved as T. So for example, T1 the first time through. But we need this to say T1 the first time through, T2 the second time through, etc. So just like you can put the local macro within your loop, you can put a local macro inside another local macro. So here we're going to say Ti. So the syntax is a little complicated, but you're just basically replacing the 1 with an I. So you just have to keep kind of the tick marks straight when you do this. So the first time through, that'll say T1. The second time it'll say T2. So we can put Ti here. So that's going to be, say, 1% for the first decile. And then, but now we still have to multiply that to get the total that they paid within that decile. We have to multiply it by the total taxes paid, because remember Ti is the fraction paid by that decile. And we have to multiply it by this scaling down factor. So once we've done that, this whole kind of set here is going to give us the total taxes paid by that decile. So then if we divide that by the total wages of that decile, which we just got out of summarize, and it got saved in rsum, this is going to give us the total rate, the basically proportion of taxes, proportion of income that people in this decile are paying in taxes. And again, we're going to assume that within a decile that's constant. So then to get the amount that people in that decile are paying, we have to create a variable that says, let's call it tax wage. And tax wage is going to be equal to that rate. And so again, we can use this syntax where it's going to be, so for example, the first time through it would be called rate 1 within the tick marks because it's a local macro, but then that 1, we want that to change every time we roll through the loop, so we have to replace it with an I, again within tick marks. And I'm doing that in 2 steps just because it helps to think through, make sure you get the tick marks in the right places when you have macros within macros. And so then that'll give us the rate, and so then we can multiply that by the individual's inc wage in the survey. And then we only want to do that for people who are in this taxable income decile. So let's add an if condition. If taxable income decile equals I. And of course, we only want to do it for those likely taxpayers above the threshold as well. But that's actually already going to be captured by this if condition because remember when we created that variable, it's going to be missing still for people who are not likely taxpayers. And now here I replaced a variable that I hadn't created yet. So let's create it at the beginning before the loop so that every time through the loop it can replace it for the right people. So let's just gen tax wage equals 0 at the top, and so then it'll start out as 0, and then each time through for the people in the appropriate decile, it'll replace it by the amount that they're paying in taxes, in direct taxes. Okay. And then, once we do that, we should, of course, summarize the new variable to make sure it makes sense. And we can also display the total, because we should use that as a check against what we know the total to be, with taking into account the scaling down factor to make sure that we did things correctly. So I'm going to run this chunk. Of code here, starting at the locals. Now, one thing about locals, if you're running chunks of code, you have to make sure that you kind of include in the chunk of code that you run the locals that are being called within the chunk. So I started my highlighting here. And then you see that, well, first of all, okay, we summarize tax wage, and you get a mean of a very, let's see. You get a mean of about 300, and remember that's including all these zeros of people who weren't paying taxes. In the data set, we could also summarize tax wage among people paying. And then we can also look at the sum, which if you were to expand out here, we can actually go ahead and do that. So instead of just display our sum in this scientific notation, let me go ahead and do it in a better notation. So there's a syntax for that in Stata where you use the percent sign. And then you can tell it basically how many digits you want before the decimal place and how many digits you want after the decimal place. So let's just do 16, and we don't care about decimals, so I'll say 16.0. And then you have to put an F on the end for reasons that we won't go into. And so now we can look at the total. And you can see, okay, the total is about 972 million. Does that make sense? Yes, because here we had, sorry, it's 972 million. That makes sense because here we had 1.9 billion, but remember then that was multiplied by the scaling down ratio, which is 0.5. So we're getting the exact total amount that we should be getting of taxes paid. So that's kind of a good check to build into your code. Any questions about how we did this kind of loop and assigned taxes to each decile? And the nice thing about how we set this up also is because we started with gen tax wage equals 0, this variable is already going to be 0 for everyone who wasn't paying taxes. So now, or who we assume is not paying taxes. Now we have to do the same thing with this tax wage variable that we do with all the other variables to get the value within the household and the household per capita value. And since we already wrote a nice function for that, we'll just apply our function HH per capita to this tax wage variable. Let's also label it before so that our function can automatically generate the labels for the new variables also. So let's say label tax wage direct. Let's be more specific. Personal income tax. Yes. Label var tax wage. And so now, if you do describe again, you can see, okay, we created this tax wage variable, personal income tax, and then our function HH per capita created these new variables, tax wage HH, and it created the label for us, personal income tax at the household level, and then tax wage PC with personal income tax, and that's the household per capita value. So now that we have that, we're ready to create both our net market income and our disposable income variables. So now we just have to do kind of the same thing we've done at every point once we're ready to calculate these income concept variables. So let's just generate and again with double precision, so gen double YNHH, so that's going to be our market income variable. And if you remember back to the flow chart, that's just going to be market income plus pensions minus direct taxes. And here we're only considering this personal income tax, even though, as Jan mentioned in his presentation, there's often property taxes and other direct taxes as well. All right, so YPHH is our market income plus pensions variable. And then we're going to subtract off this tax wage at the household level. And then we can gen our household per capita value as the household one divided by the number of members of the household, which we have as H size. And then again, let's go ahead and label those. So I'll label var YNHH, net market income at the household level, and YNPC, net market income per capita. And now we're also ready to go ahead and create disposable income by either subtracting direct taxes from gross income or adding direct transfers to net market income. Either is going to give us the same answer, and actually I suggest when I've done these analyses for countries also building into the code a check, kind of generating it both ways with two different variable names and building in a check that you indeed get the same result. But here we're just going to create it one of the two ways by adding let's subtract direct taxes off of disposable income. So let's create YDHH equals, we're going to start with gross income and then subtract off this tax wage HH variable. And then we can do the same thing that we did before to create the per capita and to label the variables. So then we have the household disposable income at the household level and disposable income at the per capita level. And then finally, in case I want to go to a different open a new do file in the future and pick up where I left off or something like that, let me go ahead and save. Now that we've gone all the way to disposable income, I'm going to go ahead and save a data set. Now I never want to save over the original kind of raw data that I pulled in, so let's just give it a new name, and I'll save it as survey YD to indicate that it goes up to disposable income. And then I need to put kind of my same prefix of folders. So again, this is going to vary depending on whether you created a global macro for your folder or whether you just use change directory. In my case, I created this global macro, and then I have this proc subfolder for where the processed data files are. So I'm going to save within that folder again. And then finally, I'm going to want to add, even though this file doesn't exist yet, I'm going to want to add replace at the end, because if I run my entire do file a second time, then I'm going to get an error if that file already exists. So replace will tell it to overwrite it. So if there are no questions, I think now is our time to break for lunch, and then after we can do, so we're slightly behind on bringing in the indirect taxes and subsidies, but we built in plenty of buffer time at the end of the day.
So it's worth pointing out at this stage that if you're starting off with a consumption survey, you're actually going backwards from the code that we have here. So you're going to start with YDHH and YDPC, and then you're going to be adding the taxes back on and subtracting the transfers back on off to get up to your market income. So you're just same thing, but just in a reverse order from this point. And then after this point, it codes in the same way.
Yeah, exactly. So you would set your disposable income equal to your consumption aggregate, and then basically reverse these signs since you're going the opposite direction. So subtract off direct transfers, that gets you to net market income. Add in direct taxes, that gets you to market income pensions. Always kind of with income in quotation marks because it's based on this disposable income equals income disposable income equals consumption assumption, but yeah, so then you work backwards and go up, and then you come back to your disposable income that you already have, and then do what we're going to do in the afternoon and work down. And a lot of CEQ analyses have used consumption in various countries, so there's lots of people you can talk to if you get confused, and we try to explain it well in the handbook as well. Any questions? All right, I think it's 1:45 that we come back, right?
Yeah, 1:45 back from lunch. Again, I haven't checked, but there should be...
I think there's lunch outside.
There's lunch outside for those who
It was
want.
coming a little bit late, but maybe it's already there.
Yeah, we'll check. But if you... there's no lunch session, so if you want to go wander and enjoy DC's fine cuisine, especially around this area, do feel free. Also, anyone who hasn't signed in for today, if you the sign-up sheet's here, if you could just...
That's a good question that I should tell everyone the answer to, but I'm using the household weights because I have the individual level.
Francis?
And actually, when we get to the use data package, it has kind of...
Don't look at the iteration.
You always use the household weights, but if you have a... you would always give it the household weights, but if you want the household level, it also has a variable. That's a good. Remind me, or ask it again.
Yeah, I was like, you're not met anyway.
Are you? Act surprised.
Are you able to speak?
I'm sleeping now. I'm just waiting. I'm getting out of the
Senza permettere di riuscire le comandi
Well, no, we're trying to get in touch with a stable set of individuals who can help us.
So when you run it in a chunk, because it calls these rules, you have to either call them
They're also some people.
So I expect it to
that's just for this.
I feel like we need to sit down and talk.
So what was
Not only no, but he says they also consider
but that's not in there.
and it's an area that they work more on than we do. So I don't want to be stepping on toes.
Have an overall effective rate.
That's I don't want to stop I was not able to draw.
Right. So we don't have a way to say. We don't have this. There's never. Well, usually up in the survey say is the effective rate standard for what is the difference between
We want to system
right now I'm just thinking the weight. Right? All we do
and I feel like we have to complete
one effective
whatever
rate.
and that means that you need to talk to them.
One effective rate. If you want to, some of these will become what we do is, for instance, include all purchases in rural areas as right now I'm just thinking that, and therefore exclude include the value that those purchases from.
But you're looking at a
like even in response to their requests.
Standard rate. Sorry, effective rate for standard purchase.
But no, so
But I mean, we don't see.
Somehow we're getting three numbers still.
Yeah.
So we can see when you are doing it for it has now
One bank basically nobody will
Oh, I see. You're doing
so far. What I'm doing right now is I'm doing tax given the value of
I don't think
survey, we will net out.
Probably they already interacted with them.
So I think so. We have the equation, the weighted average. You're taking the marginal contribution of this tax to FI.
And then
like this is
higher
standard. Then one of them is always going to be zero. So if you're talking about a tax, and you're calculating the marginal contribution of this tax to.
But then you're not taking that and applying usage. Before we were trying to work.
And what about the argument? My argument was until I
I don't want to.
My argument always was
Have weighted average. If we're looking at a combined system, I think
maybe
the FI component, total FI.
There you go. Exactly. It should do that. Right now, my codes are at
you're going to pay
I don't have for their Rodriguez. Not mine.
So the grocery store doesn't have they don't presumably the merchant.
Yeah, I produce FI, but not the effectiveness. Unless you wrap the effectiveness indicator.
Which then saves me. Because then I can just go and use the effective rate.
Yeah, but the instructions also going to have
that applies to
part of the
everybody.
instructions are really
This
doing
thing,
it.
get all this. Some of it's captured by
And I mean, I do know that.
from the small merchants way back tax, but that's
I now know what makes sense.
so I don't. The thing Gabriela pointed out, and it's true, it actually happens. She pointed out, she
Because I want to, when it's, of course, when
maybe if you go and buy, they always ask if you want a receipt or not. And if you want a receipt, and then there really is a that actually.
I said, oh, come on. You can always sneak in they'll always ask you for the money.
Yeah, we rented the car. I was morally conflicted because I knew exactly what was going on.
Yeah, no, we did. But I was. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough to make walls.
In Germany?
Yeah,
No, that's right. That's right.
So they charge you.
double check. Good.
So do we? Yeah, it's all.
I'm learning something already.
So that was the first time it ever happened.
Yeah, those were what we talked about.
Because that part I know that you said I know that part, so I know whether effectively.
Yeah, so I talked to Jan about that one.
Indicated for VAT rates of
Pero tú dices, mujer,
and that may be
the other public.
yeah. I have no idea, for example, when they assign like sector and whether they're moving, I don't know. Tax but also, was it specifically that they were saying? Because sometimes, like when IFPRI constructs these, it just puts all the no, and then there would be way over.
There was a separate customs. I think there was a VAT.
Well, it's not. I mean, I don't know if the ratio of VAT to value added in the sector is more than the statutory rate. Then they screwed something up.
I'm basically subject.
They've either misclassified some production or they misclassified some VAT. Some VAT.
So in some
Let's grab lunch and go down to my office.
Right, and then you don't know where it's supposed to go.
I was about to go down because we're working on the tobacco paper in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
All right.
We just got some results. Talk about that. I think
probably it would help it here.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem
I guess. Yeah.
I'm gonna run to that.
Sure.
Doesn't it track on a long-term trend? It could be like slight irregularity.
Okay.
Several factors. And only being, what you call it, reflected a little bit with the model. Is that what happens with the interest rate? The exchange rate. Oil price. That's true. If you look at the function, it's also affected by price. And ATC is affected by interest rate, right? But what's changed the I?
Okay.
There's a policy change on that short-term period, right? Delta I.
Yeah, sure. So let's do this. So when you went for that meeting, and then Drew presented, and you made these points, right? Like at the meeting. So how did they? Like,
did you all sign your name?
How did the meeting go after that?
Okay. Because if you don't sign, then you don't get credit for the course.
Okay.
Okay.
And then will be another sign-up sheet for the afternoon sessions.
Yesterday I didn't sign in the morning. I didn't realize.
You were here though, right? Okay. I'll send a message to the course administrators.
The passive is unclear, right?
Just make an.
This variable is variable and this variable.
When you sign your name, just show me.
Like GDP something.
Okay. Let me just put a sign over here.
Yes.
This one.
I signed in the afternoon, but I didn't realize that during the morning.
Oh, if you did in the afternoon, it's okay because yesterday you only had one.
Okay.
We need to sign today. Yes. Okay. And this is for the morning session, and then we have.
So yesterday
I was only
there
one.
was only one. Okay, yes, because you said the morning, I didn't sign during the morning.
Today is going to be two.
For the whole day?
No.
No, for the morning. For the morning.
Because some people they leave after the morning session, or some people, so that's why we are.
But I think a lot of people didn't sign. Maybe.
Ay, ahora sí, we're going to get one. If you don't mind, I mean, there is a pen over there. Now, we have also a sign-up sheet for the afternoon session, so this is only.
Okay. Very rigorous.
We're keeping an eye on you. And can you sign over? This is for the afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not
at all. I'm going to not bring it.
You can, because I've been tasked with the minutes.
Do you mind if I chat?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Let's see. Anyway, yeah. So let's have a plan, like a plan in terms of okay, this is what we want to convey, and then we discuss that market, and then we'll probably have to go back to this.
Are we on Sam? Sorry, I'm just turning down.
So can you maybe put together like a short presentation about it, like a few slides?
No, that's what I want to use.
Slides.
How should we? What should we answer? What
No,
kind of-
if you talk salary without any sure rating, it's gonna be quiet.
Right.
He'll just be listening to you.
Well,
okay.
yeah.
Now how do we?
Yeah, well, actually, I satisfied. I need to
That's the right approach. Okay. Okay. No, it's not like a finalized line. Sorry.
What did we say? We said we're meeting about something tomorrow at 11.
Just for
Matt? Is that right?
Yes. Was it 11 or before? At the first coffee break.
Oh, this is right there.
Okay. Pop income.
This is the channel.
This is talking about the message.
Exactly. Yeah, like the stuff reading on the book.
Right.
The room. They can put it.
We should go. I'm not sure that we'll be allowed in on these passes in other
Yeah, I think it's better to.
So we should go.
You're not bringing your computer?
Nope.
I need mine.
Mine's gone.
So anyway,
Yeah.
So
You and I were both
I mean, we
asked
have
to
to
take notes, but I think
we
that one of us should be.
I'm gonna tell him
and then we can compare
because
them.
I wrote notes for the
What
floor
about-
bank thing and I haven't finished
do you
them.
have every-
He was giving me urgent tasks and I can't finish.
oh no.
It's part of my job. Coordination.
We still stuck with this command.
It's like it runs and then it says it is not and so too many variables and I have to
It's
expand.
funny. Is this the agricultural census data?
No, this is second.
Second,
Yeah.
second seems to be
I do it by
Probably
industry.
quite fast.
There are so many industries.
occupation.
So you cross tab.
Occupation is definitely.
It's in that. No, we actually limited it to 6.
Oh, it's like is it spectrum? Yeah.
Then we cross tab. Let me get it so that I can come and sit down here.
Yeah. That's it.
Hey, how are you? Hi, Mom.
Yo también debería hacer.
Probably the most analytical part of it. Probably the most analytical part of it.
Right, and then it takes another 5 years.
That is true. Yes, I think forever.
Más te casas son de esfuerzo.
I go back to school.
Yeah, or
They're not the only
That would come doing that
liver broth. Right. How long have you been living with you guys? 3 years? Right.
Yeah, I guess.
Sorprendida, de repente,
So who won Francis?
Good enough.
Belgium versus France.
So France is gonna win. I think.
Oh, that's your opinion, right?
Obviously, it is an opinion.
Is no one going to be paying attention at the 2 p.m.?
It's gonna be hard.
Oh, the game?
Yeah, France, Belgium.
Oh, wow.
At 2 p.m.
Right, yeah. That's a nice moment.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very difficult game.
Belgium plays, I mean, they're doing really well.
Yeah, this
Yes,
is like
teamwork.
the
Teamwork is stronger than this in the team.
Yeah.
they said the golden generation of the Belgian. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. If you have architecture and moderation.
Croatia also good.
Who's that?
Croatia.
Croatia is really, yeah, I'm talking about Croatia. That's Croatia.
It's like watching movies, just like the grind up trade. I think it feels like it's like 8 hours after
the games,
right?
I
agree.
I mean, I just after they are finished.
Oh, okay.
Because my team is not, I mean, my country does not finish.
Oh, yeah.
But if it's baseball, I'll watch.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Difference in
Like
interest.
the shitty airlines, so you have to
And
play.
I love soccer.
Sometimes I can't even sit straight.
I
It's like sit like
love
that.
soccer so much. So.
Do you play it?
I was like before I came to BBC, I was
Do you
working
also
in Timor. So my flight was
Yeah, like Indonesian, like we like soccer, and like the national sport is like
Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia,
badminton.
Kuala Lumpur to Singapore,
Badminton, yeah.
Amsterdam to Vienna.
Yeah, because like
That was the
Indonesia is quite
worst.
good at
It took me
badminton,
like
but sucks at
till the
soccer.
third year.
Yeah, same time.
After that, I was like, I'm never doing this again. And on my thinking to the Amsterdam flight, the shooting itself took like 14 hours to the Amsterdam.
Yeah, I think most South Asian countries like
If
the
the plane
British.
crashed right now, I'd be fine with that.
I saw some cricket games quite interesting, but never played. It's like tennis.
Yeah,
it's the pattern. Yeah, it's feather. Yeah. It's a hat with feather.
Never before landing, I'm saying, let us all pray together for a safe landing now.
No, it's not bumpy.
Never tried.
I don't know how to explain.
The one that has a net?
Yeah.
I used to play with that plastic when I was
Yeah. I think I played when I was a kid. Yeah, it's more like.
I see. Okay.
But not the professional way, but people play.
No, actually they play a form of baseball, but not cricket. Yeah. As a kid, I played baseball. Yeah, I played baseball. Like the Japanese introduced baseball to our country. Yeah. But using tennis ball. Baseball, soccer, and badminton. That's it.
I traveled down Asia quite a bit.
And now futsal, like futsal.
It's a kind of soccer, but just with
Like
fewer people.
Yeah, indoor soccer, everything. Smaller,
like 5 on 5.
Yeah, everything.
With pictures,
Similar
Kind of
Yeah,
similar.
similar rules.
Kind of similar.
Who do you want to win?
The what? France.
Actually, we want to say Ghana.
Ghana is, no, we couldn't qualify. I was supporting Senegal, but they disappointed. Then I supported Argentina. Yeah, America couldn't qualify.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Oh, yeah, we're about
It's very good soccer.
Yeah, but now they don't have.
This
We
year,
didn't classify.
yeah, like this year
year.
competition is so tough.
Yeah.
Like Italy and Holland.
Yeah,
didn't
they all
qualify.
dropped out. I mean, Germany dropped out.
Yeah, Germany dropped in the qualifying. Well, on the group stage.
Right.
Crazy.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, we were like the Brazilians and Argentinians.
Yeah, no.
Argentina,
That's one of the things.
it was sort of expected. Because they don't have a good team.
Yeah.
Like 2 hours.
Brazil, nobody expected that.
Yeah.
And then when
Usually there will be like Latin American countries that go to like quarterfinals,
Semifinals, yeah.
semi-final. But yeah, this year it's like all European countries.
I guess for you, it's not that big. Yeah, well,
Live 1 year in Indonesia.
Sweden.
Sorry?
I used to live in Indonesia.
Oh really?
1 year.
Yeah,
Where did you live?
Right, yeah.
In which area?
Close to the Sudirman.
Oh, Sudirman.
Jalan
Yeah,
Sudirman.
Sudirman, yeah. It's really far off. Live there or did you work?
No, I have to, yeah.
I live there.
Oh, live there.
So,
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
my girlfriend was.
I also heard the
But I remember I lived in front of a stadium. But I don't remember the name.
A stadium, yeah, the Bung Karno Stadium. The Bung Karno Stadium, yeah.
And from my floor, I always see people playing cricket. That's why I thought.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah, well, there must be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Most likely, yes, that's it, yeah.
I lived there 1 year. And I visited some.
Yeah.
But like a long time ago?
Right.
How old are you?
I lived there in between 2015
Probably.
Oh, it's not that.
Right. About to put my Christmas lights.
Yeah.
like 4 years ago.
4 years ago, just 4 years ago, yeah. Well, Jakarta is not so
But it's
for it,
crazy.
right?
It's really chaotic.
Yeah, really chaotic. That's what you said. But
There's so many people.
yeah, high inequality. People just want to
But
get.
people is really nice. I was really surprised about it. People is really nice.
Oh, yeah,
They are always smiling. They are really kind. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like that's trade-off. Southeast Asian. Yeah.
Trade-off is like
still
people or.
But people is nice.
Yeah, but that's what's the best part? The good part is exactly that. It's like the culture.
Yeah, the culture. Yeah.
The food was so good too.
No sé. Really good. What is it like people? Oh, really good. But living, let's say this.
Yeah, because you think that this chaotic city, maybe you can expect that people can be a kind of stressed.
But they are so calm. But I think like if you like when I was in the or if you are staying close to where you're working stuff like you don't experience traffic.
Yeah.
But if you have to
If you have to take the public transport, that's not. So, I took that one and it was like really crazy.
Which one did you take? The busway?
The busway.
The busway.
Because I want to experience the local life and but you know the taxis is really so you can go I remember the bluebird.
So that's only
yeah, it's really cheap.
because it produces.
Because the government
Yeah, I think the price of oil actually now already finally some of the I think the price of labor itself is really cheap. And there's no like there are not so many tax in Indonesia. Some people say like you actually live in a country free of tax. That's why there's no development. That's why you don't have any development. Yeah,
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, 10%. I'm so surprised. 10% of GDP. It's only total tax revenue. Total tax revenue is 10%.
Yeah, very small.
And when you add like other revenues like oil, like I think it's 14%. It's still low for a large country. Like 280 so many needs.
If you want to have a good infrastructure and such, from taxes.
But you think, well, there's so many things like a lot of exemptions.
We have lots of exemptions, especially for the prices. Because it's going to hurt. For the exemption, but the integration is also not good, especially from the rich. Especially from the rich.
So I don't know if Nora told you yet, but we're going to have you share how to use Oprah.
Like the government doesn't pay.
Yeah. Nora.
Okay, I will.
If she wants to be able to go edit the text if she wants to, or add comments, and so you can just show her how to. So I invited her. Well, she was going to have me teach her, but there wasn't time.
I'm not sure if I'm a good teacher.
No, as long as you know how to use it. That's all. Yeah. So I invited her to the same to be a user. So in her email, she should have the link. So if she searches her email for Overlay, open it up, and if you make an account, and then make sure she can sign in.
Pretty different from Word. You used to use Word. You have to shift to
Yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of so the idea is that it's better for collaboration because you can do the comments like you saw.
Oh, the comments stuff, yeah.
You can do because before otherwise it's very hard to do collaboration in LaTeX sometimes because you have to do
they can.
You know, the comment, especially if someone doesn't know. So I've had it with a co-author before where we put the comments as in the tech file as like current, like with the percent sign, so as a comment. But that's not still not as easy to use as this. Like you have the comments off to the side, just like in Word, and then you have the track changes. So it's especially useful for this, like working with someone who doesn't work with LaTeX.
I think the very first time you taught me last year.
Yeah, I never said before.
Yeah. So yeah, if you can show her kind of the comments, how to edit the text, because like just kind of this is show her here's this paragraph here in the text that you can see here. I think because it's already all written, she doesn't have to know kind of the intricacies of LaTeX. That's the nice thing, is if she just wants to edit some of the paragraph.
What they know from before, right?
Yeah,
and maybe the two other things.
But they will not bring that.
If you can mention the, I guess the two other points people get tripped up on. If you can mention like parentheses, will make it a comment, because maybe she types something with the parentheses or with the not parentheses, percent sign.
All of those.
Because then you know she types 10% and then everything after the percent sign.
Oh yeah, that
You have to use the backslash percent.
I know that.
So
also like sometimes it's
yeah,
too hard to definition always weakening, you know, the business is profitable. So money.
Yeah,
that's,
so I'll be on that job.
one of the problems.
It's only good for
Yeah.
external competition. Not for
But what year are you in? Third year.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially the incumbent. It's quite complicated. What you call it? I think he's a revolutionary man. He's a carpenter actually. Yeah, he's a carpenter.
Yeah.
He's a carpenter.
Right.
Very good.
Yeah, I don't. Did some people in that cohort take a 6th year?
Like, since a long time
That's actually very, so like at Berkeley, for example, I think they don't really tell you that. Like prefer if you leave in 5, but really round schools have much more common than take 6. Yeah.
Like 2.5 months.
The old Harvard review.
5 years, yeah.
Yeah, so people are, what you call it?
Do you know what your
price is so expensive.
how's it feel?
The real price, so the price is real price. Like the previous government doesn't care to slice oil subsidy, but this government they take and then
Child labor program.
to build
They want to cut tax.
Energy subsidies, we had a huge reform. Yeah, well, that's part of it.
very good reform. Yeah. Very progressive.
English.
Like
Yeah, that can be.
Just remember that government.
Getting the data that you need.
focus on the.
But if you do get it,
In Tokyo.
no.
But next, we have elections.
Yeah, we have election,
Running again.
He'll be running. But I think like one of the issue that they intensify is unpopular.
Yeah. What?
It's so crowded.
Having propaganda and
Right, definitely.
What kind of data were you looking for?
And also because like
I don't want to do that job though. Can you imagine for the guy like trashing people in? Having to make
The labor force survey existed.
They do it as a summer job, you know.
and also
Show up.
prices.
1 European
That's why
guy, you know.
probably. And then it's just about the company.
So you talked to
Yeah,
the
we should apply. You think they accept for it?
What is
have some friends doing research.
of the Ministry of Finance?
Nice.
Why is the
I
Ministry
feel that
That's true, yeah.
very slight
how to control
Yeah.
after Jokowi?
So I have a new job market paper relative to
Jokowi
what I use.
Yeah, it's very random.
one thing that we can show
For that one also, it's been like a year. Getting the data.
it's actually
Now, for this one, I've
Yeah.
had access to it.
it's actually
But yes. Yeah, I'm gonna apply
whether
it.
the government gives it to the
I want to keep
society
doing
for them to be able to consume more, for the government actually like give the society less money
What do you want to do?
They do the consumption itself of the government expenditure to do something
Let's go.
in a good word. So like GDP is like stagnating. The what you call the consumption growth is rising.
Ah, I see. Like total consumption.
So the government is giving cash transfers and people is not consuming.
The government gives like say $10 billion of cash transfer, but they slash fuel subsidy
that's the
100.
Okay.
So in the net, the consumption is increasing. But the money is still there. Even though like the...
I mean, I have preferences.
Okay.
Look,
I have preferences.
Okay, got it.
Think about them so I know what the options are.
Yeah, the government expenditure. Yeah. They actually... Who spend the money? Because if the GDP stay there, who spend the money?
Yeah, so I think most people bought 200 jobs.
Yeah, that's what
So you guys feed
do
it.
that. And then see.
Do you work in party?
Yeah. Alright. Yeah.
55.
Because we work on...
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, headphones.
Yeah.
And Ari.
Cool. We're in
You
good
should guys
company.
know.
I'm
But you know, Mike is...
I have to finish my after my
No, he's
last
in
presentation.
Africa. Okay, it's math.
No.
Oh, no, Africa.
Maths is very...
Yeah.
No, Africa.
Mana. Is it
What's
Mena?
Mena?
Mena region. Yes.
Oh, okay. Like, which other?
I work with Monica.
Oh, I know.
And Maria Damaris, who
Oh, okay.
presented yesterday. Used to be another guy, but he moved to Africa. A German. What is it? Everyone knows my... It's crazy. It's so nice.
Cambodia.
Okay.
In Cambodia, we started doing CEQ, but decided to study consumption.
Oh, Gabriela
Yes. Also Maria Davalos.
Yeah.
I just want to know
And now
which
my advice.
consumption overall.
Yeah.
I saw the list of the
Yeah.
He used to be in it.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
but can you tell me which?
Yeah, I know. I met.
Do you remember if you stand because I want to take a look at some way that you did to study some consumption.
Yeah. So most of the ones in Africa.
Oh, most in Africa they study consumption.
So if you ask, actually, Jan has done some of them. So if you ask him, he'll know which countries.
Which countries?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. But definitely the African ones. At least most of the African ones. Let me check.
No.
Let me.
Yes, that's why you do with
Yeah, no, yeah.
I was going to joke, but I said let the joke be.
Let me see if I have a list here.
Because it will be best to refer to the reference that is close.
Yeah. Yeah. If I don't have it,
You know, when I was
let
in
me know.
Indonesia, a lot of people
Or Stephen also
in
will be
India
presenting tomorrow.
that they know all
Those two are the ones who have done
the
it.
football players. Yeah. They tell me, I don't know where Chile is at. Alexis Sanchez. Yeah.
Because the income in Cambodia is quite low.
I had to say, like, when I was
The difference is the brown sugar. Because at the team is
Throughout the whole
they don't
distribution?
drink it, so
Yeah.
I had to say I was from an English Caribbean island.
decided.
Yeah, some countries income is not as well measured or.
I wish I can watch sport.
Alright.
Just stream
Have a
it.
drink.
You can stream it.
I can stream it, but I have to maybe I'll shout
Yeah, and I think some places they don't even ask income in the survey. In some places, no.
Are you going to stay the whole week? Or you came on?
I came for this and another course, so I will be here for the whole week. Yeah.
Which one?
I think like big data.
Machine learning, I also.
Oh yeah, machine learning. Yeah. You also take that. It is very.
Actually, I think at the end of Nora's presentation, did they share Nora's presentation?
I think. I'm quite behind.
I think on the last pages where the references are, I think she lists whether it's consumption or income for each one. But let me check in here too. Oh yeah, here we go.
So.
Okay.
Ethiopia.
I is income, right? C is consumption.
Yeah, consumption. Ethiopia, Ghana, Indonesia.
Can I take a picture?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Just write down.
Make it down. So that I can find the different data.
Yeah.
Education and
Not that many, so it may be easier to write them
But
rather
usually
than
they are.
picture.
Usually they can only afford to live in an area where like there's no facility because it's cheaper.
Oh, I don't see.
Or I could send you a.
Or you can send the.
Send you by email.
Every hour. We have what do you mean? Online transportation.
KTONG.
But using motorcycle. Motorcycle and
TONG.
called Gojek.
TONG.
No, and we are able to get admission to the and to map the what you call it trip have all the.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Then you are using that data to analyze.
We analyze the average travel hour from people that located in some to access and because it's like there is the out-of-pocket cost at minimum to get to that facility. So it's actually informative enough to give a look. There are also a blank spot of services. So the government can find where they should, what you call it, build hospitals.
Why don't you come here?
No, it's okay.
No, okay.
Right. Good enough. It's quite.
But you measure only so.
I can just.
The public.
Oh, you can.
No. It's only the
No, it's
online.
fine.
Not all public. Well, actually, we need to compare all, yeah. I mean, compare all because like maybe the real purpose doesn't. They don't have the chart. They use the small button.
So are you working on CEQ in Cambodia?
I need to take longer.
Yeah, and it takes longer.
We started in.
But the problem is that something like that doesn't have
Chief Economy Office.
well, they are not online. We don't have their title rates.
Flagship with one
And to go from each point.
Sean, do you know if there's a way for us to get Wi-Fi?
At least you can get
an open one.
Sorry, no offense, no offense.
Cambodia allows. But currently
and we also
So we're gonna keep doing the kind of going through the income concept data. So we have that through. So we'll do the indirect taxes and subsidies, go to consumable income, and then do the in-kind benefits from education and health. Go to final income. And then at the last session of the day, I'll talk about the fiscal indicators, which is a way to kind of measure whether whether some of the poor are paying more in taxes and they're receiving benefit. Thank you so much.
What is the actual land used for?
Okay, sounds good.
I have it. It's my wallet.
access.
I think it's in
They have an ID.
because I have.
Oh, okay, you're thinking about other one.
Yeah.
That kind of like program happens.
There's only 5 programs.
That's true. Yeah.
You use this kind of program
For the flagship report, it's just like
You mean like satellite?
Yes.
Satellite photo, yeah? No. We are thinking about that. Yeah, we are thinking about that.
I'm sure like Robert wanted to do something in Vietnam, like he said yesterday.
Land usage for advice.
Some like property tax informations can be matched with the household there, like a kind of like a tax information in that and like straight on that straight something like that. So, but you know, like like sounds it's a bit hard to like
because it's also determined the
exactly. But the other is like in other case we just do like information also I remember like yeah, CEQ is coming. So.
Puede ser. La foto es de mi hijo, creo. No sé qué pasó con él. Me di cuenta después que coreano.
That's why
Sí, tío, me
recommend to more accurate.
Yeah, because of the data.
I was told the same things by governors, like people from governors, and I was especially
just go with whatever the data.
No, ya no vas. Bueno.
I have already.
I thought like
Vas a estar mirando el partido.
Ah, sí.
I took like the kind of like so I was probably
just like policy making mind.
Total blackout. Olvido. Nada. Porque tengo que aguantar hasta después de la cena, pero voy a ver el partido. No quiero saber qué pasó. Cero. Teléfonos apagados.
Tienes que hacer un anuncio, un aviso. Tienes que hacer un aviso de eso.
Sí, puede decir. Cero.
And it was at the end of my
any use on the Cambodia's and because you guys like put out the data from the global portal, right? So there's no more.
There is no
I know that it's very different from my country. So.
So do you prefer working with macro data or micro data? Like the channel guy and like working with
basically
okay.
Actually, the CETA
No, because I used to also work with micro, not macro.
Okay.
With household service, I used to work in household finance. And also financial stability solutions.
What we're trying to do is that trying to.
But I did a lot of it. Yeah, no, but I did a lot of work. Yeah, because I used to work in the research unit, so we did a lot of stuff with, for example, with household service. Did you have a household finance service? But also kind of the statistical stuff, like multiple imputation techniques of the missing data, but within the service, not like they are explained that you can move from one service to another service, like a data. Then within the same survey, generate like not just one value from the data,
within the household
distribution,
have you
potential value that can
the last two like record
observations.
So it's a kind of like consumption and purchase, that the duration of purchase.
Because you have a policy for every missing data, and this, it's really time. No, but it's really time consuming because you spend a lot of time programming. You have to run the code to a server because.
Basing on the report. But no, but actually, when they in Laos,
And now they're also trying to revise.
Where were you before?
Try not to using the certificate diary.
I was working.
The World Bank team will recommend to switch from certificate diary to
No,
diary.
I'm still working in this, but
You really don't want anything from me.
No, just interrupt.
I take curious notes, something has gone wrong.
There is no comparison that available. They use new one and then that's it. They should say, if you don't want new one and then they fix the data, previous data is useful, and they should select it as sample.
It's the biggest.
Yeah.
I used to be closer.
But they're going to Sudirman.
Bursa Effect.
Bursa Effect, Jakarta.
I learned so much. Really few words.
We don't know, right? When we change something, or when we change things partially, we don't know what the mechanism changed.
Yeah, there's also a lady.
We need the existing question.
Thank you.
Where in the other?
I think that's kind of like a study.
No.
But there's a deep but it's right. Also, like, and then when you become
So you work in English?
I'm not sure what
Sister is doing in Cambodia. I don't go out. I have a team.
So that means like you mean that just at this point it's okay, but if you want to see the like overtime, it's not. But
they're gonna ask that, okay, if we estimate the poverty rate, then how can we compare it to the
maybe you can do yeah, because in Myanmar we did it because Sabi has like dramatic change from UNDP. Was reading before like World Bank came to like it's 2005. That's a old benchmark for 48, and we have a new like the consumption of children different, and the items and how to which so maybe that's part of my guess. That's why actually we do not have a consumption allocation.
Yeah, that was why I was confused.
But that means we see some kind of like smooth. The inflation is kind of like.
So they just simply using some coefficient to predict the consumption aggregate.
It's kind of micro imitations like we did. I forgot like 50 times. I guess the probably rate and then average of those probably.
Georgetown también.
Basically like we just.
Georgetown está más
But there is a base.
They're still in the same.
I see. The part for the west part of the
Yes. So it's like a big island with island.
Indonesia is like so
the pub ones and the pub one.
Sometimes that's not because when I saw the GDP per capita, it looked like
Bueno, ese es comida peruana, no. La moderna, sí, eso todo.
I know. I know. Because I bet.
There's also lasa. I
did it, but based on the PPP, so the PPP international. But you know, but also outlier at the time, so that we are in the same.
So we have like the lowest poverty rate and also
the
lowest GDP per capita. So we are close to the zero.
Yeah.
That's so when I show it to the government officials, they say that our GDP per capita is being estimated. Actually, we are not like 1,000. We are probably 1,000.
Good. So kind of like the stage of that estimation. Just
so the way they add the figure is we say
Yeah.
But I went also to
simple indicators. They should know.
So it's a bit hard. Remember that
It just
they call Dili Island. It's like island. They have a kind of really brown. Is island.
But what I show everything.
Was the best. But or just in the nature, like they don't care about those kind of stuff, and they just want to show whatever it looks like.
So they just want to so everything is doing
quiet. It's not like Jimmy Brown. It's not more island. Anyway,
you should have bring it out. Okay.
You can go
but when we
on
show
the day to menu and then go back to
this is me.
no,
This is me.
I had a from Future, like she used to
you went there for really short.
I realized yeah, she said that the carton protein from Korea is a bit different. I mean, compared to them, it's like I really like I don't know, like this all good house and things like a
Para allá es más grande.
yeah, they have family temple, like yeah, we test a little bit in terms of
Para Londres.
to like reach that green
And there's
and that's fear there like
there seems to be always activities.
I also want to do this. And you or by you're working by yourself or you have a consultant. It's the biggest
La espera.
Did you saw
Yes.
I don't think that the consultant will be in 2011.
But anyway, you have
they hire a consultant.
it's like an 8-hour
So they
travel using
want to change, like they want to feed something into the poverty line, which they haven't done in another country in the region. So, and then that consultant left. But it's like a poverty line.
yeah, it's a city, but it's less
food they use.
yes, less crowded. There are not so many malls like Jakarta.
So then they added to it.
I don't know because Jakarta is
between. So when they're doing that way,
because there are so many malls.
the poverty rate is much higher. However, it does not show up when the consultant was.
Yeah, I didn't know that was there.
Wow, I don't remember that.
So in 2012, 14,
Maybe because it's too hot or too hot to start, they have
so poverty profile does not.
Es mucho el problema.
Yeah, actually, you just read that situation.
You go out and talk to the NSO and try to watch things like they
I remember there are some places some places
Otherwise, we cannot compare the night. Because I remember I would holiday from different countries.
Anomaly.
they have only
I lived there 1 year.
it was
And I was working. I have time to
like a 20%, but now 33%. So like the government was tempted to like a change to like a base that will resign.
Ir al baño, ¿no?
Komodo. Because I really
the most economic change and also like it's kind of like
Bali to go much further.
and sometimes we cannot do anything because they have their mind. So, yeah. Actually,
here in
when
the
we
southern
divide a poverty line, you want to bring the attention to the policymaker, and then they set up the National Committee of Poverty in Cambodia. They make a presentation to, they call it the Economic and Financial Policy Committee. The committee says that no, hold on. Come back again after the election.
You are now dead.
And then we said that
Just we donated from like the wildlife
then
it's critical.
Yeah, because we are really
bring the issue
Yeah,
back.
to the because the airline
Because the CEDA, the pilot is increasing on the device. The also question
from
in September.
but summer here seems like Indonesia.
It's
really
very
much like
sometimes it's even harder.
That became like
Some of my friends enter the for more dragon send smell and they can smell blood from far away.
So to comment on the device, the question is that
but I remember that in so many temples.
so it will be a long way.
There are also rules that just say no, you don't have
I don't think they are going to check if you're wrong.
To test, I'm a bit surprised because suddenly don't feel right. Like even now, I already
No, not yet.
They can
no.
It is on the way.
Yeah, yes. I need to check with
They are not being domesticated. They just like being preserved in the island. So they actually still hunt. They still hunt wildlife.
kind of like
That's what happened that they
But if you visit the island, you can go with
because I kind of like so I just want to like a quick check. Now I know how to check. So like I want to just quick check that. So
Hay una sola santa.
I
Hay una sola santa.
don't like it.
Que vivía no sé cuánto.
Komodo.
Y una de sus
Komodo Island.
bichos más
And the island itself is quite large. Some of us are journey like in savannah and
Saturday was
really? It's not human?
I don't know. Definitely drier in Komodo Island. Like, eastern part of Indonesia, it looks like northern part of Australia, where it's super dry.
Any problems is off.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Lo que va a pasar, yo no sé cómo ustedes hacen con el teclado, con los filtros, pero yo no puedo. O sea, es muy tepo, ¿no? Control este. Yo
saw from South Africa. I really want
Dale un brazo fuerte.
¿Tienes Mac o? Hay un se llama US International teclado que puedes enviar a ese teclado y
Pero ahí tengo que darme cuenta de cuál tecla es. ¿Cuál? No tengo idea.
pero con el US International tienes que poner como apóstrofe y luego de letra sale.
No sé si con control fácil, pero ese es mucho trabajo.
Pero sin control. Solo apóstrofe y la...
So I'm like, I don't get it. Just two.
You can talk about the weather. Whether it's dry or it's rainy.
It's like cherry.
I feel the difference because chili is really dry.
Con eso creo que van a desaparecer. La única salvación es que todos lo hacemos con voz y no con
And summer is dry, it's not humid.
Oh, it's dry.
Yeah, so you can. I can feel the difference.
Yeah, you got the branch. I got the branch.
And I get really stuck. Humid. I don't know. It's like. Everything is more difficult when it's humid.
There is like you're sweating a lot.
Yeah.
Right? If it's only hot,
Estoy seguro que
well, I think you can bear with it as long as you're not sweating.
What can CEQ sanctions we use the and then to the
I'm Clarence. Don't know if you have met.
Yeah.
No, I saw why they were Indonesian
Indonesian spear.
I'm getting there.
Just a country away.
Sí, es impresionante. Es un histórico muy bonito. No, pero cuando yo estaba 30 años, cero. Pueblo grande. Ahora sí. La población ha multiplicado y no tiene dónde irse. Entonces, la contaminación está mal por la inversión termal.
Yeah, there's some
I don't know where he did
So, something like that you're working with?
I learned
What happened?
Pues son verán, sí van a ese paso. Sí, eso sí es cierto.
Very, very interesting.
Y aún saben chiquitos, aún hay eso. Pato.
Yeah, but other stuff like
you want to see how to heal
children.
Realmente no. Voy a ir a vivir en la costa. Allá.
In Gabriel
Antes sabía vivir aquí.
Just in a correct example. It's
complicado.
In region I worked about the Roma population in Western Finland.
rather than the to measure the question.
Vámonos los aguas.
No, I have to work with my certain back. I used to microdata in house finances. And she service.
Just to see what exactly.
You go from country where it's very cold, and you go to Egypt where when after you open the and the door is like, oh, it's superhero.
Of course,
You never been to Egypt?
I work, but based here.
Alegre, pero más viva también.
También eso es así. Like for my flight to the John Transit in
No sé, a mí me gusta.
and when we start to land, it's like, oh my god, it's like
Está así.
it was foggy. But when I opened the door, it's like, oh my god, it's very humid. It's very strange. It's foggy, but extremely humid.
Trato. Tan mal de todo.
Yeah, for the Western Balkans also I work from here, from the sea.
But you so you never visit
Más en la costa.
Yeah, I have been in Montenegro and Croatia, but I don't work about Croatia, but for holidays, no for.
Oh, that's what they do.
I have been there as traveling.
Como un huevo.
I have a mission.
I had like a Balkans
Juego de video.
Croatia is really
mountains
amazing.
and also forest.
Also Montenegro, I really like it.
Oh, it's a beautiful country.
Yo estaba en Quito.
I was in a
Dando
place
clases en
called
verano. Fui en Suiza a ver a mi suegra.
Very beautiful, yeah.
And it's not
Salí
that
de noche y llegué a las 7.
feel
You
more
can really
the
enjoy,
enjoyment.
yeah.
Todos los carros tienen alarma, ¿no?
Croatia, I have been to Brand.
Bueno, sí,
That's
Also,
tourist, no, it's touristy,
touristy.
yeah, but it's really beautiful.
Very beautiful.
Todos tienen.
It's like,
Llego en el bus 6 de la mañana, ahí en la calle, dos jóvenes bien organizados, haciendo todo.
it's surrounded by the walls. And around
Realmente están fumando los carros.
What says that he will take a look and see
There's
how
a
it's
lot of
coming
rivers.
better today.
Yeah, send him a message.
So there's a river.
Oh, you also send him a message.
Yeah, send him a message.
I will send you a message. So let's wait for his comments.
Okay, yes.
so you can go
Oh, like a fortress.
No creo que vaya a comentar, ¿no?
Yeah, like lots of Mediterranean countries, they have
Mañana voy a complicar la cosa. Otros métodos no comprobados.
Yeah, but it's really beautiful.
It's very beautiful. Wow.
It's really well preserved.
Like for many centuries that the building has survived.
Estuvo ayer, ¿no? Ayer hice.
And why do you? Did you say that?
I met her like so lady and retreat. Never worked with her, but yeah, I know what it's about.
It's really nice.
It's really
I
nice.
really like working with them.
Y nos tenemos que reunir después de esto.
Sí, sí,
Para...
yo ya No, thank you, okay. Después de esto.
It's very productive.
It's really productive.
I'm really happy. Like,
¿No es así?
what time you have?
Sí,
¿Sabes de qué horas?
It's very
Las 7 creo.
Vamos
a reunirnos. Creo que esto termina a las 5:30, ¿no?
Entre las 5:30 y 7 nos vamos a reunir después. a cenar. Yo no puedo ver el fútbol a las 9.
I in the poverty retreat.
Yeah, doing the poverty retreat.
Cada vez desaparezco ahí a las 2. Me sobran 15 minutos.
Two?
Hace falta.
Yeah, two and like small ones. So yeah, too much.
Heidi, okay.
Really matter. Yeah.
You work in the headquarters?
Yes, I'm in social protection jobs.
Ah, okay. Because I haven't seen, I mean, I
Access
know.
to poverty.
Huh? No, I actually use the project, so maybe
Okay, I guess, yeah. How about you?
I'm working poverty here, but
In a region, and you guys have to go over this, right?
yeah, to this level, like the fiscal incidence.
So you're MC as well? Or
MC.
MC4?
So,
The MC7?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'm MC7 too.
Me too.
You too?
Why do I never see you guys? That's weird. We're still on the other side of the building.
No, because we never are there.
Just never come into my part of the building.
Yeah.
Don't interact with these people.
Yeah, true.
But where do you guys sit?
I
Or live for that matter.
yeah.
Are you that much in the office?
Yes.
I'm in the 700, so that's probably the other side of the
okay.
That
Okay,
explains
I
why.
can say
Yeah,
other side of the building.
Yeah.
All right, I think we'll go ahead and get started.
Yeah, everybody knows words.
But he's so cool. Yes, I'm not too cool. Too cool. A little bit.
Oh, 2 p.m.
So from the files we've been working with, we'll now actually shift to a new data set. And the idea is that this data set would have been something that kind of came out of the analysis that you would have done as part of what Matt was explaining. We don't have to kind of go through that part step by step. But we're going to assume that in addition to this kind of income data set that we've been using, we also had a consumption module in our survey, and that then we created a data set that had, for each household, how much they consumed out of different categories of consumption. So we're assuming we've kind of already done all this cleaning work to create categories of consumption that map to the IO table as best as we can, and then we've created kind of consumption shares. And so those are going to be in a separate data set that's at the household by kind of category consumption level. And so that data set, if you downloaded all the data sets that were in the folder, or if you have access to that folder directly on your laptop, it's called Survey Consump. And it was the same, it's in the same folder, so hopefully everyone has that. And so we can read in that data set now that we've already saved our data set, including everything up to mark, to disposable income. And then let's go ahead and describe that data. So we have the household ID, which we had in our other data set as well, and then we have this item code, which is telling us it's the consumption category. And then we have a share variable, which is the consumption share, the share of total consumption of that household that they spent on that particular category. And then we have this consumption, this cons-X, which is the consumption per capita. All right. And these other variables are actually not supposed to be there. Those are the variables we're going to create. So let me just go ahead and drop them. If they're in your data set also, you can, that's a mistake, so you can drop them also. And that way we can create them here. Okay, so then let's go ahead and just explore the data a little bit so we make sure we know what we're... Oh, wait. Oh, no, those are supposed to be there, sorry. Those ind variables. So those are the ones that came out of the IO analysis. So the ind so up until here, everything came out directly of the survey, the share and the consumption. But then we basically merged in a data set that told us, that came out of the IO process, the IO table that Matt described, which is going to tell us for each category basically how much do all direct taxes kind of increase the price of a particular good. And those are separated into two variables. So first we have these in-tax change, which is telling us it's the, let's start with in-tax rate. So that's telling us it's the indirect tax rate for that good. So that's going to capture the direct effects. And the direct effects are just the tax rate because we're assuming that they have a direct, they're fully pushed through to prices of that good, and so they're going to increase the goods price by that much. And the same thing for subsidies. And then we have these other two variables, in tax change and in sub change, which are going to be the indirect price changes that come from all direct taxes. So for example, if there's a row of the data set that corresponds to a particular household's consumption of the rice category, let's say, then the in-tax change variable for rice is going to tell us once, based on all of the other taxes in our data set, once we pass those through the IO table, how much do those taxes increase the price of rice through the direct effects. And so we're going to need to apply all of those to kind of calculate the direct and indirect effects of the tax. So let's go ahead and first just explore the data a little bit. Let's tab our item code variable so we know how many item codes there are. And so you can see here there's these 11 different consumption categories. They're not labeled, so we don't know which categories they are. So it'll be okay for this. And one other thing was that actually out of the analysis that they did, you would have gotten just just these 11 codes. We've already merged them here into the consumption category. But let's explore, let's figure out what the rates were for each consumption category, because those are going to be the same across households. The only thing that varies by the household is these total consumption and the consumption shares for each category. So since we don't have a data set directly telling us what these rates are, let's go ahead and calculate that. And I'm going to do that by basically summarizing each of these variables by each item code. So I'll loop through the item codes, and then we'll summarize what these kind of in-tax change and sub-change are equal to. We'll check if they're equal across all households, which they should be because we kind of merged this in to the household data. And then we'll take those kind of rates and put them in a matrix just so we can look at, in one easy-to-look-at place, what are all the rates before we go forward. So it's also kind of a good opportunity to bring in another Stata technique, which is creating a matrix and then putting some results in a matrix, which I use a lot to just kind of see, we want some summary measures here all in one place. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So to create the matrix, we can use the matrix command. And we're going to, let's just call our matrix results, which is what I always call them when I can't think of a name. And then the command we're first just going to create a blank matrix, and then we're going to kind of, in this loop, fill it in with the values we want. So to create a blank matrix, there's this function j. And j takes 3 parameters. You tell it the number of rows in your matrix, the number of columns, and then what it's going to create a matrix with all the same value. So you could either put missings, because we're going to fill them in, or zeros, or whatever you want. So let's create it with, we saw that there were 11 consumption categories here. So let's create 11 rows. And then I'm going to create 5 columns, because I want to have one column that just has the number of the consumption category. And then I'll have 4 columns, one for each of these rates here. So I can tell what each of those rates are for each consumption category. And then I'll put a period, which is the missing value, so that it's just going to give me a kind of a blank matrix of missing values. So now you can see, just to check, okay, it gave me a matrix that has 11 rows, 5 columns, and it's all missing values. So now we're going to fill in those missing values with the rates. So let's go ahead and create a loop through the consumption codes. So these go from 1 through 11. We could do a 4 vals loop, but let's say we want something a little more robust. Maybe actually one of the consumption codes might be skipped or something. So instead of doing a 4 vals loop, let's just pull whatever the values actually are, because this illustrates another useful Stata command, which is the levels of command. So levels of, for any variable that has a bunch of categories, it'll just take out each unique value of those categories. So you could use that if consumption categories were actually strings that said, rice, fuel, and different things, or if they're numeric values. So it can be a very useful command. So let's do levels of item code. And then you can have levels of, save the various levels. If you just do levels of item code, it's just going to print them for me in the results window. So here you can see what the different levels are. But if you add on the local option, you can have it save those different levels into a local. So then that's going to be a list that I can later loop through when I need to. So let's just call it, so you can name the local whatever you want. So I'll name it item levels. And then we can loop through that local macro we've created, which will just be exactly equal to this list of numbers. So then we can say for each, let's say, item of local item levels. And so now, again, I could have put anything here in place of item. I decided to call it item here. So now every time I want to refer to that within the loop, I'll use item with tick marks. So now we want to put in that first column again, I just want to put kind of the number of, I just want to put the number corresponding to the item code. And so I'm going to fill in matrix results. And then to fill in the matrix, you can use these square brackets. And then within the square brackets, you tell it which row and column you're filling in. So we need to tell it which row and column, so we actually have to kind of figure that out as well. To get a solution that would be robust in case we were, again, for example, missing some item codes here in this list, instead of just putting, say, item right here as the row number, if I did that, then suppose we were missing like item 6 in the list, which we actually were in the practical example, in the actual data, then we would have an issue here. So instead of doing that, I'm just going to create a new local called row, and I'm just going to increment that every time I go through the loop. So it'll be 1 the first time through the loop, the first iteration, 2 the second iteration, etc. So I'm just going to create that local outside of the loop, and then within the loop, I can just increment that by 1 at the end of the loop so that the second time it'll be equal to 2, etc. So there's a few ways to do that. Also, you could write local row equals row plus 1, or there's a shorthand way to do it. You can write local plus plus row. That just adds 1 onto the local. Yeah.
We put it on that screen as well.
Matt? Yeah. Okay, so, and then we're going to also put a column. We need to tell it which column, and so this time, this one will always be the first column, so we can just say column 1 if we want to. Or, yeah, let's say we just can say column 1. And now we want to go through and do each of those 4 variables, and we want to summarize it. So let's start with the first one. Let's say we want to summarize in tax change if, and then we want to do it for a particular item code. So we're going to say if item code equals this macro item. And then that's going to give us the kind of, the typical things that come out of summarize, the min, the mean, the max. But we want to make sure that this really is constant across all households in our data set for a particular item code. So let's go ahead and write that straight into our code. We're going to assert that the min equals the max, which can be a quick way to make sure that it's constant across all households. And then, assuming it is, we could pick any of those to put it in the matrix, the min, the max, the mean. So I'll just pick the mean. So this is going to go in the second column, and it's going to be the mean. So I'll use, remember we went over the return list, saves these various values after summarize, and so it's going to save the mean inside of our mean. We'll use that to grab the mean of this.
Sean, sorry.
Yep.
Could you tell me again what assert was supposed to do?
Yeah, so assert is going to give you an error if whatever condition you gave it is false. And so what we're doing here is we're saying, let me make sure that, so in this particular example, we want to make sure, we're saying make sure the minimum value from summarize, so the minimum value of in tax change for a particular item code is the same as the max value, which is the same as saying make sure it's constant for all households.
Okay.
So the reason I did summarize was just that I want to pull that, well, I want to make sure it's constant across all households, and then I want to pull that, whatever that value is out. And so that value, once I've asserted that, I could take the mean or the max or the min here to put it in my matrix, because I know those are all the same now that I've asserted that the min equals the max. And so once I've done that, I could run this, and that'll fill out the first 2 columns of my matrix if I did it correctly. Oh, I never finished the first line. So here I was trying to put in the item code. I forgot to finish the line. So this first line of the loop is supposed to have, we're just putting the item code in there. And so now, if you look at the matrix, you'll see that we filled in the first 2 columns. We filled in the item code, and then we filled in the whatever the rate was. So the way to interpret this is, for example, this is the indirect effect of indirect taxes. So all indirect taxes are increasing the price of goods in Category 1 by 1.7%. That's how we interpret that. Now we could copy and paste this for each variable, or instead of doing that, why don't we just create another loop over the variables here. So let me, again, I want to do it for each of these 4 variables, in, tax, etc. So I'm just going to create a loop instead of copy and pasting it. So I'll say for each var of, and then here I'm going to use a different syntax of the loops, which is you can give it a var list instead of a local. And so I'm going to tell it to take the var list of every variable that starts with IND, because I know that only these 4 variables we want are the ones that start with IND. And then I'm going to have it loop through those instead of copy and pasting it once for each variable. And then here, in place of where I had the variable name before, I'm going to replace that with the local macro for var, so that the first time through the loop it equals in tax change, the second time it equals in tax sub, or in sub change. And then the last thing I have to do to make this a loop is I have to fix the column number, because otherwise it's just going to replace column 2 every time it goes through. So instead, let me do something similar to what I did for the row, where I started off at 1, or 2 in this case, and then I increment it by 1 every time through the loop. So I have to start it off at 1 within this kind of overall loop that's looping through rows, because for every row I have to start at column 2 and then go column 3, column 4, column 5. So let me start it at column 2, and then inside of here we can also increment the row. We can also increment the column. And actually I made a mistake with where I put the row. We should be incrementing the row outside the loop now, because basically we want to go through each row, fill in each column. Next row, fill in each column. Next row, fill in each column. So this local ++ row should be outside the loop. And now it should, and now we just have to, instead of 2 here, we just have to put call, because that's going to be 2 for the second column, and then it'll go to the next ind variable, do it for the third column, etc. And now we should have all the columns filled, and now we can kind of look at the results. I'll give 1 second in case anyone's still looking at the code. All right, I'm going to expand this and look at the results here. So what you can see is, for example, I can give it, give this matrix names also so we can actually see what's going on. So let me do matrix call names. That's how I can give it column names. Results, and then you put an equal sign and just list kind of what each column name is. So I'm going to call the first column item code, and then I know the second column is going to be ind, let me just call it tax rate, in tax rate, and then the next one is going to be in tax, it's going to be in sub rate. I'm going to take off the IND because it's going to start cutting the names of the column titles, and then this will be, so it's tax rate, yeah, and then sub rate, and then tax change, and then sub change. So those are the direct and indirect effects. I think I got them in the right order. I could have actually made this naming of the columns also part of the automatic loop. I got these backwards. So we need to go in the same order as they are in the data set, so it's going to be tax change, sub change, and then tax rate, and then sub rate. And the columns aren't really necessary, they're just going to be, because then I can kind of list this matrix and see what the rates are more easily. So let's do mat list results. And so now I can see a little more easily with the column names. So you can see, for example, let's start with the direct ones, which are the rate variables. So you can see that some, in this simplified example, some categories have taxes on them. So there you see, for example, this good has a 12% tax, this good has 20% tax. And then others have no tax and they instead have a subsidy. So this one has 7% subsidy, this one has 11% subsidy. Those are the direct rates. And then here we have the indirect rates. So we have, for example, the indirect effect of all other indirect taxes on Category 1 is going to be 1.7%. And then there's also what would be the effect of all subsidies on Category 1, and that's going to be 0.9%. And here it has a negative sign because subsidies, that's what came out of the IO analysis, because subsidies are going to decrease the price of, subsidies on other goods are going to decrease the final price on goods from Category 1. So now we can use all of those to calculate the indirect tax, basically the indirect taxes paid through both the direct and indirect effects. So let's just create a new variable called indirect tax paid. And remember, our other variables in this data set are, we have the total consumption of this household and then the share that they consumed out of a particular category. So if we multiply the share from a particular category by the total that they consumed, that'll give us the total consumed in that category. And then we just have to multiply it by the rate. So let's do it once for example, in-tax rate. And then we can do that for each of the 4 different variables here. So I'm just going to, we could put this in a loop also if we wanted. I'm just going to create the variables one by one. So we can also do in sub, I'll call it received instead of paid. And then again, it's going to be share times the total amount of consumption times this other variable that has the direct rate of subsidies. And then I can do the same thing for the indirect effect of indirect taxes. Let me just call those in-tax IO because it came from the input-output tables. And that'll be the share times the consumption times this variable called in-tax change. And then finally, we can do the same thing for the subsidy. I'll call it in-sub-IO. And the same thing, share times consump. Except here, remember, we saw that these were actually negatives. So we have to keep track of the positive or negatives. If later I want to do the kind of more intuitive thing of add on the subsidies and subtract off the indirect taxes, then I want all these variables to be positive here. And so let me go ahead and just multiply a negative by this variable that's already negative, which is called in sub change. So once I do that, I'll have my 4 variables. I should label them, but I'm going to skip that here. And now I'm going to want to, so remember this data set is still at the household by consumption category level. So before I can now I've calculated basically for each consumption category for each household, how much are they paying in indirect taxes. But to merge it back into my other data set, I want to just know for each household what's the total they're paying in indirect taxes. In practice, you may also create, you may keep it like this and do a reshape or something so that you still have the individual tax rate by each category, because you may want to feed those individual variables into the CEQ data package, because then it'll calculate for each consumption category how much are they paying in taxes. Here we're just going to do one kind of summary variable of the total they're paying in taxes and the total they're receiving in subsidies, just for simplicity. So all I have to do here is collapse the data set down to the household level and sum up the total they're paying across consumption categories.
Do you need negative on in sub rate?
So in sub rate was already positive in the data.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's just a peculiarity of the data that I received. So let's do the collapse now. We'll just use the collapse command. And then I can just I remember I want to take a sum. So the way the collapse command works is you put whatever, you can take a sum, a mean, whatever you want. You just have to put that function within parentheses. So I'm going to collapse down to the sum for each of these 4 variables. So those 4 variables, in tax paid, in sub received, as well as in tax IO and in sub IO. May have been better, I could have used like a different prefix or something on these variables. That way I could use a wildcard here instead of typing them all out. That's okay. And then you have to give it whatever variable you're going to collapse over. And so here I'm going to say by household ID. So this will collapse for each household, summing across each consumption category, what's the total they paid. And then I'll have separate variables for the direct effect and the indirect effect, and I can still feed those separate variables into the CEQ data package, so I'm at least, when doing my analysis, kind of separating out those two categories, which may be of interest to policymakers. So once we have those, we basically have everything we need to just add them back into income and then calculate our consumable income, which is next on the flow chart. So let's go ahead and save what we have here, because then I'm going to want to open back up my main data set and merge in the total paid in taxes.
Do you also want to add the consumption level? The consumption.
Yes, good idea. Let's add consumption so that we have our total consumption of the household. Although consumption wasn't by category, that was just the total household's consumption. So here, since we're collapsing over each consumption category, we should probably put a mean for consumption, so that because it was already just that household's total consumption. So I'd basically be multiplying by 11 on accident if I did a sum here. I think I forgot the mean in the cheat sheet Duke files you have.
John, where did you create the consum variable?
Oh, sorry, this should be cons exp.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is cons exp, and that's just total consumption of the household. And so basically the idea here was you had, some total consumption variable. You've then calculated the shares of total consumption going to each category already as part of your kind of cleaning process, and then now you get these rates out of the direct rates, and then you get the indirect rates from this IO process that Matt described. So that's the more complicated kind of stata part that we don't have time to dive into. But once you've done that, then you merge them back in, and then you can calculate the total taxes paid, indirect taxes paid and indirect subsidies received through both the direct and indirect effects. Any other questions before we merge it in? So let's see. Okay, so now we can save that. So let me just call it, I'll just call it indirect. So again, I have to use my kind of file path, and then I'll call it indirect. And now I'll switch back to my main data set, which remember I saved before bringing in this data set, and then from there I'll merge in this data. I could have just merged from the other way around, kept this data set in memory and merged in, but I'm going to switch back just so that the kind of order of variables stays as it was originally in my data set. So let's use the main data set, which was called survey YD, because it went up to disposable income. And then I'll merge in these data. Now, remember, so there's multiple kinds of merges. If each data set was at the household level already, we would do a one-to-one merge. If one data set's at a different level, so in this case, the survey YD, remember, was at the individual level. So for each household, we have multiple observations. So here we have to do since we're starting with that data set that has multiple observations per household, we have to do a many-to-one merge. So the way to do that is merge m:1. And so that's telling Stata that this main data set, survey YD, has many observations per household, which is what we're going to merge on, per household ID. Whereas the data set we're going to use, indirect, only has one observation per household because we already collapsed to the household level. So it's just telling us total indirect taxes paid by household. And then we're going to have to tell it which data set we're using. And so that's the data set that we just saved right here, indirect. So we're going to merge in indirect on household ID. And then once we've done that, we can take a look at how our merge looks. again, I'm going to want to have a replace on my save, because if I've already run this code once and saved, and then I run it again, it'll throw this error that the file already exists. So now we can see that we got no non-matches and all matches from our merge, so that's good news. We had a successful merge. And if you want to, you can even build in kind of a check of that. It's always good to look at the table itself, but you can also build in a check of that directly into your code. So I always like to do that after a merge. So I'm going to, again, use assert to build in a check and say assert merge. This underscore merge variable Stata creates every time it does a merge, and that was the variable it was just telling us up here, is equal to 3 for the matched observations. So we can just assert that merge equals 3. That's the same as saying assert that every observation matched. And then we're not going to need this merge variable anymore, so we can drop the variable that Stata created automatically underscore merge when it did the merge. So now once we've done that, we're ready to create our variables. Except we should do one more step that's actually quite important when doing indirect taxes, which is that you may have a lot of observations in your data set where consumption and income in the survey were very different values. So when we were doing some of the early CEQ analyses where we were basing it mostly on income data, but then bringing in the consumption data to do indirect taxes, we found that if you just use the raw kind of consumption and income data, you get a lot of cases where someone looked not poor before, but then their consumption in the survey was actually much higher than their income in the survey. And so then if you use their consumption to just calculate the raw total they're paying in indirect taxes and subtract that off their income, now all of a sudden they look poor. Whereas if you would have calculated what's their indirect taxes with respect to their consumption, which is what we kind of really care about for the incidence of indirect taxes, you wouldn't have been subtracting off that much. So the solution we decided to use for that is to actually calculate the proportion of your consumption that you're paying in indirect taxes, the proportion of your consumption that you're paying in indirect taxes, and then subtract off that proportion from your disposable income, because that gets around this problem. The problem could also create all these negative incomes if we just subtracted off the kind of raw total that you were using. So instead, let's go ahead and create this. Proportion variable, and so for that, I'm just going to go through each of these IND variables that we have now merged into our data set, and for each one I'm going to calculate what proportion of their consumption that's equal to for each household. So I'm going to create a new variable that has the proportion of consumption made up by that variable, and then I'm going to multiply that by disposable income to get actually the kind of total amount in currency that I'm then going to subtract off of consumable income. So let's go ahead and I'm going to just recall what variables I just merged in. So I have these 4 variables. So now I can loop through them, again using a for each loop. And I'm just going to I can just use this wildcard again to pull each of those 4 variables. And then within that loop, I can generate a new variable. I'll call it prop, because it's going to be the proportion of consumption that they're spending. So I'll create a new variable for each of those called prop, and then with the same name after the prefix, and that'll be equal to the original variable divided by that household's total consumption expenditures. And now, once I do that, I can figure out how much they're paying in taxes to that category. So for that, I'm going to use, I'm going to multiply that proportion by their disposable income. So let me call that variable var, I'll call it var underscore HH to go back to the kind of syntax we're using for these household level variables. Because remember this already, now that I merged it in, these values are already going to be kind of what the total is paid at the household level. So I'm going to multiply the proportion times their disposable income here. and that'll give me the currency that we're calculating as what they pay in indirect taxes. And then let me also create the per capita value, dividing that household value by the household size like we always do. And once I have those, I should be ready to subtract them off of, or add and subtract from disposable income to create my consumable income. So let's go ahead and do consumable income. So if we go back to the flow chart, we have from disposable income, we just add in subsidies and subtract out indirect taxes to get to consumable income. So we're going to do that here. So start with disposable, and then let's add and subtract these variables. So we're going to add the indirect subsidies received. And again, we want to do the household level variables, which are the ones we created here. Subtract off the indirect taxes paid. So these are the two direct effects. And then we can also do the indirect effects, which are going to be the ones that came out of the IO matrix, so we call those in sub IO at the household level, and subtract off the in tax IO at the household level. So once we've done that, we have our indirect tax variable. And we can already kind of see, if we do again a summarize just to look at all our variables again, we can already see, if you look at, for example, the consumable income for the whole household is about 69,000 relative to disposable was 78,000, so you can already kind of see this fiscal impoverishment that we're seeing in a lot of countries where there's a high kind of indirect taxes, and so you see a lot of incomes fall due to that, and people paying more in taxes than they receive in transfers, which we'll come back to later in the last session of the day. Okay, so any questions about getting up to that point, to consumable income? Okay, so now I'm going to continue on with getting up to final income. First, I'm going to kind of present the ideas behind it. So we're going to take a break from Stata for a second, and then we'll come back to Stata, add in those income concepts, and then we'll have all of our income concepts, which will be what we need to start the analysis. Okay, so we've gotten to consumable income, and now we're going to focus on in-kind transfers through education and health, and then also, in some cases, we're going to need to subtract off user fees. So I'm going to talk about what those cases are also, and then tomorrow we'll kind of come back to in-kind benefits a little bit when Stephen complicates matters for us and talks about what we've been thinking about more recently of how can we actually try to estimate how much people are benefiting from these services rather than purely what the government is spending on them. But today we're going to focus on the approach we've been using, which is how much is the government spending on these services. So I'm going to start with education. So again, we're valuing that at the government cost. And these can be, for example, education. We want to include all of the levels. That can be daycare, preschool, primary, secondary, and tertiary. And we also generally include both recurring and investment spending, as well as administrative costs. With a couple of caveats, which is, for example, if you think about investment spending, if kind of investment spending is constant over time, then it probably is right to include it because, okay, not all of that investment spending is benefiting the people that are in school now, but there was also previous investment spending that's benefiting the people in school now. So on average, we're still getting kind of the right answer, the only time you might want to think about, well, should I actually be including all this investment spending is, suppose in your country, they're building way more schools at a much faster rate than they were before, or something like that. Then it might be wrong to include all of that. And then also we're going to disaggregate by geographic area when possible, but I'll also come back to some scenarios where that might not be ideal, depending on the country at hand. So as far as how we allocate education benefits, we never directly identify everything in the survey because you never observe. They don't have a survey question saying, how much did the government spend on you to go to school? They just say, did you go to school? So we're going to be using the imputation method, where we have data in the survey on who attends public school, and then we have to go to another data source, usually admin accounts, to get the total amount of spending, or sometimes to get the per student amount of spending, depending on what they have. And another option, which we'll actually do in the example, in the state example, is a combination. This example is not in the state example, but it's occurs a lot where you combine inference and imputation. So suppose your data set, the main thing that can go wrong with education in the data is that it may not ask a question about whether they attend public or private school. But we only want to assign the government spending on public school students to the students who are attending public school. So, for example, in Sri Lanka, what they decided to do was try to infer whether people attended public or private school, even though there wasn't a question in the survey. And for this, they went into the consumption module and looked for payment of school fees in the consumption module. And so then they could infer from those whether you attend public or private school.
In some countries, private schools also receive some form of public funding, right? So then you'll allocate out two different streams.
Yeah, so then you would want to kind of, basically know how much, ideally from admin accounts, you would know how much does the government spend on public schools, how much do they spend on private schools by level, so elementary school, for example. And then, you would want to identify who attends each type, and then you could divide the total benefits from the total spending from admin accounts by the number of people going to each type of school according to your survey, once you've applied the expansion factors. And then another example, this is the one that we're going to see in Stata, is where we faced another case in the U.S. where the survey didn't ask whether people attended public or private school. And so here, we're going to use an alternate survey that has some of the same variables as our main survey, that has income data, and that does ask whether students attend public or private school. And we're going to use that other survey to, among children attending school, predict what's the probability that they attend public school based on these covariates that are common to both surveys. And then once we've done that regression in the alternate survey, we'll use those coefficients to make a prediction back in our main survey of the probability that students attending school are attending public school. And then the question is, once we have that probability, what do we do to assign benefits? So what we did was multiply that probability of attending public school by the average benefit per student. So what that gives us is kind of the expected value of the benefit received, because we don't actually know which students are going to public school. So rather than we could have maybe done a cutoff and said everyone above a certain probability, but instead we thought it made more sense, since there's a lot of uncertainty, to do the expected value of the benefit received, which is just that probability of attending public school times the benefit per student.
But you would know the number from admin records, the number of public school students at each level, right?
Yes.
Couldn't you just rank the probabilities until you hit?
So the idea with the probabilities was that because we have, the probabilities are capturing this uncertainty,
right.
So it felt wrong to just introduce our own discontinuity and do 0, 1 on each side of some cutoff. Instead, it made sense to use the uncertainty that came out of it and do an expected value instead. But, of course, when you then look at results, you have to always keep in mind that that's how you did it, because, for example, if you look at, some of our results, we look at coverage of the poor. What percent of the poor are receiving benefits from this program? Of course, that's going to be distorted now because we've assigned partial benefits to basically everyone attending public school.
Just quickly to add on, we've had some success as well in health, following this exact same combination of alternate survey plus prediction plus imputation using DHS surveys. So if the health module in your regular household budget survey is skimpy on information, and it usually is, the DHS is often a very valuable source, secondary survey source, from which you can then extract these same probabilities and do an expected value calculation.
So now let's,
I'm going to use multiple imputation techniques rather than just
Mhm.
So rather than doing a single model, you should really be doing MI, right?
You could definitely do MI. So are you thinking because our model... So when we did this, we did it kind of separately by level of schooling. But yes, you could...
It would allow you to move away from the continuous prediction, which you could potentially resume, simply because then you have different results for people, and then you'd be able to average different models. Or alternatively, we've been doing a bunch of MI in the MI, so it's something that's on my mind, but you could, it would help you to move away from this continuous.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. That's not something we did in this particular country study, but you guys may now be the experts on using MI within CEQ, so maybe other teams...
It is conceptually the right approach.
Okay.
It's not more taxing, right?
For using MI, will you get several results for one single household?
Say again?
Like if you're using multiple imputation, you will get several, like 20 or some results for a single household.
Yeah.
Then
So
you
you
take
use
the
the
average, or
average.
just take the simple average.
No, it's a simple answer to that. You'd have to take each imputation and you treat it as a single set.
Oh, okay.
So if you were to do this with education and health or something else, you'd end up with a mess. Actually,
Yes.
quite complicated.
Yeah, because if you're trying to average across models, then you're
Yeah,
back
that
to
was
not
just
having
simply,
0, 1
yeah.
anymore, right? Then you have some probability or some average between the zeros and ones across the different models. But yes, if people start doing that, you should definitely talk to us as well, because we'd like to kind of incorporate, there's nothing in the handbook on using multiple imputation, but if that's something that, is the best method for certain of these problems, it's definitely something we'd like to include. So please get in touch with us if anyone's kind of diving deeper into that approach. So now I'm going to go over some tips for health. Health is particularly thorny because there's different health systems in every country. We're trying to assign benefits, which is also thorny. And so Stephen Younger, who will present tomorrow on some of the newer methods we've been exploring for health benefits, came up with these kind of tips after doing CEQ assessments in a number of countries. So the first tip is to know the system. Here are some questions that you to kind of be asking yourself along the way as you're trying to figure out how exactly the health system works in country. So what services does the government pay for? For whom does it pay those services? Are there co-pays and user fees? How do those user fees differ by service? And how do those user fees differ by beneficiary? I should also mention that I think for people within the World Bank working on this type of analysis, you have a big advantage, which is that there are health experts for country X in the same building, so hopefully you can take advantage of that expertise as you're doing the analysis. The second tip is know your data. How does the household survey collect information about publicly funded healthcare services? How narrowly can you disaggregate services? So the more we can disaggregate, usually the better. Does the survey collect information on the provider of the service? Does it collect payments disaggregated by purpose? So type of service, for example, consultation versus diagnostic test versus medicine. And what administrative data can you get on public spending on health services and beneficiaries? And can you get that data disaggregated by type of service or type of beneficiary? The third tip is that you're going to have to choose between two approaches I'm going to describe shortly, which are the use-based approach and the insurance value approach, or a combination of the two, depending on the health system in the country. And then the fourth tip is to disaggregate as much as you can, but there's kind of two constraints on this disaggregation, which is you have to, there's categories in the survey for health benefit for the type of service you receive, for example, and then there's categories in admin accounts. So you can only disaggregate as far as that crosswalk between the survey and admin accounts allows you to. So you kind of have to first do a mapping between the categories in the survey and the categories in admin accounts, and then see if you can also get and then disaggregate to that level. So ideally, we'd like to disaggregate by type of service as much as possible, by geography as much as possible. But there's an important caution here, which is that So be sure that kind of the results that come out of this for the average spending per visit, let's say, are consistent with common sense. So a good example of one of the studies that Stephen worked on was that after they kind of did this, they disaggregated by geography, and then they saw that spending in rural areas was higher than spending in urban areas. And this didn't kind of, if we're actually trying to get people's benefits, that doesn't really line up with the quality of service. So they confirmed with the health experts, that the quality of service is indeed higher in urban areas than in rural areas. So it didn't make sense to use this. The cost can be higher in rural areas because it's harder to get supplies there and things like that, but you don't necessarily want to be imputing higher benefits if there's a higher cost but not a corresponding higher value of the service, higher quality of care. So the two main approaches to assigning health benefits are the use approach, where we assign benefits to those who report receiving health services at public facilities. And this is useful when access is an issue, so that the other approach, insurance value, would misrepresent who can benefit from a public system. Because the insurance value approach, it basically assigns kind of what's your expected benefit. So everyone, you divide total spending by the number of people who, in theory, could access that service if they were to get sick. And so it's more of the kind of, average spending per eligible user. But if your access isn't universal, then that'll misconstrue benefits. Because, for example, if there's a universal healthcare system in theory, but really people in rural areas can't access quality care, and you use the insurance value approach, you're going to be assigning equal benefits to everyone who in theory has access, when really the benefits are going to go much more to people in urban areas close to a health facility, let's say. So there are a few kind of examples of types of health system and the approaches that we've used. The first is public facilities with equal access in practice. And so there we use this insurance value approach, where we divide the total spending by the number of eligible users, and then assign that to each eligible user in the data set as the benefit. A second type is a social insurance system, where there may not be public facilities, but there's kind of a government-funded insurance system that people can then use at private facilities. And so again, here we can use the insurance value approach, but only among those who are registered in the social insurance system. And a drawback of these approaches is we're assuming that there's equal access among those who are eligible, which, as I mentioned before, can underestimate the inequity of public health spending. A third example of a type of system is a reimbursement system, where the government reimburses service providers a fixed fee. So again, this may be ones where it's not just completely publicly funded facilities that you can go to for free. People go to the facility, they'll pay at the facility, but then that'll be reimbursed, the facility will then kind of charge the government the fee, and the government will reimburse the facility for the fee. So when you have this kind of situation, you should obtain data on the fees as disaggregated as possible, impute benefits to those who receive a service. So it's the use approach. And then the net benefit to the user is just this fee paid by the government. So here you wouldn't subtract off a user fee, because the government's we're trying to capture what the government is spending on this patient to have them get the service, not the total cost of the patient's care. So if the patient did pay a user fee in this reimbursement system, that means that they were kind of paying for a service above and beyond what the government was reimbursing the hospital. So if we were to say, okay, let's take what the government spent and then subtract off the user fee, we would get an even lower amount, when really the kind of gross benefit, or the gross cost of the care, was what the government spent plus the user fee, and then to get the net benefit, we'd subtract the user fee off that, so that cancels out with the user fee, and we're just left with what the government spent. And what we're trying to capture here is what the government spent, so there we would just use that as the net benefit. The fourth example are public facilities that have unequal access in practice. So here, again, we would probably go with the use approach, because there's not equal access, and so if we did an insurance value approach, we'd be wrongly estimating kind of the equity of health spending. So here we first want to calculate the average spending per visit or per beneficiary. So we'll try to get from admin accounts the total spending by category, and then data on the number of visits or beneficiaries can come from either the survey or from administrative accounts. Sometimes you have both of those and they disagree, and in this case we've usually gone with the number of visits according to the survey rather than according to admin accounts, because then we're going to be imputing benefits in the survey. So then we impute the average benefit to those who report using it in the survey, And here, we may subtract off user fees depending on how the user fees work, and I'll talk about that in a second also. And then the main drawback of this approach is that since we're doing it based on use, whoever gets sick are the ones who we're imputing a benefit to, and so sicker people then appear to be richer going by final income, when really that extra richness is just paying for a cost. You know, it should really be canceling out for whatever sickness they had to go to the health facility to receive treatment for. So now user... Yeah.
That's so funny. So what you said is true if it's all the sick people are going to get services and all the healthy people are not. And in fact, if you're concerned about access, it's going to be a bunch of sick people who don't get to go and are in the same miserable state as the sick people who do get to go, but they get the benefit, and then that comparison is correct.
Mm-hmm.
So, what the right way to go on this depends a lot on what the situation is in terms of access to facilities.
And I wonder, since some surveys also ask, did you get sick first? Maybe you could even go a step further and do something like with it.
Those are really unreliable data.
Okay.
We know there's a huge correlation
between whether they say and going. Yeah. Okay, so user fees. There are many different kind of models of user fees also, and so this is again a case where you really want to find out how does the system work on the ground in the country that you're analyzing. So here are a few possibilities that have come up and how we've dealt with them in terms of whether or not. So the question is, you know what the government spent. Do you subtract or not a fee that the user had to pay when a copay or a user fee that they had to pay when they went to the facility? So the first possibility is that the benefit that they receive includes the amount funded by fees, and paying a higher user fee doesn't result in higher quality care. So here, you're going to want to, so the idea there is that the user fee is actually going kind of into this pot of government money that's then that the government is paying to the health facilities. And so there you would want to subtract off the user fee because the user fees went into this kind of Ministry of Health pot that they're using to fund the care. So the net benefit is going to be the government spending minus the user fee. Another possibility is that there's some kind of subsidized portion of the cost of care, and then people who go to the health facility are forced to pay the remainder of the total cost of care. So in that case, that subsidized portion was already what the government's spending on them, so we don't want to subtract off the user fee. So this net benefit is just going to be what the subsidized portion was. And then there's another possibility where the user fee is more or less proportional to the total cost of the type of care. So these user fees kind of do tell us something about the total cost of care received. But there it's going to depend on whether that spending in admin accounts included funding from the user fees or not. So there's the possibility that they're always going to charge me, let's say, half of the total cost of care as a user fee, and the government's going to pay the other half. But then the question is, did the user fee I pay go into this kind of total Ministry of Health coffer that we were using from admin accounts to calculate the total spending, or did it go just directly to the facility, and so this total the benefit I estimated based on the total spending of the Ministry of Health was already kind of the net benefit. Or it could be a bribe that goes into the doctor's pocket, in which case, again, the total that I estimated was already the net benefit, which is the amount the government is spending on my care. So to kind of summarize these tips, so knowledge of the system is important. One rule of thumb that we used for this for user fees was to, if the user fee stays at the healthcare provider, assume it funds higher quality care, because often you don't actually know which of these kind of different possibilities it is in terms of how much of the total cost was, how the total cost corresponds to the user fee. So we said, okay, just figure out if these user fees are staying at the healthcare provider or going back into the general health budget. If they're staying at the healthcare provider, assume they went to funding higher quality care, and the amount that we're seeing as the kind of total spending by the government was already net of that user fee, so we don't subtract it. Or if the user fee does go back to the general health budget, then we do subtract it, because that total spending we estimated was kind of gross of the user fee. One complication that arises here is there could also be cross-subsidization within providers, which I haven't dealt with here, and is extremely hard to deal with in practice. And then another complication is that because these government expenditures we're calculating are averages, but the user fees may be, individually reported user fees in the survey. How much did you pay for that service? We can get cases where government expenditure minus user fee ends up being negative. In practice, what we've done often in that case is just truncate them at 0, which is not, the most ideal scenario, but it's what we've found. It's kind of the solution we came up in practice. Okay, and then the final point about education and health services is that these, again, are coming from admin accounts. So as we did for total, when we took the total received or the total personal income taxes received, say, from the tax authority, remember we had to scale that down in the state application. We have to do the same thing here. We have to scale down the benefits from national accounts down to kind of the survey totals. And so we can scale down separately by category, and I just have an example here for primary education benefits to show how it works. So if you take, for example, primary education spending in administrative accounts, divide it by disposable income according to administrative accounts, let's say that gives you the ratio R, then you just have to scale down the benefits in the survey so that your primary benefits in the survey divided by the disposable income in the survey is going to give you that same ratio R. Okay, any questions about that before we get into this data application?
Just behind you, I want to point out also another minor detail to beware of is that occasionally in the consumption expenditure aggregate, these same health fees that we were just talking about, whether or not to subtract them off, will be included in the consumption expenditure and or welfare aggregate. So after you've made the decision about whether in this particular context, this particular country case, they should be subtracted off or not from the government subsidy in order to get at the net benefit, one then has to also go back to the consumption expenditure aggregate and figure out if they're already in fact there. In other words, if they're already in disposable income, you wouldn't want to then add them back into final income as they're already there.
Yeah, and I should also mention I'll talk about this more when we talk about the CEQ Stata package, but basically there's some commands for the benefits. Those should actually already be net, these kind of net benefits that you give to the options for benefits. We also have options for user fees, but that's just to calculate because it's kind of interest also to see whether user fees, even though they're not government spending, how those are distributed, are compared to the income distribution. And so there are options for the user fees, but the thing to remember when you're using this data package is that the options for the education and health benefits should already be net of user fees. And if you follow the kind of instructions I just went to about when to subtract off and not, you'll have those variables already net of user fees. Okay, so let's go back to our Stata example and calculate education benefits. And mainly education benefits. For health here, in the interest of time, we're going to assume we just already have a health benefits variable, but we'll spend some time on one of the education examples. So for the education example, I'm going to use the example that we had in the U.S., where in our main survey we didn't have the whether they attend public or not, because that's an interesting complication that can arise in practice. So we went to another survey to estimate the probabilities that people who attend school are attending public school. So to do that, I'm going to have to read in another survey, which is another data set, which is this alternate survey that has whether people attend public school or not. So let's go ahead and save the data we have here again, because then we're going to be reading in another data set. So let's save again with the file path. let me call it YC, survey YC to keep the same syntax as before, and then again with the replace option so that I overwrite what was there. And then let me read in the other data set, which again is in the same folder if you didn't download it at the beginning. And that one's going to be called Education Survey. So we'll read that in, and then let me describe to see what that data set has. So you can see in this data set, it looks like we have, again, some income variables. So that was an important thing, too, when we were looking for data sets to do this with. Because, income is we're always comparing things to the distribution of income. There are a lot of education surveys that don't have much on income, so that maybe they have really broad bins or something like that because they're really education-focused surveys. We decided not to use one of those because we really wanted to know how, income we thought was an important predictor of whether people attend public or private school, and because we're doing everything kind of, comparing it to the income distribution, we wanted an alternate survey that had both good measure of income, maybe not quite as good as our main household survey, but not just broad bins, something that still had categories of income and things like that, so we could construct a comparable income measure, and then that also had whether they attend public or private school. So we have those income variables. We have the maximum education level of the head and spouse of the household, so whichever one has higher education. We have that level of education. We have the state, age, and then for the kid we have whether they attend school and whether they attend public school. We have a sampling weight in here, and then what we can also, I'm assuming here that we've already used these other variables, these income variables, to create a comparable version of household income. So here we had some variables about pensions. This data set didn't have any variables about, transfers and things like that, so we just created a market income plus pensions variable. And it doesn't matter too much which variable which income concept you're able to create in this survey, because whichever one I use, I'm just going to use the same one from the other survey when I make the prediction. What is important is you have to name them with the same variable names, because that will allow me to do this prediction in this data set and then move to the other data set and just do a predict. And if they have the same variable names across the two data sets, I don't have to do anything else beyond predict once I've gone back to the main data set, and it'll use the coefficients for those same variables from the alternate data set. So we have those variables that kind of were used to create this market income plus pensions. So let's go ahead and see how the kind of school variables look. So let's tab public if they attend public school. So we can see, okay, it looks like 85% of students are attending public school. Let me look at that with a bit more precision as well. So I'm going to restrict it to kind of people in the age range that I'm going to be making the prediction for. So I could use tab again, or I could use summarize. So I'm going to summarize public if they attend, and then also I'm going to restrict it here to the age range. And in practice what we did was we're doing this separately by level. And so you may do, the regression for whatever ages correspond to primary school, whatever ages correspond to secondary school. Here for this example, I'm just going to do it for everyone all at the same time. So let's say between age 5 and 18. And then when we're doing these predictions, we're also going to bring in the weight. And so let's add on a weight. In this data set, the weight had a different name. It was called S weight. And so let's add on the weight here. Okay. So here you can see that actually when we are restricting to the right age range and using the weights, it looks like about 92% of these students are attending public school. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do our prediction, which we're going to use a probit for. and we're going to predict whether they attend public school. Again, kind of for the same group, so we're going to have the same if condition, but we're going to do it based on some of these predictive variables. So let's see what we have. I'm just using a very simple example. In practice, you would have other variables here. Let's go ahead and use income. And now if we just use, income has this very long skew, so we probably don't want to just include income by itself. We want to do some sort of more flexible specification in income. So you could do, you could bin up income and do it that way. For example, by deciles, you could, which is a little less parametric, you could do some polynomial in log income.
Sorry to interrupt, but I was curious about the age range.
Yeah.
Like in developing countries where there's other age issues, should we increase accounting for our age, like the range?
Yeah. So one possibility to kind of get around this age issue is if you actually have in both surveys which level they attend, you could just do that. So instead of doing it by age range, you could just say if attends equals 1 and primary equals 1, if they ask them what level of school they attend. Right? Yeah, here I didn't have it, so I'm using age. But if you have what level of school they're attending, that would probably be the preferable way to do it to get around this issue of people getting held back and things like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and predict based on income. Here I'm going to use, let's go ahead and create this kind of polynomial in income. So let's do a cubic polynomial. So I already have my market income per household per capita market income plus pensions. Let me create the squared version. So I'll just call it underscore SQ. And then I'll square it here. And then I'll do the same cubed version. And then I can just include kind of these three variables by using my wildcard, or I could type them out if I wanted to. So if I just put YPPC here, that's going to take all three of the YPPC variables, the one that's just linear, the squared term, and the cubed term, and put them on the right-hand side. Then I could also use their level of education. We could take a look here at what levels of education they have. And you can see there's just 4 categories here, so why don't I include that as a dummy variable? So I'll include a dummy for each category. And so to do that, in any regression in Stata, you can just use i.heduc, and what that's going to do is create a dummy variable equals 1 if they have no diploma and 0 otherwise, another dummy variable for equals 1 if they're high school, and it'll include each of those dummy variables in the regression. And then I'll include age as well. Maybe I should do age squared. Here we'll just do age. And then we'll add on the same condition of whether they attend school and are in their age range. So if we run that, we get the probit results. And let me go ahead for my prediction. That's all I need, the probit results. I can also see, do the signs make sense on these variables? The coefficients themselves, I'm not going to interpret since it's a probit. I could do margins and look at the coefficients, but you see, for example, okay, older students are more likely to attend public school. Actually, in this example, nothing really with income came out as significant, and the same with education. This is again based on fake data, but in practice, you would look at these coefficients, make sure everything makes sense before going on. So now let's go ahead and go on and do the prediction back in our main data set. So let's use our return back to our main data set, which was this survey YC variable data set. So let's use the survey YC data. And then once we've done that, we can just predict whether they attend public school. And this will automatically use those same variables, which again we've already made sure had the same names in the two data sets. So we can predict public, and again we want to put the same restriction on it, so we're not getting predictions for people who are not in the appropriate cohort. So we're going to say predict public if they attend and if they're age between 5 and 18. And that's going to give us the probability. So that's going to create so remember this data set didn't have a variable called public. So now I'm telling it to create a variable called public, and that's going to be equal to the prediction, which is going to be the probability now of attending public school. So we should also check and make sure that those outcomes make sense. So let's go ahead and summarize public if they attend school. So again, it's going to be summarize public, and then the same if condition as before. If they attend and are in the right age range. And then I'll go ahead and use weights. So in this data set, the weight is called weight. Oh, okay, switch. Okay. I forgot to add a clear when I said use the survey data. So it gave me an error about the data in memory. But now before I can do this prediction, remember I stressed the importance of having the same variables in each data set. So in this data set, I haven't created that polynomial in income yet, so I need to do that before I can do the prediction. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to copy and paste the same code up here where I was creating the squared and cubic terms in the other data set. Add them here. And now my prediction works. And now I can check out the variable. And you'll see that the mean here is about 0.9. So we're predicting that about 90% of students are attending public school. And remember in the other data, I think it was something like 92% attending public school. Okay, so now that we have that probability, we can multiply it by the education benefit, and that will allow us to, once we multiply by the education benefit, that will give us kind of the expected value. So remember, I've stressed the importance of disaggregating when possible. So let's go ahead and check the... So we have another data set that basically came directly from admin accounts that tells us what the average spending by student is by state. And so that's going to be our kind of disaggregation. In practice, you'd also probably have a disaggregation by level. Let's see. I think, were we supposed to coffee break at 3? I don't want to deprive people of a coffee break. Yes. Okay. So we're almost done with this, but I'll go ahead and just take part of my next session at the beginning to finish up with the data part, and then so that we don't postpone the coffee break any longer. So let's start again in 15 minutes.
Back today.
I don't know, I've got a meeting with him.
Okay.
We won't be here until that hour.
Okay. Should we tell people anything?
Well, just remind them for tomorrow. And no, that's it. So yeah, I mean, you'll probably you won't.
Yeah, no.
As you said, there's quite a bit. I think.
Yeah, so we may even finish before 5. Or close to. Yeah. Unless they, I don't know if in this one people have questions. That's what the 4:30 slot is for.
Yeah.
One quick question, not quite related to this. How do I plug in? So I installed a Notepad++.
Yeah.
How do I plug this into Stata?
Let me send you some instructions.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, no problem.
So I wouldn't come back today. I will see you at lunch, like tomorrow. So,
see you tomorrow.
All right, as well.
Just
the only good one is
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Remember where they are on my computer, but definitely somewhere. Not there.
See you tomorrow.
But yeah, I'm definitely learning some new code. It's useful. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, I always try to include something that because everyone has their own different knowledge base in Stata, so it's always interesting to see what someone else's techniques are.
Absolutely. It's significantly more efficient, I think.
Yeah, I always try to
with the locals and etc.
So.
Francis? Could you also unplug mine?
Okay.
Thanks, man.
So that might mean but I'll find it.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, I'll have
This is yours.
I'll let this one.
This one.
Okay, so then tomorrow. Yeah, I'll just see him at the start tomorrow.
So CERT is essentially just a back check to make sure you're not screwing something up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because sometimes you may check, manually, but then code something changes, and so it's nice to have those asserts.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
One thing, you guys may well know this, but I only just discovered it the other day, although I've been in Stata for days. On the IDOT, if you want to change the emitted category, put a number that specifies. Which is good for like regional ones if you want to make it relative to the campus.
I2 dot or I3
Yeah.
dot.
Oh no, that's what I said. Maybe everyone knows. I just discovered it the other day. I was like, that's so much easier. Because especially regional, you want to make it all relative to the specific ones you want to choose, and then you can go. I was going and creating them myself and entering it.
So that's actually really. No, I didn't know this. I just.
Yeah, I think it's IB and then the number.
Yeah, IB for base. Yeah, IB and then the number of the category that you want to emit.
Yeah, so like IB3 dot and then category.
So it's good for regional.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to get an intuitive feeling for using locals as opposed to globals.
Okay. So you normally use globals?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think when I started, I read that it's better to use locals just because then if you go to another project or something, you don't have all the globals still in the background. Yeah. But other than that, I think they're the same.
Plus, I think you use them a bit differently as well, right? The way you specify the locals compared to globals.
Yeah, that's maybe because for the locals, there's two. You can just say local and then the name and then something after that. Like if it's a string, but if it's a number, you could put local and then the
something
name and then equals. Yeah. Before. I think usually it doesn't matter whether there's an equals or not after, but there's occasional times whether
it makes a difference.
Where it can matter, yeah.
I still don't carry it.
But right now,
But I think the most interesting thing I learned today was this morning about creating your own syntax.
Okay, good, yeah.
I have never done that before, so that should be extremely useful.
Yeah, and there's a bunch. So you can, if you read the help syntax file, there's like tons of more complicated stuff you can do with it. So you can add on options, like basically any command, that you used in Stata uses syntax within its code to tell it like what the options are.
First to get that right. Wow.
So you could say, so like in our example, we could have said. Well, this is a good example. So we just had syntax var list, but you could also do like allow yourself to have if, allow yourself to have in, and you can tell it what the options are and what the defaults of those options are. Yeah. So we could have said syntax var list, comma, and then we could have called one of the options ID, and in there you tell it which variable is the house. If we wanted this to be a function that we could use on another database too, without it, because we programmed those variables right into the code.
It crosses over.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. I'm just so heavily gemmed.
Ah, no worries.
I woke up at like
tiger too.
I woke up like 2 this morning.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, that's. Where are you coming from again?
Bangladesh.
Okay.
So it's like 5 in the morning for me right now.
Wow.
No, she.
Yeah. Oh, you should talk to. You. Did you talk to her already?
Yeah.
But louder.
Get some Bangladeshi data.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe the final going to be
also done job market papers. Bangladesh.
Really?
It's going to be shocking if Belgium win and Croatia win, and then the winner of the World Cup will win.
Okay.
RCT.
Nobody going to guess that.
Manufacturers, basically, so garment manufacturers, and it's kind of the safety-based RCT because the buyers are these coalitions of companies that buy garment factories, and they've kind of they wanted to implement these safety standards, and so she did an RCT about how the factories, how much they get monitored, safety standards.
Very interesting. I had this one ex-colleague. He finished Narayan. I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
So
where did he go now? Did he go back?
He went back to Brack. Yeah. So I used to work for Brack until this March. I was in Uganda.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, Brack seems huge.
160,000 employees.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
It's the largest NGO in the world right now.
Wow.
It's massive.
Everywhere.
Austria. But but this is a very different kind of work.
Yeah. Are you doing?
So
you in Bangladesh?
Sorry.
Are you doing a CEQ analysis?
Not yet.
What got you interested?
But hopefully. Do you know Ruth? Ruth Hill?
Yes. Yeah.
So she was the one who suggested I try this.
Okay.
Because that's the direction we're
she
going.
worked on South Africa.
Yeah, exactly. She's moving on, so I'm a bit sad.
Moving on from?
Well, she's moving away from regionally. She got promoted to a lead. So she's going to be taking over the Africa region, no longer South Asia. Let's see who the replacement is.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll be someone good. Yeah. Seems to always happen to you guys, though, right? People, after every few years, they move to it.
But I'm new enough not to know that.
Okay.
I guess disappointment comes every once in a while.
Yeah.
Hey, do let me know about the Notepad.
Yeah, I will. I have to find. I actually at one point wrote up instructions. People kept asking me.
Yeah.
Or someone else.
Yeah.
So I wrote up instructions for kind of how to. Someone else wrote up instructions for how to do the plugin, and they wrote the plugin. And then I also wanted. And then people kept asking me, "Oh, how do you do the syntax highlighting and things like that?" So then I wrote up this whole.
That's very sweet. So you do a lot of like really hardcore programming, huh?
Medium.
Not like Nick Cox or anything?
No, I'm not. Yeah, now I have been doing some more in, also moving away from Stata, some more in R and Python.
Okay. I tried R for a few days.
We're going to tell you something that's going to make you...
I could get a good handle on it. Everybody here seems to use Stata. So
Yeah.
Now it's just found time to learn.
Right. Yeah, I just use whatever turns out to work for the task at hand. So
I'm going there.
It's R.
So, I mean, for me, I like learning the new languages. It's about time investment, I guess.
Yeah.
So I taught myself LaTeX, which is not very tough. But, so stuff like that.
Yeah.
To find the time.
Yeah, with R for a long time I knew how to use it. Occasionally use it if I was doing something geospatial or something where it was better, but then I didn't really start getting better at it until I went to Mexico's central bank for 2 months because I was accessing some of the data. And there, it's on a server, they don't have Stata on the server, and the data's huge, so even if they had Stata, you wouldn't want to use it.
Right. So R is a lot more efficient.
Yeah, so there's one, in particular, kind of for these huge data sets with millions of observations, they have, there's a package in R called data table, and that I had never used until I went to the central bank, but as soon as I got there, people said, oh, you have to use this data table package, it'll be so much more efficient and everything. And it is just like blazingly fast with big data sets. But it has an entirely its own syntax. So then on top of learning R, you have to learn the syntax of this.
No.
Do you have any suggestions? If I want to learn R, what's a good resource?
Yeah, so there's a book called R for Data Science. It's by, I think it's all online also. Or they're hard copies too, but made it all as well online. So it's by one of the guys who has programmed a lot of these packages we use all the time. So he programmed, like everyone for graphing uses ggplot too.
Yeah.
He's the person who wrote that package, and he wrote these packages like tidyr, which everyone uses for data manipulation.
I roaming.
Yeah. I think I heard about that package. A few hours with R.
Yeah, it is much nicer using that package. It makes it a little more Stata-like because instead of like to create a new variable, instead of doing like your matrix name $, and a new variable, you do like more intuitive things like they call it mutate in a new variable. You say like what the name of the data set is, and then you say, okay, mutate this variable equals this plus this or something. It's more straightforward.
And the thing I started with was this course by Duflo and somebody else on edX. So they have this thing called Swirl.
Swirl.
Yeah, Swirl. So it's like R for Dummies. So that's, I guess, a good place to start as well. You just have to get through it. And then this is something I'm definitely going to look up.
Yeah, and then I think whenever you hit a problem that seems like it'd be good to do it in R. That's when I really learned, was when I was finally like, okay, I have no choice, so I guess I'll have to use R.
Better do it.
And then I was reading this book like at night, and so during the day I'd be using it, and then reading the book at night. So that's a quick learning.
Fun times. Hey, you want to get some coffee?
Yeah, I think that's a good, necessary.
Yes. Some other random things you get that kind of flair, right? So you have all internationals. Do you think I'm a little bit stuck?
Yeah. It's like that. It's like I just felt like when you ask like about I don't know, because people think like, okay, you can
Right, so in terms of going out, I'm not very convinced. It cannot live up to the
We have to do this every day.
Going on, like cultural, social things to do is not that much. I find. Yeah, that's fine.
No.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
I'm gonna go and watch this thing. Yeah, that's good.
I'd be surprised if
I feel like during that process you're going to...
What kind of author should That's right. In fact, I'm thinking about trying to make my website.
Right. Okay.
I think that's
just go to this.
This stage.
Yeah, I live in Colombia.
Can I borrow your charger? Okay. I'm sure my battery is.
Yes, yeah. Just live in
So when I saw the status, I was like,
want to see.
Don't.
Yeah.
No streaming.
Sorry, I
no
didn't
cheering. No information. I'm gonna watch this tonight. I don't want to know what happened. Nothing.
You should probably make an announcement.
That's right. Silence. Or more.
5 minutes.
Yes.
Boiling.
So let me actually check this. And that's actually my room.
All right. Are we ready to get started again? Okay, so Steve has an announcement.
A very important announcement. So I am recording the World Cup match. I don't want to know anything about what happened. No cheering, no signs. No, if you're watching it on your phone, I don't blame you, but don't show anything. Because once I get done with this, I'm going to go
And you can see that in the story here in HQ.
Okay, now that we've gotten the important material out of the way,
There.
let's finish up with.
Thank you. If you go to the barbell,
Yeah.
Here.
So we have related to the education we have in the survey detailed information about location. So in some locations we can know there is no public school.
Okay.
So it could be like, for example, in some rural areas, in many rural areas in Africa. So I think it's good to exploit that if the survey has, and even in urban areas, in some parts, we can be sure there is no public school.
Well, so are you saying, how would you exploit it? If someone in your survey says that they attended public school and they live in that area, would you assume, because they could maybe travel further or something?
Yeah, I mean, in some areas they may travel, but if you are sure, like if you are pretty sure they won't travel, for example, rural urban is clear, and in some people living in slum areas, for example, it's very hard. I mean, it's hardly possible for them to. So if you are sure, like they cannot travel, then you can assume they go to public school if they go to school.
Yeah. And also on this geography point, we know that in a lot of countries, kind of spending can vary a lot based on geography, and so this goes back to kind of trying to get as disaggregated as possible of spending amounts, which is what we're going to do now. So if you can get spending by state or state by urban-rural, or kind of as disaggregated as possible, the better. Again, with this caveat of you should make sure that the differences make sense. So in this case, we have a data set that's called. We have a data set that's called. What's it called? I think Edu Spending, and that data set has for each state in our data set, it has the total or the average spending per student. So we're just going to merge in. I would open up the data set and show you guys, but that's going to require us to kind of save this data set and then open a new one. So instead, just trust me that this other data set has one row for each state, and then it has another column that has the average spending per student. And so we got that from admin accounts. And so now we can merge that in using the state and then multiply that average spending per student by the probability they attend public school, again, to get this expected value. Of course, again, in practice, you would have different levels, too. So maybe this data set, instead of having spending by state, it would have a column for each level of one row for each state and one column for each level of spending. So let's merge that in now. So we're going to merge. Again, let's take a look at our states. We have these 56 states in our data set. So let's go ahead and merge. And again, this is going to be a many-to-one merge because the data set we're merging in has just one row for each state. Our main household survey, of course, has many rows for each state because there's many households and individuals in those households within each state. So then we're going to tell it what variable to merge on, which is state. And then we're going to tell it which data set to merge in. And again, this is a data set that's in the folder that had all the materials. It's called Edu Spending. And so we're going to merge that into our main data. And again, we can add the kind of check at the end, which I like to do after merges, just to make sure everything went well. As I was talking about with someone in the break, you could manually check and see, oh, this merge went well, but then what if something happens, something changes with your data down the road or something like that? That's why this assert command can be very useful, because then you'll always get stopped if something went wrong in your data. And then we can drop the merge variable because we won't need it after we've merged in the state spending level data. And then we just need to multiply that public probability of attending public school by average spending by state. So let's do gen, and again a double precision variable. Let's call it educben. And that's going to be the probability of attending public school, which is just called public, times the spending. Let's do a quick describe to see, now that I merged in spending, what's the variable called. And you can see it's called educspend. That's education spending by state. So let's multiply by educspend. And then we have some individuals in our data set who had a missing value for public because they were not attending school or were not in this age range. And so for those, they're going to also now have a missing value for educben. But if we're going to do the same thing we've been doing where we add across everyone in the household, we can't have them with missing values, otherwise we'll get missings once we add across everyone. So we need to convert those missings to 0. So let's go ahead and this time I'll switch. Last time we used recode. There's, of course, many ways to do this. Let's do replace here. Replace educben equals 0 if it's missing. Now the old stata syntax for if it's missing would be to say if educben equals a period, because that's the missing value symbol. But actually now there's a improved way to do it, which is to say if missing educben. And the reason that that's better is that now there's multiple potential values for missing. So it could be not just a period, but there's also period A, period B. And the reason they did that was so that you could also label different types of missing. So suppose you have a household survey and someone could be missing because they didn't want to respond, and they could also be missing because they didn't know the answer to the question or something. Instead of using a code like 999, which then makes it more complicated because you have to go fix those in the data, you could use missing, and then Stata wanted you to be able to label those different missings in different ways, and so they created these .a, .b, etc. And so if we do if missing educben, that captures all those possibilities, not just the period. Okay. So once we've done that, let's do our HH per capita function that we created so that we can sum across everyone in the household. Now this might give us an error. We've been doing all this merging, which I think sometimes can mess with the sorting. So let's see if it gives us an error. If so, we will sort it first. Yeah, so it gave us a not sorted error. So let's do our sort again, which is also a good opportunity to mention something that came up during one of the breaks, which is that, so remember we were always sorting by household ID and then relation. We also had that example where we sorted to distribute benefits, and Matt pointed out that we had a bunch of ties kind of around the threshold, so people were potentially randomly getting put on one side or the other of whether they were beneficiaries or not. And what Stata actually does when you do a sort is exactly that. After it looks at the variables you tell it, then it does randomly sort them after that. Now that can be a problem for analysis because even if you have no basis to say what should we sort on after these variables, if it's going to do it randomly and there's a bunch of ties, well then you could run your code once and get some answer and then run your code again and get some other answer. And so there are kind of two ways to get around that. One is to set a seed in your data set, which will then make all random processes kind of follow the same random process each time you run the code. And so you'll get the same answer. Or sort also has an option called stable. So I always, whenever I use sort, I add the stable option. And what that does is it keeps the order that's already in the data set after ordering by these first two. So within people who have the same, let's say, household ID and relation value, then it'll just respect the existing order of the data set for people that are tied on those first two. And that way you'll always get the same answer from your data set. Okay, so once we've sorted, this should work. Okay, so it's created our new variables for education benefits. And now, for health, health is as you saw from the presentation, quite complicated. We're going to assume kind of a simple example where we just have, we're going to do an insurance value approach. So let's suppose we had a we're going to do a combination of the two approaches, which comes up in a lot of countries. So you have a combination of a contributory system with access for formal workers and their families. So that's a publicly run kind of social insurance system. And then you also have public facilities, but they have unequal access. So in theory, everyone who doesn't have access to the social insurance system should have access to the public facilities. But in practice, there's unequal access, so we don't want to just give everyone, divide spending by everyone. We're going to use the use approach for the public facilities. And so this kind of combination of two systems you see in a lot of Latin American countries, for example, where formal sector workers have access to these publicly run, or they have access to a public insurance system where the government will pay for their care, and they can go to facilities authorized by the the social insurance system. And then you have public facilities for everyone else, but those are only kind of universal access in theory, not in practice. So let's go ahead and implement these two systems. So let's suppose we have the total from national accounts of spending on the social insurance system. So I'm going to assume that we know this number, which is going to be 5,451,000,000. So that's going to be the total health spending on the contributory system. So we're going to kind of do it separate. We're going to do these two systems separately. So total spending on the public, on the social insurance system is going to be this 5.4 billion number. And then we're going to need to divide that among everyone who receives benefits. And so here we don't actually observe, let's say, we don't have a question in the survey maybe for who is directly affiliated with this system, but you can check in the country what would be a good proxy for that. In this case, we're going to assume that if at least one member of the household is in the formal sector, which we have a variable for formality in the data set, then they have access to this system. So let's use our formal variable again. So first let's generate a new variable. So again, double precision. I'm going to call it health contrib ben. And I'm just going to start by setting it equal to 0, and then I'll replace it for the people who receive benefits. Yep.
Check, why do you, rather than saying set double at the top, added an H?
That's a good question. So you could set double at the top. That can be not the most efficient for space because some variables, so if you generate, for example, a 0, 1 variable, if you set, I think it would still make it a double if you've set double at the top.
Because it just increases the size of
Yeah, so it's going to increase the size of your data set. You could kind of override that. So actually in practice when I create dummy variables, I haven't been doing this here, but I always, because it's not as important as making sure your income concepts is double, which you should always do. But when you create a dummy variable, you can actually say gen byte, and then it'll create it as small as possible in your data set, because a dummy variable only requires a byte of memory. So you could, in theory, you could set double at the top and then just make sure that anytime you did something that you didn't need a double, so say you create a 0, 1 variable, you could just say gen byte to make sure, and that would be a good way to ensure that you're not forgetting to make income concepts or fiscal interventions double, which I think is the more important thing than worrying about the size of your data set. So yeah, that's a good approach also to kind of set double at the top and then just make sure, and then just do gen byte whenever you have a 0, 1 variable.
You can also set double at the top and just put compress at the end before you save, right? And then doesn't that...
As long as it doesn't also compress doubles. Are we sure of that? Wait, no, because it might also think that it can compress
the doubles
our income doubles.
Right, yeah.
How would you set double at the top?
Do you know it's set something double? Set type double. Yeah, so you could, at the very top of your code, you could do set type double, and then every time you use generate, it's just going to make it a double automatically. Okay. So, let's go ahead and create a variable now that tells us whether at least one person within the household is in the formal sector. So again, that's kind of using the syntax we've used over and over again, where we are going to use egen and sum across. Well, normally we've been summing. Here we just need to know if at least one member of the household receives benefits. So let's just use max. Remember that formal was a dummy variable, so it's going to be 0, 1. If we take the max of that within a household, we're going to get a dummy variable that tells us if at least one person benefits. So let me call that formal HH. Is going to be the max of the individual's values for formal within a household. And then, let me just make sure this worked. So I'll summarize formal HH to get a sense of kind of what percent of households are in the formal sector. And we can see here that 84% of households in this data set have at least one member in the formal sector. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can actually, this summarize did something else also. In addition to tell us the mean, we can use it to get the total number of households within the formal sector, which we need to, because we're going to divide this total amount of spending by the government among all the households who have access to the system. So let's go ahead and do put our weight here. So that's going to be, we want to include the weight with summarize so that we can do our sum and pull that total number of, in this case it'll be total number of individuals who live in households that have access to the formal system, which is what we want, because then we're assigning that kind of average benefit per person who can benefit back to those people. There was an important question that also came up during one of the breaks, which is this weight that we've been using, is it the household weight or the individual weight, which can be two different things? So generally surveys come with kind of a sampling weight for the household, and that's what we're using here. And the reason we're using that here is that our data set is already at the individual level. So, if you have 5 individuals in one household and 4 in the other, and then you assign to each of the individuals in the household with 5 the household weight, it's automatically going to be also weighted by the number of individuals because you have the data set at the individual level already. In the CEQ Stata package that we'll talk about tomorrow, it's designed to be able to use with either type of data set, but the instructions for using it are that you should always use the household level, you should always use the household survey weight. If you have a data set at the individual level, it'll then, at some point in the command, it collapses it to a household level behind the scenes, but also takes the number of individuals when it does that and multiplies that by the household weight so it knows. And then if you're using one that's already collapsed to the household level, you also have to tell it the household size as one of the options, and then it's going to do the multiplication on its own also. So you always use the household sampling weight, and then it's going to do the multiplication by household size behind the scenes. Okay, so let's go ahead and use our sum from this. So now we're going to want to divide the total spending, which again we saved in this local, by the total number of total number of individuals who live in households that have access, and we're going to put that in a variable that is the total benefit amount. So we've already created that variable, health contrib ben. So now we're just going to say replace health contrib ben, and then that's going to be equal again to the total spending, which we have saved in this macro here, public contrib health, total spending divided by the total number of households who receive, total number of individuals who live in households that receive benefits, which again is just going to be the R sum that's saved in state after this summarize. But we're only going to want to do that replacement for the people who live in households with access. So we're going to have to add an if condition here, if formal HH equals 1. And then for everyone else, it's going to be 0 because we already set it to 0, this benefit value up here. So now that we've created the benefit, all we need to do is, well, we should probably check that variable. So let's go ahead and do a summarize of it. And I'm going to use my weight again because I want to then check the sum of this variable also against my total that I started with to make sure that everything checks out. So let's summarize that variable. And it did not do what I wanted because I didn't run this replace yet. One trick about whenever you create these locals, you have to make sure that when you run the chunk of code with the local macro in it that you've highlighted the place where you defined the local as well. It's the only kind of drawback to using these local macros. Okay, so now I've done the summarize, and we can see...
What do you mean?
So here I had this local macro. So suppose I only ran this chunk of code right here. The problem is that this local macro, it's not kind of saved in this data session. It's only saved in this run of the do file. So, I have to highlight basically the whole chunk, or often what I'm doing if it's not too computationally intensive is I'll just, be writing the script and I'll just run the whole thing each time. So at the beginning it starts with loading in the data, so you can just rerun the whole thing every time you need to, which is also good because it makes sure you haven't done something that broke the whole script.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we can look at this results here. Let me pull my screen. So we can see, okay, it's a mean about 2,000. And we have a little range here, which is just from the number of beneficiaries because different households have different number of people who have access. They have different numbers of people in the households. And now we can compare the total, which is our sum, to the total we started with just to make sure that what we did worked. And again, you see, okay, 5.451. It's exactly the same as we started with. So we've distributed all these benefits. We would still need to scale down, which I'm not going to go through here just because of time. But in practice, remember to scale down these benefits from public accounts. So now that's the benefits from people who have access to this kind of social insurance system. But again, not everyone does. And there's another system, which is public facilities. So for the public facilities, we're going to use the use value, the use approach. We're going to look at who actually used the public facility and then assign the benefit to them. So in our data set, we have, let me just describe any variables with health in the name to check what we have. So we have this variable used public health, which is whether they used a health facility. And for that variable, we are going to use that. So for example, we could do tab used public health to check, make sure it's a dummy variable. And here we do. Very few people use it, which is often what you see in, if these surveys were asking about the last month, for example, you may see very few observations using it. So we have these 55 who used it. And now let's just suppose that we only have one type of service. Of course, again, in practice, you want to get as disaggregated as possible of the value or the spending on each service in different geographic areas. Here we're just going to assume there's one type of service and one type of geographic area, and that the average government spending is 2,000. So let's, not 2,000, 20,000. So let's gen a public health benefit that's equal to, it is 2,000, equal to 2,000. So we're going to generate a new variable, health public ben, that's equal to 2,000 if they used the public health facility. So if used public health equals 1. now that we've done that, we're going to do the same thing summing within a household. So first we have to, again, replace the missings with 0. So let's replace used public health equals 0 if missing. Oh, sorry, not used public health. The variable we just created, health public ben, equals 0 if it was missing. And then we just need to do the same thing we've been doing all along, which is HH per capita, so that we can sum within the household and get the total benefits to the household and the household per capita amounts. And once we've done that, we can just create a new income concept for final income. So again, back to the flow chart, we're now adding these in-kind transfers. I'm going to assume that there's not a user fee to deal with here. So we can just say, okay, gen YF for final income. It's going to be contributory income plus, and then we have to take each of these variables we just created for benefits. So there's educ ben HH, there's health public ben, well there's two, health contrib ben and health public ben. Those are the health benefits. Again, using the household level aggregates. And then we'll again create a household per capita one. And once we've done that, our data set is ready to go. But I'm going to add in one thing I forgot, which is creating the household level value of health contrib ben. So let me add that. Using again our HH per capita function. Okay, so now I have the household and household per capita variables for final income. What's this coming down? Okay, so we have our final income variables. We didn't label them, so this is blank. And now we've finished the flowchart. And so basically once you're done with, that's the bulk or the majority of the work of a CEQ assessment. And then once you've gotten to this last final income concept, then you're ready to kind of feed them into the CEQ Stata package, which we'll talk about tomorrow. Although that's an oversimplification, I'll talk a little bit about tomorrow as well about kind of strategies of when you're doing one of these analyses. You don't want to just spend months and months preparing all these income concepts and then wait until the very end to start looking at what the distributional results and inequality and poverty are. There are some commands we've designed that are more useful for kind of interactive as you're, considering, what's the impact of this little, we've made a lot of assumptions along the way. What's the impact of some assumption I'm making on my disposable income results or, on the effect of direct transfers on inequality, something like that. So we've designed some more interactive commands that are designed to use along the way while you're making those decisions. But then at some point you're going to hit the point where you've kind of, okay, now I've generated all the income concepts and fiscal intervention variables, and then tomorrow I'll talk about how we then use those to in the CEQ data package. Okay. Any questions about constructing all of these variables?
Sean, I haven't been here all the time that you're doing this. I don't know if you touched on this, but have you talked about outliers?
No. My old data training that we did in previous years did a lot more on the data cleaning part at the very beginning. But I have since taken that out based on feedback that everyone at the World Bank is used to working with household surveys, so they deal with these issues all the time. But yeah, outliers are, of course, an important to look for and make sure they don't just kind of stay in your data set, especially sometimes even for a direct transfer, you'll see some huge outlier. In the case of Brazil, we noticed that actually sometimes those were predictable, so sometimes you would notice that the amount they were reporting of a monthly benefit was actually 12 times the amount that you could be receiving. So people had just heard the question or something and thought that it was supposed to be the annual benefit. And so in those cases, we could divide by 12. But there will be other cases where you have no idea why this variable has, millions of dollars as the answer when it clearly shouldn't. Do you have a specific?
Another place where it affects us more than especially people who are doing poverty analysis is that when we're doing the indirect taxes and the indirect subsidies, we're dealing with expenditure quantities for one particular item, which can be way out of whack. And someone in the process of preparing the data set for the poverty analysis cleaned that up, but didn't actually change that. They cleaned up the household expenditure aggregate that gets used for the poverty analysis. So then when you go back, you're going to have this wacky number for electricity consumption or maize consumption or something, and you have to be conscious of that or it can throw off the calculations of the indirect taxes and subsidies.
Yeah, that's a good point. So did you kind of compare within individuals to find which were those cases with inconsistencies?
I'm way too lazy for that. I just have I usually put in a little routine that just says, flag for me every observation where, for example, the item consumption is more than X percent of household expenditures, and see if that actually makes sense or not. And usually it does, or usually you wouldn't want to throw it out, but occasionally you get one that's just completely crazy and realize,
yeah. Okay, so there's no other.
I have a question. We are working with a database that is supposed to cover the whole country, and you have, you do any specific analysis when you have, for example, rural and urban areas. You adapt the syntaxes or the programming to cover those different situations. Because, for example, in the case of Argentina, what we have is a survey that's just urban, but the national accounts databases and the fiscal databases are national, cover the whole country.
Mm-hmm. But it's the only country that in the world now, literally. But we had that issue, and with he's at the IDB. And we made a series of assumptions to actually make the calculation national.
Okay.
But it's the only country in the world currently that doesn't have a national survey.
Yeah.
In China, there are two separate surveys, right? You have to do something to combine.
I don't know how good the other surveys in the world are, but when Uruguay was the other one, and they changed that in 2009.
Yeah.
They started going national. People think that in Argentina and Uruguay in the countryside you only have cows.
Okay. Any other questions before we move on to the next session? Okay, so the second the next session we're going to talk about fiscal impoverishment, which we've kind of alluded to a number of times up until this point. These are two measures that we designed in CEQ on we call them fiscal impoverishment and fiscal gains to the poor. So I'm going to talk here about the measures themselves and the motivation behind them and some of the results we found for a bunch of countries, as well as standalone stata commands that you can use to estimate fiscal impoverishment once you have a pre-fisc and a post-fisc income variable. So the results in this presentation are going to be based on our paper, Can a Poverty-Reducing and Progressive Tax and Transfer System Hurt the Poor, in the Journal of Development Economics. And if you use these measures, please do cite our paper.
And the answer, by the way, is yes?
Yes, they can. I read somewhere that all titles with a question, the answer is always yes. Okay, so the motivation for this these measures is first with the finance for development kind of craze. I'm actually going to sit down so I can see. We know that anti-poverty policies are often evaluated separately from the taxes used to fund them, and but more recently with the Sustainable Development Goals, we started seeing this discussion happen about, okay, how are we going to pay for the kind of necessary spending to achieve these very ambitious goals that all these countries are agreeing to. And there was also kind of simultaneously push to a realization that aid flows may be decreasing, and so there was this push for domestic resource mobilization and the idea that countries should have the kind of fiscal capacity to raise at least some of the resources necessary to reduce poverty and inequality and achieve other sustainable development goals. And so then the question is, how are these countries, often lower middle income countries, going to raise these revenues? And so there's a debate on how to raise these revenues and on taxing the poor in general. Moving away from taxing the poor and just thinking about taxation in general, there's a preference among economists for efficient taxes. And so one of the kind of most commonly given examples of very efficient tax, because there's no deadweight loss, is a no exemption value-added tax. And the problem with these is that they have a high burden on the poor. So as we've seen, if the poor are spending a higher proportion of their income on consumption, these no exemption value-added tax is going to end up being regressive. And so the kind of people who push for these no exemption value-added taxes for a long time, the IMF, for example, would argue that we still want to pick the most efficient tax because we have spending instruments available that are better targeted to the pursuit of equity concerns. So the idea was, let's pick the most efficient tax so that there's no deadweight loss, we don't have any effects of this kind of inefficiency on the tax side, and then let's use transfers to deal with equity concerns. And so people made arguments that these efficient taxes, even though they have a high burden on the poor, they're acceptable if you have sufficiently large transfers to the poor. So here's a couple of quotes arguing that. One says, "It is quite obvious that the disadvantages of a proportional tax are moderated by adequate targeting of transfers, since what the poor individual pays in taxes is returned to her." And another said, "A regressive tax might conceivably be the best way to finance pro-poor expenditures, with the net effect being to relieve poverty." But this raises the question, how do we know whether the taxes that a poor individual pays are indeed returned to her, and how do we know whether the net effect is to reduce poverty? And even if the net effect is to reduce poverty, how do we know that some poor aren't being made worse off by this combination of taxes and transfers? And more broadly, we can use these measures that we designed to look at a number of questions. First, what's the impact of taxes, cash transfers, and subsidies on the poor when you combine the system? How are the poor affected? Thinking more about simulations, how are the poor affected if you eliminate a VAT exemption or energy subsidies? Who benefits from the elimination, for example, of user fees in primary education or the expansion of non-contributory pensions? So to answer any of these questions, which are questions that kind of commonly come up in dialogue with stakeholders and policymakers, I'm going to show you that conventional measures that we use, even if we were to create these kind of pre- and post-fisc income concepts, the conventional measures we use have limitations. And then the measures I'm going to talk about today of fiscal impoverishment and fiscal gains to the poor will give you unambiguous and theoretically sound measures to answer these questions. So let me walk through an example to kind of explain the limitation of conventional measures. Let's think first just about a poverty measure. So let's say we've done the whole thing we just did in Stata to create these different income concepts. So we have some pre-fisc income concept, we have some post-fisc income concept, and then we have, and then we're going to just compare poverty before and after taxes and transfers, and see what, see if poverty went down. So the limitation of that, let's walk through a simple example where we just have 3 people in society. They have incomes of 5, 8, and 20. And then those are their pre-fisc incomes. And now let's suppose they're post-fisc incomes. The person with 5 gains income and goes to 9. The person with 8 gains income and goes to loses income and goes to 6. And then the person with 20 lost income and went to 18. So we see that the poorest gained, but the second poorest lost income. And now if we think about, say, a poverty line of 10, what you're going to see from any poverty measure is that poverty went down because poverty measures are anonymous. So the poverty measure is going to say, okay, well, let's think about poverty measures that are sensitive to how poor the people are, not just whether they're poor or not. They're going to say, okay, in the first scenario, the poorest person had 6, the poorest person had 5, and the second poorest 8. In the second scenario, the poorest had 6, and the second poorest 9. So you're going to see first-order stochastic dominance. And so by any of these poverty measures, poverty went down. Or by the head count, it didn't change. But now, say, instead a poverty line of somewhere in between. Let's say the poverty line is 7. Is 7 going to do it? Yeah. So let's say the poverty line is 7. Now you have, no, you're still going to have the same. But any measure that's sensitive to, so 8.5, yeah. So you're going to see either poverty doesn't change or poverty goes down, but that's going to mask the fact that this person with 8 was losing income and falling to 6. But it's not just poverty measures that are anonymous. We have some non-anonymous measures that take into account where people started, so measures of horizontal equity, progressivity, all take into account kind of the pre-fisc income. But those also are going to mask, they're going to mask this fact that someone was losing income. So, as I already explained, you can have a decrease in poverty, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you didn't have any fiscal impoverishment, any people becoming worse off paying more in taxes than they received in transfers. You can also have horizontal equity, which says that people of similar incomes have to be treated the same by the fiscal system. That doesn't necessarily imply that you have no fiscal impoverishment. So here I have an example where you have a couple of individuals starting with 1 and a couple starting with 7. The individuals with 1 gain income and go to 3. The individuals with 7 lose income and fall to 6. So everyone with the same starting incomes was treated equally, but you still have fiscal impoverishment. Then you can also, and it's also true that the implication doesn't work in the other direction, so you can have a situation with no fiscal impoverishment, but that's also not horizontally equitable. So you could have 2 individuals start with 5 and one starting with 6. They're all poor. One of the individuals who started with 5 gained income and went to 7. And so they jumped over the person with 6, so we had this re-ranking. We didn't have horizontal equity, but we didn't have fiscal impoverishment either, because no one below the poverty line lost income. And then finally, for progressivity, another commonly used measure, again, tax and transfer system being progressive does not imply that there's no fiscal impoverishment. So we can have an example where there was, where we have someone starting with 1 and they gain 2, so they go to 3. Someone starts with 3, they gain 1, so they go to 4. Someone starts with 7, they lose 1 and they go to 6. And someone starts with 13 and loses 2 and goes to 11. So if you calculate basically the proportion of income relative to your starting income, the proportion change, you're going to find that this follows the rule for progressivity, but you again had fiscal impoverishment of someone with 7 falling to 6. And then finally, you also have the case that, again, the implication doesn't run in the other direction either. You can have no fiscal impoverishment, but that doesn't necessarily say that it's a progressive tax or transfer system, because you could have, for example, the poorest person's income not change at all, and then the other poor people gain income, and that's not going to be progressive, because for it to be progressive, the poorest person would have had to gain proportionally more than the others. So to see that kind of stylistically on the poverty side, let's return to the limitations of poverty measures, and let's think about ordering the population by pre-fisc income on the x-axis. And then you can think about, this is just kind of, again, a made-up distribution, but let's suppose the orange line is the incomes of everyone, their pre-fisc income. So if you pick a particular point on the x-axis, that's just telling you, okay, this person at whatever percentiles here had an income equal to some amount. And so, of course, because we're ordering by pre-fisc income, this is going to be an increasing curve. But then you could think about the tax and transfer system giving, on net, some individuals gain. They come up here. Some individuals lose income relative to pre-fisc income. And that can vary depending where they are in the income distribution. And so if you have this scenario, you're going to see that some people are escaping poverty here. So in this range, they gained enough income that they're above the poverty line. Some people lost income and went below the poverty line. But you can see that poverty overall went down. Let's say using the head count, you see that there's more people jumping up above the poverty line than there are people falling down below the poverty line here. And also, if you were to use the poverty gap, that would just be summing up the amounts that people gained and lost to figure out what the change in the poverty gap was. Again, you'll see that there's more gains of people below the poverty line than there are losses. And so again, we're going to see poverty going down, but that's going to mask all of the people who are losing income, either that started poor and became poorer from the tax and transfer system, or that started non-poor and fell into poverty from the tax and transfer system. So that's what we're trying to measure here. To give you an example also with real-world data, we've gone through some hypothetical examples. We took a number of CEQ studies, and there's a bunch of countries, both upper middle-income countries and lower middle-income countries, where poverty is going down. So this is the change in the poverty head count. It's negative in all of them. Where inequality is going down, this is the change in the Gini coefficient. But despite that, you see in some of these countries a high level or a high proportion of the population becoming fiscally impoverished. So for example, in Brazil, if you look at what percent of the post-fisc poor were fiscally impoverished, it's about a third of the post-fisc poor. So just to formalize how we're going to define fiscal impoverishment, I think you get the idea from the figure, but we're going to say there's fiscal impoverishment if someone's income after taxes and transfers, which I'm going to call Y1, is less than their income before taxes and transfers, so they've lost income, and after taxes and transfers, they're below the poverty line. And then there's going to be fiscal gains if someone gained income and they started below the poverty line. So in the paper, we define a bunch of formal axioms to say, okay, we want to develop a kind of rigorous measure of this phenomenon. And so we define a number of axioms based on similar axioms from the poverty measurement literature and other measurement literatures. And we show that if you agree with these axioms, you can generate a measure of fiscal impoverishment, and there's only one class of measures that meets all of the axioms. And it's going to be a class of measures where we're basically summing across all individuals this amount here, which I'm going to show you what it is here. So there's going to be some individuals here who are pre-fisc poor, so they're pre-fisc poor and they're impoverished. So their post-fisc income has to be below their pre-fisc income, and both of those incomes were below the poverty line. So if you plug that into this equation, that's going to be equal to their, basically how much income they lost for that individual. If they're pre-fisc poor and impoverished, so they're pre-fisc non-poor, so their pre-fisc income was above the poverty line, but they lost enough income that they fell below the poverty line, then this amount is going to be, this kind of equation here is going to be the amount that it would take to get them back to the poverty line, so Z minus their post-fisc income. If they were non-impoverished and pre-fisc non-poor, so they were above the poverty line before, they're still below the poverty line regardless of whether they gained or lost. This is going to be Z minus Z, so that's just 0. They contribute nothing to the total. And then if they're non-impoverished and pre-fisc poor, so their income was below the poverty line, but they either gained or didn't change income, they're again going to contribute 0 to the measure. So this is essentially just summing up these gains in the figure. So if you were to sum up this area here in light gray, that's what the axiomatic measure of fiscal impoverishment were if you set k equals 1.
Oh, the ones that are under, the dark gray.
Yeah, sorry. The dark gray. That's right. This is fiscal impoverishment, dark gray. So it's the people losing. You sum up all of these losses, and that gives you our axiomatic measure of fiscal impoverishment. And then there's this extra constant out in the front, which, so it's kind of actually a class of measures where you get to pick what k you want. If you set k equals 1, that gives you those dark gray those dark gray numbers under the figure. You could also set k equals 1 over n, and that's going to give you the per capita fiscal impoverishment. Or you could set k equals 1 over n times the poverty line, and that gives you something closer to the poverty gap ratios we're used to using. And we can actually decompose the change in the poverty gap ratio into fiscal impoverishment minus fiscal gains. So we can define a similar measure for fiscal gains, and then you can show that the change in the poverty gap ratio, or any poverty gap measure, is equal to the change in the difference between fiscal impoverishment minus fiscal gains. Again, where you can set this kind of these parameters, and so if you set them to 1 over the poverty line times the number of individuals, that's going to give you kind of your typical poverty gap measure, and you can compare the change in this normalized poverty gap to your fiscal impoverishment and fiscal gains. So you can decompose it into how much is coming from people becoming worse off by the tax and transfer system and how much is composed by people becoming better off. So that's what we do here for all of the countries again. To kind of interpret these numbers, so first I just have the total in millions of dollars per year, so that's when we set this k equals 1 and we're just summing the total amounts. Of course, that's hard to compare across countries because countries are different sizes, have different populations. So we've also expressed the fiscal impoverishment as a percent of fiscal gains to the poor. And so there you can start to see first kind of how much heterogeneity there is across countries. You have, let's focus on the upper middle income countries. You have anywhere ranging from less than 1%, so fiscal impoverishment is less than 1% of fiscal gains to the poor, up to 40% in Tunisia. Then we can also calculate the per capita fiscal impoverishment as a proportion also of the poverty line, so that's when I said k equals 1 over n times z. And then finally, we can compare that to the change in the poverty gap, and what you'll see, you can do this decomposition that I just talked about, where you look at the change in the poverty gap and compare that to fiscal impoverishment and fiscal gains, which I'll come back to in a second. One other thing to note here is you can have countries where, for example, we have a number of countries that have a per capita fiscal impoverishment. This normalized fiscal impoverishment measure is about, or let's use, the change in the poverty gap. So we have a few countries that all have about a 0.3 change in the poverty gap, a reduction in poverty. So Indonesia, Guatemala, and El Salvador, they all have about a 0.3 change here. But then if you look at the fiscal impoverishment and fiscal gains measures, you actually see very different stories in the countries. So if you look at El Salvador, they have low fiscal impoverishment relative to fiscal gains. And then you have some other countries, Indonesia is somewhere in the middle, and then you have, for example, in Guatemala, you have higher values of both. So we can have, this kind of, you can have some countries where you have high fiscal impoverishment and high fiscal gains, and some countries that have low fiscal impoverishment and low fiscal gains. And they kind of, because these can offset in your poverty measures, they then get to similar values for reduction in poverty. And so we're not making a stance on, which of those two is better. Is it better to have both low fiscal gains and low fiscal impoverishment, or high fiscal gains and high fiscal impoverishment? But the point is that before this tool, you couldn't really, decompose that change, which you would have seen was equal across the countries, and figure out which thing is going on. There's more churning happening due to the fiscal system. So to return to this point about typical measures kind of missing what's going on, I'm now going to zoom in just on Brazil and then look at what happens, if we also were to change the poverty line. So up until now, I've been using a fixed poverty line, but we know from poverty analysis that, we want measures that are unambiguous, that we can say for a range of reasonable poverty lines, what would happen. So here for Brazil, I'm using the first order stochastic dominance. So these are the cumulative distribution functions. In Brazil, here's the $1.25 poverty line. Here's the 250 line, since these are based on 2005 PPP numbers. And so you can see up to the 250 line that the post-fisc income first order stochastically dominates pre-fisc income, so we have an unambiguous reduction in poverty up to the 250 line. But those numbers I just showed you were also only up to the 250 line. So even though we have an unambiguous reduction in poverty, a lot of people are becoming fiscally impoverished in Brazil. About a third of the post-fisc poor are becoming fiscally impoverished. We don't see that here. And then also there's what we call global progressivity. So first the post-fisc Lorenz curve is everywhere above the pre-fisc Lorenz curve, and the post-fisc concentration curve is everywhere above. So we know that the system is progressive and unambiguously equalizing as well, using a broad range of inequality measures. But both of those are missing this fiscal impoverishment. So we can also make a fiscal impoverishment curve where we basically take the measure that we derived and then just vary the poverty line and measure how much fiscal impoverishment there is. And a couple interesting things come out of this. So first you see it in Brazil, even though we said for 250 there was what's a fair amount of fiscal impoverishment. If you look at the kind of lower poverty line around 125, you see essentially no fiscal impoverishment. And that could be because Bolsa Familia, even though it's known as a conditional cash transfer program, there's actually an unconditional component as well for the extreme poor, where you don't have to have kids, there's no conditions. It's basically a transfer for anyone with income below a certain amount. That exists in Brazil, and that amount is somewhere around the 125 line also, so that could be why you see basically no fiscal impoverishment there. Then you start to see fiscal impoverishment ramping up, and then at some point you're going to see that the difference, this is showing the difference between fiscal gains and fiscal impoverishment, that's going to hit a max and start falling as fiscal impoverishment kind of starts to ramp up, and that's actually happening right about where the higher eligibility cutoff for Bolsa Familia is. And so that could be that you start to see more and more people not eligible for Bolsa Familia, and so then you start to see fiscal impoverishment kind of ramping up. Although at the 250 line, about 2/3 of these people who are fiscally impoverished are receiving Bolsa Familia. They're just also having to pay a lot in taxes and transfers. And then here, since I'm using totals here in billions of dollars, I'm going to use totals for the poverty gap as well. And of course, the poverty gaps are kind of on a different scale. But if you were to shrink down this scale, then the difference, this is just coming from the decomposition, the difference between fiscal gains and fiscal impoverishment is exactly equal to the difference between pre-fisc and post-fisc poverty gap. And so now we're going to go to the Stata implementation of this, and we'll use the same data we've been using and just look at what the fiscal impoverishment results look like. So there's going to be a Stata command that you guys can install to look at it. It's called fiscal_impoverishment. So if you do ssc install fiscal impoverishment, you'll get it, and we'll do that right now. And I also want to show you, if you find any issues with the command, how we're kind of doing the tracking of issues. Yes.
Remember I showed you this yesterday when we were talking about the conceptual framework. Stephen pointed out correctly that this measure can be very sensitive to measurement errors at the bottom. So we were not trying to sort of get an exact number of how many, but you want to have an idea if it's happening a lot and to what extent, because that will alert you to what the policy is doing. For example, you're simulating a policy, what the policy is doing to people who were poor. You want to protect them from being impoverished. And even though you're not going to take the number exactly how it is a good way to assess whether your policy is actually damaging those who you want to protect in the process. And that's why the link to the domestic resource mobilization agenda, because there's a lot of emphasis now that countries, and poor countries, are putting so much emphasis. Africa should really collect all the revenues domestically to be able to fund their, sort of like an empowerment message. But in this process, you may actually be hurting those who you want to protect the most. And that's why this measure is so important. And if you use other measures, it will alert you then also to the characteristics of those who lose. And I don't know whether you can see that.
Well, this tutorial was based on fake data, so I don't know what the characteristics are going to tell us.
Why don't you try it with your own data to see, are there people who don't receive the transfers? Are there people who consume, the family consumes a lot of sin goods that pay excise taxes, so the father is happy, but the children are not nourished?
Yeah, and on the measurement error point, that's definitely, well, anything that we do in CEQ is going to depend on potentially measurement error of, if we're mismeasuring some of the taxes and transfers. And but another point to make about it is that when Stephen first pointed out the issue of this measurement error, which is obviously something you should worry about when you're looking at the results, Ali pointed out to us that even regular poverty measures in the presence of mean zero measurement error of incomes are biased. And so That's something we kind of don't really think about very much, and we just use these poverty measures, but it's actually the case that even if you have mean zero symmetric, normally distributed measurement error around true incomes, your poverty measures and inequality measures will be biased. Okay, so let's go back to Stata, and we're just going to kind of implement this command to see what it looks like. And let me quickly also explain what we mean when we say, so the title of this session had standalone command in the title. And the reason is, so we have the CEQ Stata package, and the goal of the CEQ Stata package is once you have all these income concepts and all these fiscal intervention variables, you can then run the CEQ Stata package. It produces this massive amount of results for you that we then write up the CEQ assessment, etc., and to compare across countries. But the idea of the standalone packages was, suppose you just have one pre-fisc income concept and one post-fisc income concept. You're not doing a full-fledged CEQ assessment, and you just want to implement the calculation of fiscal impoverishment or something. Just like you would, have some command to estimate the Gini, and you wanted to implement what's the Gini before and after taxes and transfers. Well, people have written commands to estimate the Gini in Stata, but because this was a new measure, we needed a command to quickly estimate fiscal impoverishment. So that's the idea of the standalone command. So if you install it, as this says here, SSC install fiscal impoverishment, and I'm going to put replace because since this is command is potentially updated over time, if you have it already installed and you include replace, it'll replace what you have with the most recent version. So let's go ahead and install it. And then once we've installed it, then we can let's do help fiscal impoverishment to see what it includes. And so here in the help file, you can see that there's a typo. But also, you can see that there's a couple of commands that you can use. So there's one called FIFGP, which is going to calculate the measures. And then there's typos all over. And then there's one called FIFGP graph, which is going to graph the FI and FGP curves. So let's go ahead and click on one of those to get the more full-fledged help file. So FIFGP is the one that's going to just calculate the measures for us. And you can see here that there are a few different options. So first we have an option where we specify what's the poverty line. So we're going to put that in Z. And then we're going to give it our two income concepts. I need to clean up this help file, but we're going to give it two income concepts, which are the pre and post-fisc income concept, and then we're going to give it the poverty line, and then we have some other options. For example, we can choose which type of measure to produce. This is essentially setting that value of k that we saw in the axiomatic measure. So, for example, if you put head count, it's just going to calculate the proportion of people who are fiscally impoverished, which is not one of the axiomatic measures. If you put total, it's going to set k equals 1, and it's going to calculate the total currency level of fiscal impoverishment and fiscal gains. If you set per capita, it'll set k equals 1 over n and calculate the per capita results for FI and FGP. You can set normalized, which is the same as setting k equals 1 over n times z. So there you're doing something like what we do with the poverty gap ratios, where it's also a proportion of the poverty line. Or because this measure incorporates, actually any value of k would be valid, you could instead just directly put it as an option kappa. So you could set what k is. And then there's a couple more options. We can set whether we want it to calculate a ratio of FI to FGP, which was one of the things that we saw, again, in the presentation, just because it's kind of helpful to put it in context. This column, FI is a proportion of FGP. And then we have an option called decomp, which is going to produce the decomposition of the change in poverty related to FI and FGP. So let's go ahead and run the command. So we're going to do it, again, we have a number of income concept variables. These results that we presented in the paper, we're always going from market income plus pensions to, so we're considering pensions as deferred income, going from market income plus pensions to consumable income. So we're stopping short, just like we do in poverty analysis. We don't go all the way to final income because these poverty lines, as Nora mentioned yesterday, you can't eat education. So we're going to go from market income plus pensions, which is this YP variable, household per capita market income plus pensions, to consumable income, which is our YC variable. And then we're going to include the poverty line. Let's just suppose the poverty line is 20,000, because this is fake data. And then, so this is going to be the poverty line in the same units as our income concept variables. And then let's also do the decomp option so that we get the decomposition. And let's try that. It didn't save my YC variable. I never created my YC per capita. So we have our consumable income at the household level. I forgot to create the per capita version, so you can generate, again, double precision, gen double consumable income per capita as household consumable income at the household level divided by the household size, and then it should run. But it wants me to specify which type of, basically what the value of K is going to be. So let's specify total, like some of the results we were looking at. And so now that we've done that, you can see that in this fake data set, there was actually a fair amount of fiscal impoverishment. So we actually, in this data set, the conventional measures would have still alerted us to something going wrong, because we would have seen poverty increase, which we saw also in a few of the CEQ analyses. Poverty increased from the tax and transfer system, but that's still going to mask kind of the extent of fiscal impoverishment, and so we see that over here. So the total poverty gap in currency increased by $1 million, let's say. And but that masks that about 1.3 million, there was about a $1.3 million increase of fiscal impoverishment for those who lost income relative to the system, and then about 250 million going to other people who were gaining from the system, fiscal gains to the poor. And as we showed with the kind of decomposition result, these two should end up being equal.
So if we specified the per capita, so it would kind of show us individual level effects?
Yeah, so per capita is just, it's an average across the entire population.
Okay.
So it's not even an average among those who are fiscally impoverished, because that actually is a measure that would violate some of our axioms, for the same reason that, for example, when they do the poverty gap, you're dividing by the entire population, not just the population of the poor.
Mm-hmm.
If you're only dividing by the population of the poor to see what's the amount each poor person is below the poverty line on average, that measure no longer meets some desirable properties, because you could bring some people out of poverty, but then actually increase the measure. Suppose you brought the least poor person out of poverty, then you're going to increase the average poverty gap of those who are poor. So this measure is the same. It's we can do, so let's do that. Let's put per capita instead. And then you can see when you do per capita, yeah, that's just dividing by the entire population. So
as opposed to the samples, it's taking the weight into account?
So we didn't put weights, but we can. Or we should, if we're doing this for real. And so again, in the help file, there's this option for weights. And so let's go ahead and put, should work with a p weight. Okay, so now we've done it with weights. And, yeah, you see the values changed a little bit. So before, the weights affect both numerator and denominator in this per capita measure, so it's going to change kind of how much relative weight each household has, but not kind of the overall trends that we're seeing. So here again you see, poverty went up going from pre-fisc to post-fisc by $449 per person, and you can decompose that into how much of that is some of the poor becoming poorer from the tax and transfer system, and how much of it is some people gaining. And then the other command, which I won't go through in detail, but I'll just let you know that it exists so that you can use it if you want to, is this FIFGP graph command. And so with FIFGP graph, you give it basically the same options, and what it's going to produce is these same types of graphs that I was showing you in the presentation. So you can get graphs of these kind of FIFGP curves. These ones were for total. So these would be using the total option on that command. You could also get the per capita values if you use per capita as an option. You can also get them kind of normalized by the poverty line if you instead wanted them as a percent of the poverty line as well. You could do the normalized option. And there you see, for example, these are now measures where if you were to look at kind of the typically produced poverty gap ratio, these would be the exact numbers you got, 0.23 and 0.26, and then you can decompose those into fiscal impoverishment and gains as well.
Sorry.
Yep.
So when you normalize it, what is it telling us again?
So the normalized one is basically taking the total. So let's start with, so for example, for the poverty gap, it's taking the total poverty gap and then it's dividing it by both the number of people and the poverty line.
Mm-hmm.
So it's saying that the average poverty gap as a proportion of the poverty line is 23%.
Okay.
And so that's just a kind of another way of expressing. So the nice thing about that is now it's no longer it's unit free as well. Because before we were looking at it, it was $500.
Right.
But then what if we wanted to compare, across countries? Then we'd have these currency issues and things like that. Whereas this one, so usually when you see someone talk about the poverty gap ratio, these are the numbers they're using, this number that's divided by both the number of people in the population as well as the poverty line. And so it's always kind of a percent of the poverty line. Yeah. Okay. And so actually you could also think about this as, if we were to try to eliminate fiscal impoverishment, of course there's issues of targeting and all of that, but really the amount is about 3% of the poverty line. So that could also, again, that's averaging over everyone in the population, not just those who are fiscally impoverished, but that can help you get a context of, how much would this problem take to eradicate. Of course, you'd have to bring in a lot of assumptions about how well you can target spending and things like that. And the last thing, are there any other questions about the command itself? The last thing that I wanted to show was if you do use this command and you find any, so it's pretty new, that it's only been on Stata, I think, for a few months now. So if you encounter bugs, which is possible, we have kind of a system for reporting bugs. And this will be the same system we use for the CEQ Stata package, so I'll go over it in more detail tomorrow, and you'll see that for that package we actually have people who have been reporting bugs, and we've been resolving them as we can. But for fiscal impoverishment, so no one's reported any issues yet. If you find an issue, all you have to do is follow this link in the presentation, which I think you'll all have. So it leads you to GitHub. If you don't have a GitHub account, you would have to create an account, but it's really easy and free to do so. And then once you've signed in, then you just click New Issue, and you can write, whatever the bug was, give the kind of error message you got, for example, and then we'll fix it as quickly as we can. So that'll be, and then there's kind of this nice public record of all the issues and when they were fixed. And you can even, if you're curious about the code under the hood, you can look at, what changes to the code led to the fix in the issue. You can see the code itself here if you're curious about any of the underlying code for the commands. And we have the same kind of setup on a larger scale for the CEQ Stata package, which I'll go into more detail about tomorrow, because that one lots of teams are using, and there are inevitably bugs, and so we're kind of implementing this process to do our best to fix those bugs.
Awesome.
Any other questions? All right, so I think we had divided the 4:30 session for just kind of additional A, buffer time, and then B, questions, answers, tips, and country experience. So that's kind of a catch-all. If you have questions about anything that's happened so far, you can ask them now. If not, we'll linger around for a little bit if anyone wants to come up and ask questions personally. And then if not, tomorrow we'll come back with Stephen's complicating matters for us on in-kind benefits, and then we'll keep going from there.
Can I just say one thing about the fiscal impoverishment measure?
Yeah.
I think that in general, for welfare analysis, it should be anonymous. But I think one place where this is going to be extremely valuable is I don't know if you've talked about simulating policy changes yet and looking at the outcomes of that, but you can these tools will allow you to simulate policy changes and tell government, if you change X, this is what we expect to happen to poverty and inequality and all these other things. And you can slice it and dice it in many ways. But I think this one is particularly important for that because if you think about the politics of changing a policy, a policy that reduces, let's say poverty is going to increase poverty by 0.1 percentage points. Okay? If it does that by increasing 0.1% of the population in poverty and leaves everybody else the same, politically that's not a big deal. But if it does that by impoverishing 30% of the 30.01% of the population and making another different 30% of the population better off, politically that's a huge deal. And so I think this tool can. If I were a finance minister, I would want to look at this before I undertook anything, just to know how many people are going to be upset with me if I go through it.
And actually, not only poor people, but it's
they're not the ones that come out.
It's a political economy tool, and actually, you can use it not just for incidence analysis, but you can also apply the same measure to what happens after trade policy. Because usually people measure the effect on the anonymous measures when probably what mobilizes the polity is, did I lose or did I gain myself?
Not did I gain, just if I lost.
No, but if I gained, I am happy and I'll be supportive. And if I lost, I will create problems. Most likely. So that's the beauty of this. And actually, I think there is a lot of potential of linking this to other type of analysis, the median order.
All right, well, if there are no other questions, don't tell Steve what happened in the World Cup game.
Are you going to watch it?
I'm going to watch it. In ignorance, I hope.
I got a message.
Don't.
I won't share it.
Somebody lost.
I will hack your code.
No, I wouldn't ruin your afternoons.
All right, well, thank you. We'll see you all tomorrow.
And just as a reminder, tomorrow we're in a different room on the second floor. Same building, second floor.
At 9. Again.
What's that?
At 9.
At 9. Same time, second floor, same building.
Thanks. So, and the CEQ stays here.
Yeah. So.
Yes, I need to figure out who. Yeah. I haven't shared this PowerPoint.
No, I don't think so.
It's not in the.
No, I haven't even sent it to you. Should I just send it to you?
Yeah, I'll upload it. Send it to me.
Good, how are you?
Like, this is so new to me, so are the options for the graph the same? Because it keeps
Let's see.
Yeah, I have one of these
It may be that the graph. So the reason I didn't actually show the graph is this stuff is so new that there could still be bugs. Kind of just program the graph one.
You know, but I understand.
Maybe D.
No,
I
maybe somebody.
Yeah. Okay, yes.
For Monica, she told me that she's going to start
Same twice.
No. I mean, I would like to do it. But then she told me, no, maybe it's better not.
So this can be the buggy report.
So this is new?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it shouldn't be. Yeah, this one, this is really like, so I had a research assistant helping with programming it, and I hadn't even had time to test the graph one yet. So I didn't actually show it. I didn't actually show it in the session. Yeah. No, that's good. If you want to go on GitHub and tell us that you want to run it. If you want to put it on GitHub, that it's...
I didn't get that far.
So here's the website.
I understood because I don't want you to work.
And that you're gonna upload?
Yeah, it's not up there yet.
Right.
So that's why it's strange. She wrote
I think she just doesn't know that yet. She said she doesn't know spoken to
I don't know, maybe she's spoken with Monica. I have no idea.
Neither do
I have always talked about Monica and the last day.
Okay.
Sorry, but I think maybe it's better that you don't.
Right.
Do you have an account?
No.
I don't know.
Like an account?
Transfer my application.
Okay.
Just bring, it's a PC, then it's not Apple. Yeah, then you can just bring your computer in and send it. Oh no, I've already uploaded it. Sorry. You don't need to send it to me. Okay, then send me the link and I'll upload it. Sure.
Great. Okay. I studied in London too, so.
They have happened before tomorrow.
Now you're going to have to go back to...
Your older, I mean, the older version is up there, so people can back at it if they want it.
I think it was like I arrived, I managed to fix it was working.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
No, I think it probably...
So we are now,
I need to sign it.
We can
Like,
stay.
I think it's tried to reload from
I don't see
the whole this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but.
So I'm signing.
Now you should be able to do new.
Oh.
Now verify your...
I don't need a PC. So I
You haven't never used this word.
I was finishing this. But I didn't like this. I was studying finance.
Yeah, there's actually also... You're at the mobile. There's a group of people in during time that are posting all their stuff on GitHub.
Okay.
So now we have to try it.
Yeah.
I went I just finished my master's.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's like...
FIFTP graph.
Right.
Tu vas
Por igual tenemos cena también.
Je vais si j'ai réunion à LC.
I was working at the same time with my...
Ça me fait ça, on devait passer l'horaire.
Running without...
I applied for this down there, but so I was like in I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like...
I'm not over there.
So the error... So we don't know what is the...
Yeah, there's no error message. So I would just say... Yeah.
I wrote I would never say that.
Is this informative?
Yeah, the second one was not informative.
That's why
Because it's something about the values.
Yeah, I took that off of the other FIFTP. This was so my RA was just kind of copying error messages from the main Zeek data package.
Okay,
So
well,
you could delete it.
Okay.
The second command you're in.
Trying.
And then you just do the job.
No, I went back to 2. The center.
Okay.
So without producing results.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was there, Maurice also I recommend you can also work by remote. I work with
So then the nice thing about this is then once it gets fixed, we'll basically comment and say, oh, it was fixed here, and then there will be a link that even super curious about the program, you can even say, oh, what changed about the code to fix it and things like that. So this is a site that a lot of programmers use to make everything public.
But I mean, will
For
I
you
get?
personally, you'll just know once it's fixed, and then you can.
But I will get like a response in my
Yeah,
email.
you'll get a
I mean, so I'll know when it's fixed.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, that's great.
And then actually, once it's fixed, so there's 2 versions. I'll show you. There's also instructions on it.
and without
So basically, there's 2 versions. There's the version on Stata, and then the version installed directly from GitHub.
Okay.
And the instructions are right on the GitHub page. So basically, you'll get something about it being fixed, but we won't have yet submitted it to Stata. And even once we do, they take a while to update theirs, but you can download the development version instead of whatever official version is on Stata by using this net install. So it's right here.
Okay. When I get the feedback, my email.
I'm just asking if
Before Stata has the update, I'll have it.
Yeah, you'll have it if you do this command. It's this net install. Then it'll. Well, it didn't do it for me because I already have all the files.
That's only if there's an update.
Yeah. Could probably put the replace option.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I didn't. I was editing it, so I'm not going to replace. But yeah, if you put this command, it didn't do it because it found that I had made edits on my own computer, and they're different. So I can reconcile those before I overwrite them. But if you were to put this on your computer, it would just install. Or maybe you could add the replace option if it says like you already have it. So I replace it. I just replace your existing files.
Okay. Perfect. And I have a question. So regarding the taxes, so the share, like for the direct effect, it's like the share of consumption that is subject to this times.
So the direct effect we're taking. So the rates are the tax rates for those categories. Then we multiply that by basically the amount you consume of that category. But we get that based because in this data set we had your total consumption, then we had your share of consumption to each category.
But I mean, by each category you mean exempt?
No, by like rice, fuel, different categories.
Okay, because the data set was at the vehicle level, right?
So the one that we used for the taxes was at the household by category level. So the idea was, you start with a consumption data set that has for each food item how much you consume. You generate some broad categories. In this case, we had 11 of them that are based on your mapping between the household data set and the IO, what you have from the administrative accounts, or what the tax rates vary by. And so once you've done that, then we created a data set that was for each household. So basically for each household, there'd be 11 rows in the data set. One for how much did this household share on rice. What was their share of consumption on fuel? What was their fruits? And then so in that data set we had the share of total consumption spent on that category, and we had total consumption overall, not by category, overall. And so it could be the case that now even to get those, probably originally we had what was the total they consumed on that category. So if that had been in the data set, which you could make your data set have that already when you're doing the kind of first stage, when you're ready, then you wouldn't have to multiply share by total consumption. We were just doing that to get back the amount.
Basically, each household had 11 rows, and the column of share has like 11 values, like one share for each consumption.
For each household, the shares are different.
And then for
okay,
no, never mind. So because the direct effect is like with the statutory rate, but then the indirect effect,
I have no idea.
But I thought that indirect effects were only taken into account for exempt items, given that in theory, like non-exempt.
I'm
have like the non-embedded.
He was recommending me to.
How long?
Or we didn't talk about VAT. We
Yeah,
talked
we did.
about direct tax.
Yeah.
Okay. It could be extra.
Yeah. Yes, those details. You should talk to Jan about.
John.
Yeah, he's the one who's thought a lot about the indirect tax.
Okay, indirect tax.
Yeah, and Gabriela also actually. So they co-authored a chapter.
Yeah.
They have thought a lot more
He's
about
half
it
French,
than I have.
half American. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Fine, but I haven't heard back. But I will send you an email.
Gonna share
Thursday, Friday.
that to five
Okay.
version of the
So they should all be the do file, you're saying? Yeah. So there were 4 of them. They should all be in there.
Okay.
So there should be one. So the names of them. So it's
supposed
market plus pensions dot due.
Yeah.
And then 2 disposable dot due at some point, and then it goes all the way up to final, 4 final dot due. So those do everything that we've done.
Okay. I think it's good. I just saw on the 5-day one. So I just thought that those ones just
Okay,
preferred for
yeah.
the session of
No, that should have all of them. I just sent them to them all at once.
Okay.
Should have all of
Thank you very
them.
much.
So let me know if you don't.
Okay. So thank you for mentioning.
Yeah, thank you.
Ah, sí, claro.
It's really nice. The little for this course in the summer.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Are we meeting here or somewhere else?
I think we're meeting here.
We'll get more coffee.
Sure.
Okay.
We're about to leave.
Yes.
You like biltong? Have you tried it?
I am not a big fan of biltong.
It's quite a chunky taste. I think you have to get it's more.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Days.
No worries at all.
Yeah.
Sí, sí, asociado.
But I was telling
sit down stage because I was probably about 8 hours.
that there must be halal biltong somewhere in South Africa.
And that kind of, keeps it
Definitely.
enough well, surely.
I don't know if I wasn't sure if he's vegetarian or if he's
No,
just
it's
Otherwise
halal.
you can't drink as much coffee as you
Yeah.
concentrate.
You know, in my classes,
I bought some in here.
straight up,
Now I remember Arun telling me, I think it must have been the first
It's the
time
hands
I
like
went
to do.
to.
Yeah, okay, see that.
He said, you have the option, always eat the halal food.
Right.
see how they go.
It's always better. Right.
Eyes begin to shine, they start competing, teams with teams.
Fair enough.
Because Bertie showed us how you can have conflicting results depending on the poverty measure that you use.
Right,
So I said, okay, so this is the initial distribution. Show me an example in which the headcount
Yes, yeah,
It's
definitely.
like a little bit.
Right.
It is halal.
There you go. Where's Ali? You have to tell him.
It's good.
That's great.
Es todo un tema esto.
I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
De Chile, ¿no?
Sí, pero
Ah, it's awesome.
la verdad que muy
Pero no te preocupes de lo
This has to be like some new age health.
It's just from Woolworths, fancy
Yeah.
supermarkets.
por la encuesta que era muy vieja. Sí. Y había otros
Think
temas
also
que
here?
había que conocer
So
un poquito
the
más.
sooner we start, the sooner we
No.
go for
Tema de
drinks.
salud, lo del subsidio de electricidad, pues la verdad que
There was for a while in Ithaca a farm that was trying to
hacerlo, pero
raise ostriches
se aprende mucho.
and sell them, but it didn't last.
Eh,
And in fact, there was a time 5 years ago or so when ostrich meat was on restaurant menus, but you don't see it anymore.
In America?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you would go and see it, but now
En
it kind of
la
disappeared.
parte agregada, pero es como que Guatemala
Yeah, in South Africa we have it on some, but it will be on like fairly expensive specialty restaurants.
Yeah. No, this was just like even in North Carolina, I remember.
They're not supposed to be easy to raise. They're not supposed to be very intelligent. They tend to eat loads of things and then die because they.
Oh, well, maybe that's what happened to the farm. I never met the guy who was doing it. I saw the farm, but I never met the guy who was doing it, so I don't know what happened. But yeah, there was a guy for a while who was doing llamas, and that didn't work either.
Seems to be.
El tema puede tener como un boom y luego como que buenas las noticias y la gente
Sí, porque cuando estábamos, el gobierno creo que estaba como medio de término. Entonces, cuando esté esto, para el pacto. No. ¿Cuánto se tarda esto? Entonces, cuando inicie el gobierno, el pacto igual trabaja.
Sí, porque pueden
But why? We can start. There's no reason.
but I don't know. But everybody.
Who are we? Oh,
Where's Jan?
Yeah, let's start so we can, sooner go. I mean, you guys have been here all day. I was in a window-full place.
Ali,
Yes.
this is halal.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, so please feel free to have some if that suits you.
Are you serious?
In South Africa, a lot of our food is actually. A lot of it's halal certified. This is made. This is.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm just gonna just have some. I'm just putting them around.
Senior.
Way
down there.
I know just
There was somebody. I'm not
I'm just meeting somebody who cares.
But not
I thought you were a vegetarian.
Biltong.
So I can have this dried meat.
Do you wanna take that out?
I understand that.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Hello.
Really?
Is biltong only South African, or is it another?
I'll try it. It's
Yeah.
good.
I mean, I think it's a similar
You like
thing that you have
turkey?
but the word biltong is
Okay, okay.
South African.
I think it's gonna be my first.
I may be making this up, but I think it's when the woodpeckers were moving from the Cape.
Here I can.
Good.
A lot
Yes.
of their food they were just carrying.
Yes,
around.
you could start import-export if you think it appeals to the.
Ostrich.
Yes.
No, if you make it a deer, you'd be hugely popular in New York.
Is there something you do on the computer to tell?
They make springbok antelopes.
No, but it should be there.
Okay, shall we start?
It's gonna work with that computer.
Yes, please. Yes.
But we need mine.
I feel like we're imbalanced.
Yes.
Mine was.
Sorry.
Thank you. This one is really good.
You like it? Some people either like it or they hate it.
I know, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
But I think so. Some people really don't
wasn't
enjoy
intentional.
it.
This is on
Clover.
Here we go.
Thank you for the.
Biltong. Biltong.
From South Africa.
You knew it?
Trying to make friends.
I wanna ask what it is.
It's ostrich meat.
Ostrich meat.
Really?
And that's like
Yeah.
20%. The 80% is this is halal inside.
It's halal.
Yeah.
We checked.
Thanks so much. I'm most excited.
I think we can leave the door open.
Yeah, they might need some clean up.
Yeah, so we trying to look for the agenda. Anyway, I mean, this is a very
unusual, unique opportunity that we have for all of us to meet in person. In fact, I think some of us have met in person for the first time. Like I met Maya in person for the first time now. And I hadn't seen Stephen in quite some time, Sam and Minor. Jon, I don't remember when I saw you, but...
In Buenos Aires.
In Buenos Aires.
Last time I saw Steve as well.
Sean, I've seen him in Noah, and Ali, I see you too. But anyway, so that this is nice. Cool. We're all here, right? The ones that were here. I think you know what the reason why one of the means we have the progress report that we need to produce for the Gates Foundation in August. And I thought it was an opportunity to bring everybody up to date, the different, the status of the different projects as well, and have an opportunity to ask questions of each other. And Sandra, I think, is going to tell us how to move to business Dropbox version. But I'm still. Let me look for the. Yeah. Okay. So the first thing I think I was going to ask Sam to tell us what you need from us to prepare the report.
Well, I actually have a lot of information now because different from last time. Last time, you guys probably remember that I needed the budget information from you, and I made you go back like the entire year and calculate your geographic location. But I don't need that anymore because it's happening in the request for payment forms now. And I also have inputs about other things because we now have better systems in place. So we have like the publications updated, and I also have that internal calendar update for the Gates Foundation that some of you had to update a couple weeks ago, and that has a lot of information. But starting the last week of July, I'll probably start reaching out. I don't want to ask you guys to fill out a survey or something like that unnecessarily because I already have a lot of information. So once I go through it all and put it together, probably starting the last week of July, if I send you an email that's about the Gates Foundation progress report, please respond quickly because I want to keep it moving, and sometimes your answers might depend on somebody else's.
And, you know, in the future, our next report is actually at the end of the grant, if I am not mistaken. Or when
there will be another one a year from now. This one is reporting from January 1st, 2017 through June 30th, 2018. So it's a big chunk of time because we changed when we report to the Gates Foundation. So if I do have a question for you and it dates back, I'm going to remind you of that. But we want to make sure that we're in that period because we don't want, if something got finished this August, for example, it might tell me, but be clear about the dates because it might be better to include that in next year's report since it actually was finished in August, for example. Mm-hmm. So just be clear about the dates.
Okay. Any questions about that?
So that report that the other day you were asking us, like what publication?
That was something different.
Already.
But I have that. Yeah, I sent that.
So a quick thing is there is a working paper that we were working on at the time for ERF, and that's, I believe, the one that I put in. But what happened was they wanted a complete revision, and then Nora suggested that we have the version that we had another working paper. Now we have like two of these two things that one of them is kind of fully funded by Gates and the other one is by the ERF type of thing. So I don't know how you would go about like updating those things, but
can you
just
email
know
me?
it. Yeah.
So if you do, can you email me that update? Okay. And if you guys do have any updates to what you provided to me,
you can send maybe the report around, and then people can take.
But I think if we do have updates for the Gates internal calendar request that you can think of, I can submit them to Gates follow-up, because the reason they wanted to know that was because they wanted to know where to allocate their time and funds. So if there's something really important coming up, then please, in general, then please let me know. Sometimes I don't know if you guys are publishing something or whatever, but I can let Gates know a few months in advance.
Because their own staff may want to come,
Right.
some of the things, and they find out sometimes when it's too late and they had already made plans. And they've, I think that was his decision they took at the office here in D.C. so that they could be part more of some of the activities. No? For example, Vishal, who is in D.C., couldn't come to this because he has to be in Seattle this week. And he would have very much liked to meet everybody, especially today for the dinner, no? So that's, no, but what I was saying, you can send what people sent you.
Yeah, around again.
They can take a look and say, is there anything that we need to update?
Sorry that everybody knows this results tracker.
What?
Yeah, I think we're going to go with that.
And clarify the web to track this or...
Oh. Well, I don't, in case we send you a document, well, I'll email them if I ask, but I think what I would do is ask for the sections.
Okay.
Is ask for the answers to each section.
All right, so...
Can I say one more thing about a change we had to make? A lot of the research, while you guys are all together, I'm going to send out instructions about this, but you might have noticed that a lot of the research assistants, this is particularly for Sandra, they're now hired through Tulane, but I still need them to keep track of what they're doing when, and I also need them to keep filling out the last 3 pages of the request for payment form each month. So I'm going to send out an email of instructions to them, but if you have any Tulane students working under you at any time, please remind them that they need to be doing this as they come on.
So they have a special...
They basically will have like an online system that they go into and clock in and clock out, and it won't affect you at all, but I'll copy you on the email that I send to them so you understand what the system's like, and I can show you what it looks like on my computer just so that you have an idea.
Yeah, but they have to do both. I mean, like the specific... Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But what they do in Chronos, the system is just clocking in and clocking out. They don't say what they're doing.
We want to know what they're doing, just in general for Gates reporting. We always need to be able to report on what people were doing for what they were paid.
Yeah, because Tulane just realized that GDN is considered to be a high-risk organization because it is foreign. It had never had a relationship with Tulane before, and there was a third. I mean, it's sort of like their criteria which are set. It's not that GDN did anything wrong. And so they are requiring that in order for GDN to get paid, all the requests for payments have to be accompanied by, the invoice that GDN sends to Tulane has to be accompanied by all the requests for payments with all the information that specifies what people did and their contracts.
Yeah, so that's also why if I ask you for a timesheet or something like that, I really do need it because Tulane might have asked me for it. So I'm not just asking to annoy you because I know it's annoying, but we do need it.
Right. So that anything else? So do you want to tell us about Dropbox Business?
Yes, finally we will migrate to Dropbox Business. We were trying with my other system that was ShareFile, but with Nora decided that we are going to keep Dropbox because it's easier to keep with something that we already know. So what you will receive maybe tomorrow, if we do it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's up to you.
I think it will be easier if we do it together. You will receive an invitation by email to your CEQ email. And then how many of you already have Dropbox linked?
Steven doesn't have a CEQ email.
But then Tulane email?
No, he's not. Cornell.
Cornell? Okay.
Good to know. How many of you already have the Dropbox linked to CEQ? CEQ?
You have some?
And I'm using a non-two-lane email for that too.
Okay.
Me too.
So why don't everybody send Sandra your emails? Send her the emails. Send a message from the email that you want the.
But I think it's better if it's CEQ, or in the case of Steven, I think the only one that can use the two-lane. No, sorry.
But Ali doesn't have a CEQ email.
It's gonna be It's gonna be two. First of all, I don't have a CQ thing, but also everything that I have already on the Dropbox is connected to that other thing. So if you try
Yeah, but let me explain something. You can link your account, your personal account, to this business Dropbox. So you will have two separate folders in your computer, and then you can keep it separated. The good thing about this is that if you don't want to be in the future to be linked to this, it will be easier to disconnect both accounts.
But
And
you
it's-
cannot send him an invitation to the CEQ because he doesn't have an account.
I understand that, but we can create.
No, it's not immediate. You need to do it through Carlos, and I don't know if he's going to have time to do it between today and tomorrow.
Okay, then we can. You send me your email, but I think it's easier if you keep it separated if you want to create other. But it's your choice. Okay.
And Steven, can you send her what you?
It's the same one I always use.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So you have this.
Okay. And if you have already an email, this is what will happen. If you already have an account with the email that you are using for your personal folders, you will have to choose whether to keep your information on this shared folder that will be with CQ, or to create other accounts where you keep them separated. That's why I think it's easier.
I am also using always Gmail. I don't use, and you are using Gmail. I think you need.
But you will be the owner. You don't have to do anything.
Oh, that's great.
Well, can I ask a question about that? So maybe this is what you're explaining, but let me see if I understand correctly. So we have like a CEQ budget folder that nobody's on, I think, and we don't want anybody on it. So do I switch mine to the business account, or is it going to appear in my personal and the business?
The idea will be to have all the folders related to the CEQ in the CEQ account.
And then but not everyone will have access to everything.
So
can choose.
let me propose the following. Let's not do the invitation to everybody tomorrow. You and I first meet. You show me how it's going to work, because I need to be sure that none of my stuff gets lost in the process, and then I understand. And then you recruit the best.
Yeah, but you can choose whether you want everyone to see your information or none of us can see it. So there is no
even
risk.
in the business folder.
Yes.
Okay.
But when we're going to meet tomorrow afternoon, so we do it first, and then you send a message to everybody.
But I think it's good for us to be Samantha.
Yeah.
Samantha
Can you be
with us?
then?
Yeah.
All right.
The
advantage of the business is it allows you to do things that this one doesn't allow you. For example, you can share. I think you can choose to share umbrella folders with some, and the subfolders in the umbrella folders with others. So it gives more flexibility to the sharing mechanism. Right now, it is predetermined in the tree. If you share your umbrella, then everybody in it has to be part of this. So that flexibility is useful when, for example, me, that I must have about 1,000 Dropbox folders. Okay? If I don't even want to count them, but I wouldn't be surprised. You think I do?
I think you're right.
So I have organized them in big chunks, and then within each chunk there is subfolders and then subfolders. And I sometimes find it hard to do that because I cannot manipulate. For example, let's say somebody's working on an IMF confidential thing, like Jon and Maya are the only ones who can have access until everything is settled in terms of which data we're going to be using. We cannot put you in the same countries folder, because then everybody in the countries folder would have access to yours right now. with the business version, we can, right?
We can be more inclusive, yes.
And exclusive at the same time.
And exclusive.
No, right? No. I mean, if you have the umbrella with 5 people, you can have the subfolders with 7 people, for example.
Right.
Okay.
So, I mean,
But
the
can you have
umbrella...
the subfolder with 2 people?
No, you cannot.
Seriously?
No, the other way around, no. But I mean, let's say, the umbrella folder could be the basics, who will always have access, and then,
It's amazing that they don't implement these.
30 years ago on Unix, you could say permission dash ORVS. I mean, this is crazy that they can't do that. It's not a good system.
You can, what I say, escultarme, like they say in Spanish. Not my fault. I don't know. I mean, but anyway, so we will figure out tomorrow and then send
The other advantage is we all will have the same structure of folders, so we'll not have the same problem we have now.
Right
Does it
now
still mirror all the files on your local computer?
Yeah, you mean, can you see a folder with all the files?
No, does it mirror? Does it take up disk space on your...
Yes.
Yeah, but you can put it in the cloud.
But
you do.
You can still see all the folders and all the documents without having them in your computer.
Without having to download them. Okay, that's progress.
Yeah, they're in the cloud.
Yeah, but you don't have. Yeah, you can look them in your folder instead of going to the website. That's the advantage compared to what we have now.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Right now I have. I forget what I put in the cloud, so I don't. It's bad. Okay. So then tomorrow. But it has advantages, and it's also cheaper to do sort of for everybody like this than all the individual ones. So there's economies of scale in that sense.
Should we cancel our individual subscriptions immediately? I guess.
That tomorrow we'll,
Not yet. We'll tell you when.
We'll say That's why I want to meet first, and then we tell everybody.
But we can't use this for other stuff that we use Dropbox for.
No, this would be for the CEQ, because that is more importantly because we don't want to have problems with Tulane saying you're using resources from the grant for non-grant things.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have things that aren't grant related in there, don't tell me.
Okay. No, but right now I don't have any CEQ account. I just have mine. So.
We're not paying for you.
All those cute cat pictures. Tulane has no claim on.
So remember then tomorrow that we need to make sure that you let people know when to plug out of the discontinue
And
there.
if you guys notice that people who are no longer with us are
shared,
please tell me so that we can try to remove them, because we've been trying to remove everybody as they go, but I'm not on every folder. But if you find that, please email me. This is the folder. This is who owns it. This is who's on it. That shouldn't be.
Wouldn't you just delete all of them once you move to the new system?
Okay, so then shall we move to the summary table?
Yeah.
That's Maya's baby. He's been doing a very nice job with it, which is also going to be very helpful for the reporting, I think, because a lot of things will be summarized there.
Yeah, hopefully it'll make your life easier.
Huh?
Hopefully it'll make Sam's life easier. Somebody's life easier. What
you want to say anything about what you need from people? Is everybody? We're going to look at it tomorrow. We're going to show it to the people at the World Bank.
To the World Bank.
Because you want them to input in the table directly.
So it's easier for us, or easier for them and for us, if we can develop a table which includes some of the information that we use internally, and they just fill out stuff that we need to get directly from them, rather than them sending us their own update and us trying to migrate it to our tables.
Yeah, I mean, what's happened is that this project got to be so complex now with so many countries, so many partners, so many rounds, so many people, that we need to have a system that allows us to produce statistics very quickly. Like, for example, I wanted to know, so how many countries are we in partnership with the World Bank to And then we had to define partnership, and we changed the definition of it. So we have created definitions of what we mean by scenario, by round, by... I don't think everybody has them. You don't have them, right, Sean? We should send them around, because even though you're less... you're going to be focused on something else, it'd be good for you to know the language we've developed. And the table is going to help us keep up to date with a relatively simple system compared to all the others that we tried. Huh?
So I guess the one thing to say is that it's gotten really big and it's starting to crash quite a lot, which I think was to be expected. But so I think it will be quite important to find in my opinion, it would be nice to have a version that people could input directly into it, and it would just automatically put everything together, so that we don't need to keep dealing with different versions all the time. So at the moment, minor updates and sends to me, and then I update it, whereas it would be lovely to have a system where he could just update it and it would reflect.
So what is that system?
I don't know, but I can spend time doing some research.
Like that?
So this is something I've seen, which was supposed to work on any of the Word files that are shared through Dropbox, that as you're working on it, it kind of signals to everybody else that you're working on it, that they don't touch it at the moment that you're working on it. But once it's updated, you close it and it's updated for everybody. But I feel that's what you're talking about, right?
I think it needs to be a little bit more controlled than that. So ideally, because...
Well, you can tell people to, whoever is not in charge of it, and I'm going to make a change, keep track of it, and then you later go on and approve the tracks or...
Yeah, that's one option, or another option is that you do it more form-based almost, so people submit, it's a bit more user-friendly, so it has sentences explaining what we need, because the thing at the moment is I send out the spreadsheets and everyone has a different definition of everything, which, you think that the one in your head makes sense, and then you realize, no, there's 5 different ways of interpreting this column. So... almost to have like a Google form sort of thing where it would then automatically...
Well, this overleaf thing, Sean, that we're using for the paper would work for something like that?
No, that's very specific to LaTeX documents.
It's not...
It doesn't work for anything else.
I've actually been talking to Carlos about making a form on the website for the publications, because for him it's a lot easier for people to write, copy and paste the title and the abstracts and the JEL codes and keywords. And so he hasn't done this yet, but he created a ghost website or something, whatever that is. And he showed me an example, and maybe Maya, in the meantime, before we find something that's more robust, if Carlos set something up like that, and it was a website that we only have the links to, then we could send it to teams and say, please submit this. They could submit it, and then you just keep the document. But at least they would be filling out a particular form, and you'll always be the keeper of the spreadsheet.
Yeah. So that or sort of a specific database software, something...
So that's what you're going to try to find out if there is one. So you yourself will look for it?
Yeah, I'll look and see what the options are, and then suggest them, and we can... discuss them?
Yeah, I know nothing about that. So, and I ask sort of in a circumstantial way when I run into someone that I think may know. But, all this is terribly boring. I find it terribly boring for me also. But we need to do it because that's, part of that's what brings the potatoes.
Yeah.
So two additional items. What Sam was just discussing or just talking about regarding this kind of standardized form for publications is something that Maya suggested also kind of as an intake form. So when we start up a project, we can have a list of questions or characteristics that we could fill out at the very beginning, including having the institutional partner fill out their side, so that we're starting with more information at the beginning of the project, and that makes it easier to fill out the remaining information at the end of the project. That's one thing, and that leads overall to better sort of more rapid crystallization of the categories and all of the characteristics that we want to be tracking and common definitions and so on and so forth. The other is displaying all of this. Part of the reason Maya's Excel spreadsheet is crashing is that it's too big. And Excel can't keep up. It's a very poor program for data management. So one possibility is to change the sort of data management software that we're using specifically for internal, for country updating and tracking internally. Another option might be to keep it Excel-based, but have the output managed through, for instance, the same interface that the NSA grant is, or NSF grant, excuse me.
NSA. They already have all our data anyway.
I bet there's an NSA grant coming as well.
And they have a good database.
The NSF grant, what the NSF grant is being used for the data center. So what the NSF grant is being used for, so that data center results are more easily accessible and easier to kind of call up at the press of a button exactly what you want to see.
I totally agree, but who does it?
Well, I'm curious who's doing it for the data center data.
Nobody. So I mean that's the problem. Now that we're gonna get to that point, but I haven't. We have a terrible time. We don't hang out with the right circles, but to find people who can do certain things that have to do with this data.
We should, while we're here, talk to people in DEC.
I have.
Yeah, they don't know it. Can't suggest any. Anyway, that's further down the line, but it's.
I mean, it doesn't mean that I ask again, because eventually maybe somebody will, but I have asked many places where I think there should be know-how, and there isn't.
And the third item is that, again, as the...
There is one, I was asking some people who were in the administrative section of the IDB, the Human Resource Management. There's there are apps. But the apps are pre-designed. Oh no! I mean, if they customize it to you, then they make it in a way that you become dependent on them because you have to pay them. So it's tricky.
Yeah. I think yeah, we could probably find an independent person who would be able to customize something for us or make it. Yeah. If there's a little bit of money.
I am all over. I mean, but I haven't found that to be easy.
No, it won't be easy, I don't think. But I think that the Excel table will help as a way to present to people what you need.
Right.
So I think there's a lot of work on definitions and things which will be really helpful moving forward.
Yeah, because we had to clarify what is around and what is a scenario, because people were using this, but now we have a dictionary. That I think will help. So in terms of partnerships now with the World Bank, we have 36, right? 36 countries that have been done in partnership with the World Bank, where partnership is defined as any interaction that it doesn't matter how it was funded.
Yeah, Stephen, we changed the definition of your countries back again. I've been bothering Stephen a lot.
So Timor-Leste we're going to define as partnership, because if it included, I mean, you brought to it the CEQ paraphernalia, right? And then we're going to treat it if it has the involvement.
I don't really care what you call it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's only.
I'd like a check.
It's only one. Huh?
I'd like a check. Otherwise, I don't.
It's only one. Well, but that's the ADB's check, right? It's only one country in your case, but in other cases, and then there was some doubt about Senegal, but it's okay right now. I mean, we did it in partnership. I don't think they will. Maya asked you if you were okay with that.
I haven't seen the email in detail because I was working on the other thing, the handbook. But about the table, what I wanted to ask you guys, if we can copy us, because sometimes not asking for information for John's countries, and I don't know. And then for me, it would be easier to check the table instead of sending an email to John.
Yeah, so I guess maybe we should quickly agree on that. My sort of understanding was that I would send it to you both, and once it was validated, then I would send it to the World Bank and send it to all the other people that need to be using it. But I don't know if I don't know if you want to validate it first, or if I should just share it immediately with people, or how would you like to? Because I don't know if you had a chance to go through it, give me comments, want me.
I think once it's stable, I mean, I don't think we've reached the point in which it's the final version, right?
No.
So then let's.
No, but for me, at least for
Yeah, I
example
mean,
now
that include
because
my-
of the countries that
Send
you
them,
asked
yeah.
me, I need to be copied.
Yeah, so
Otherwise I
then
cannot
you,
answer.
but
Yeah.
to the others you send it after we've seen it, and Sandra should be part of the trio that you send it to first.
Okay. So for the meeting tomorrow, I'm supposed to be sending it to them. Actually, sorry for the incredible late notice, but I should.
With the World Bank.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We don't want to scare them also because so we have to be careful. People here have really full plates in the World Bank. They work, so there's no, they have to do everything all the time. They work 60-hour weeks regularly. So anyway, I think that until it's stable, let's send it first to the three of us, and then we can send it to everybody at the same time. Okay. So shall we move to the next handbook, 2018? So the handbook has been postponed several times, the publication, because it's a much more complicated publication than we ever anticipated. And the production has been slower, much slower, but they're trying to avoid mistakes, and I think it's good because we have been able to catch things that we wanted to catch now rather than when it's already in print. So Sam, where are we with that?
Well, right now the publisher is working her way through all of the typeset edits, but she's only made it through chapter 6. So she thought this was going to take her a week, and she's already on 2.5 weeks. And she's only on chapter 6. So she's working as fast as she can, but some of the chapters are faster than others because some of them we made substantial changes in the typeset round. One of which was chapter 6, so that took her hours to go through. So I sent you an email a couple weeks ago that I might be requesting that you turn queries around to me immediately, and that still stands true. As soon as all of the typeset documents have been cleaned, it will be about 3 to 4 weeks before we have the books in hand.
So I am shooting for September, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. Especially everybody so far has been great about turning the chapters around really quickly, but the reason that's important is because of the pagination. It's affected, so she can't really move on until we answer the queries in each chapter, so we really appreciate your quick turnaround.
Okay, so, and part 4, then we really need to have it ready by the time the book comes out, no? So how are we doing with that? Well, I mean, we have some issues regarding, I don't know if we need to talk about the ADU files also here, because that's part of part 4. Some ADUs are not finished, and some are not done at all, and some have bugs, right? Still.
No, they're all done, but some have very prominent bugs.
Prominent.
Yes.
So they're all done. I thought
They've all been done,
But there
but
was
not bug-free.
the standalone that was.
Oh, the stand-up, but that's not a Gates commitment. That's something we put in the NSF, so that's down the road.
Okay. No, because in the report last time there were some missing.
Yeah, I added them in the last report,
So they've been completed.
including the standalone.
Can we have them by September? The bugs fixed?
So that depends a lot on this RA situation. So yeah, we have basically 2 commands that are quite annoying in terms of their bugs. So the effectiveness indicators, CEQF and CEQFX. The unfortunate thing was that those were originally programmed by someone who no longer works with CEQ. So even on my end, I couldn't just go in and quickly fix them, which would have been the case if they were something that I had originally programmed, because as you all know, it's difficult to. There's a large fixed cost to diving into someone else's code and figuring out what's going wrong. So we've had some issues recently with our so we had hired research assistants to do that. We had one that was working on it, but then left and fixed some issues, but then there are still some remaining issues, and that research assistant left at the end of November, and then we hired another one who went completely AWOL after a bit. So.
Are you getting the message, Sean?
Yeah, maybe me, but So then, and that one was particularly unfortunate because he told me that, for about a month he had just only been working on that. Before he had fixed some other small things in other commands. And for about a month he had been working on the CEQF, and we had still been having our weekly calls. And then he said, I just finished some changes, so he had fixed some things, and so he said, I'll push it to GitHub, and so then I could look at it. And then he disappeared after that.
But he disappeared.
But he never pushed the changes, so I never saw this month's worth of...
Like he just...
he just completely disappeared. We tried emailing his supervisor in Chile, WhatsApp, nothing.
Call.
Yeah. Skype.
No, but it's not unheard of. We've had many people who disappear in us. I mean, it drives me up the wall.
Yeah, and if you guys think that somebody
Is this a Louisiana thing? Gator gone.
No, it has happened with Chileans.
Yeah, the problem with this guy also never...
Signed the contract.
Yeah, I know.
We never paid him, but he wasted a lot of my time.
So we did pay him. I mean, the opportunity cost is very high.
Yeah.
Sean,
And so then since then, we've been... So the problem now is... The other problem with an RA is you want someone who... We've had some RAs in the past who had state experience but not ADO files, but then that requires also a lot of kind of training time. So now, for example, the good thing about this Chile RA before he disappeared was that he came in with kind of all the programming experience, so it was just a matter of getting on board with what CEQ is doing, but he was a very good programmer. And so really ideally we want someone who kind of has a combination of some knowledge of this type of work on the economic side and then also, knowledge of ADO file programming in Stata, which can be different than just being able to write do files is kind of a different skill set. And so we've now identified someone potentially, which is this PhD student at PSE Santiago, who Sandra recommended, and then I met with.
And what happened?
So we have a call on Monday. I have a call with him. He definitely has the skill set, so I looked at some ADO files he's written before. He's already written some packages. The big drawback is his time availability because he's a PhD student. And so we've had this problem also is sometimes, the people with the skill sets are PhD students and PhD students have limited time. So he has already said he would probably only have about 5 to 6 hours a week.
What about he and Florencia? Because Florencia should have the same set of skills.
I didn't think about that. But that would be...
Santiago Garriga and Florencia Pinto, they are both Argentines that studied in La Plata, so they have a very nice sort of quantitative training, and they're working. Well, they did their masters, and now they started a PhD.
And they worked here too, the World Bank.
The PhD, right? And they worked at the World Bank.
Here.
Right, Santiago met at the World Bank before.
So that could be. So it may not be as fast as we would like because of the time limit per week, but I think that may be our best
September
option at this point.
September sounds possible.
It does sound possible. So I really don't know the extent of how long, how deep these problems run, and because it could take a month for them to really understand how these commands. Because part of it at the beginning, you have to basically invest a lot of time going through the code, figuring out what it's doing, to then be able to go in and debug it.
So, one big reason that I got involved with the whole coding of those things was to...
Do you mind speaking up?
Yes, sure. So, one reason for me to get involved with the coding of these indicators was to basically provide you with the belly of the whole thing, and you guys just have the beginning part of it that feeds into, the text and transfers and names, and at the end of it, again, get them out from the body of it. So basically, I thought the idea was to get rid of the need to fix the previous codes and maybe just use this whole thing, because now you have the Excel file, you have now codes that could be really, and they're working right now. It's just that I don't know how to do the standardized thing that you know how to do it. So my whole thought process is that I know you guys are really trying to fix the bugs of the other one, but is there a way to just basically gut out whatever is in the middle and put these things?
Yeah, so I think some of the bugs are in the other part of the process, and so they're still
in the middle of it. You're saying basically some of the stuff I wrote has issues with it.
No. Some of the stuff before. So suppose we implement your thing. There's still the bugs are not necessarily concentrated in that part of the code. Okay. So actually that's what our RA before he disappeared was doing, was taking your code and putting it into the command and making some efficiency improvements also, which supposedly he made, but I never saw them.
Now, Yeah, you were
I was just going to say, is there a need then, if most of the bugs are in if Ali's part is essentially the engine,
yeah,
and we can swap that out, why continue on with the buggy, whatever you want to call it, carriage or bodywork? Why not just start with Ali's engine and build up new code around that?
Yeah, so the idea, so there is a lot that goes into kind of the structure around it, because basically, so you need to create all these temporary income. So for SecFX, for example, you have to create all these temporary variables that are the extended income concepts. And so that's the first part, and it's actually more complicated than you'd think, because you also have to think about for each fiscal intervention, is that getting added or subtracted, and that depends on what income concept are we calculating these extended income concepts with respect to. That's part of the command. These parts where we collapse, there's a bunch of parsing that happens, but the parsing is pretty consistent across each command. So yeah, exactly the idea, and the way it is even programmed now, it's kind of modular, so it'll say, okay, we do all this, and then we get to calculating the spending effectiveness indicator, and then we have another kind of sub-command that calculates the spending effectiveness indicator, and so the idea is that we can just replace that with all these code with some changes. Yeah, so that is the plan.
Okay.
I don't know how many of the, it may be super easy, and then once we've done that, then everything's fixed, or there may still be issues. I'm not sure exactly where in the command those bugs are coming from. Do your codes do all the effectiveness indicators?
They do spending, impact, and
for all the measures. Poverty and equality.
I know the inequality ones are sure. Poverty ones, maybe not. Maybe I have to. But again, the idea was to use those Excel files, and basically that would basically.
Yeah, we had already. So Mark, who was the previous RA before that, I had him use. This was before you'd written the codes, but he used your Excel files and basically tried to do the same thing you did, which was take what the Excel. So Ali basically implemented his algorithm in Excel, and then so this RA took that, because actually what Rodrigo had originally programmed did not even use the algorithm. It was using this loop, which is super inefficient. So it was trying to figure out like spending effectiveness. It was basically spending a little bit at a time and then figuring out when do we hit the total spending that gets us to the observed Gini reduction. But we already had the algorithm, so so then Ali made an Excel file that implements the algorithm. Mark programmed an implementation of that in Stata, but there are still some bugs. And I'm not sure how many of the bugs were from the way he did the code itself, or we may still discover that, once we take your code and put it in, a lot of times what happens is you've tested on a couple data sets and there's no problem, but then there's some special quirk about some data set, and that's when you start to hit these bugs. So we don't know for sure that we're not going to have.
That may according to what you say, that may always eventually happen with many of the. But
if you're familiar with Skype, it's got bugs all the time.
Right.
They're spending millions of dollars, and it's
and every time they upgrade it, it's worse. Now because now I always have to do it like 3 or 4 times before I connect with someone, because it goes to the phone or to my phone. So anyway, are there any other bugs, or we got rid of all the others?
So there's some other small ones, which also I think Santiago will be able to do quickly. I can show you.
If we can, why don't we agree to get rid of the small ones first? So at least we have one entire. We have a sort of makeshift solution for the effectiveness for that meeting, because it was right with Stu. We were able to use what Ali and Stu produced.
It worked. Yes.
So but it would be nice to have the others clean, no? You're gonna show us something?
Yes.
And you expect me to read? This looks like an optometrist exam for me. I cannot see anything.
These are the existing bugs.
How many?
So.
Where are you?
So as you can see, 4 days ago, someone from the World Bank reported an issue with SecDes. So the other idea is, you may always have some little quirk. And so first, sometimes someone has an issue and it's a user-based error, but it's something that we could improve the error message or something to make it a more informative error message that helps them figure out what they did wrong. And then sometimes it's a bug in the command. That's something that's peculiar about their data set, so we never kind of ran into it before. And so the idea of also what Santiago would do would be that when something like this happens, so 4 days ago, this person from the World Bank reported a bug, they listed the error message they got, and so then he would follow up right after and say, oh, could you see if it's something obvious. If it's not, which is not going to be from this error message.
Santiago is already.
No, it's not, but that's the idea.
But that's the idea? That he would be the GitHub connection?
Yes. I mean, anyone can come on here and see these. This is all public, but he would be the one in charge of trying to fix the bug once it gets posted on here.
So I have a question. Will he be hired with the NSF grant?
So yeah, we can definitely hire him with the NSF
Can we?
grant.
Because I thought the NSF grant said that we had to hire somebody at Tulane.
So we budgeted for two things. One was a full-time person, which is not a Tulane student. I mean, I think we'll have to write the contract through Tulane. But that can be anyone. And then
write a contract through Tulane.
And then we had budgeted also for a part-time undergrad, which I think because the semester is starting is something that we should do, so we can send out. I'll send you the kind of blurb of what we're looking for, send it out at the beginning of the semester, and we could have an undergrad that would work directly with Santiago to, so that he also has someone to delegate the things that don't require, the super advanced program.
Is that person through Tulane or Berkeley?
Yeah, the part-time student, yes.
Yeah.
Tulane.
Okay.
Tulane.
But Santiago would be hired and not full-time, so there'll be some money.
Yeah, so there will still be money. So maybe we hire another. Yeah, so maybe it's Santiago and Florencia. They're still not taking up the full-time budget, but that I think. I mean, the problem is there's a lack of people with this particular skill set.
The only problem is that they're married, so they probably want to have the free time together at the same time, so then they're going to have to coordinate other things.
Oh, that's
Or maybe they don't.
If they
Put it in the
both have 10 hours
contract.
a week,
What?
Put it in the contract.
they can be working.
You guys
at the
can't
same
take
time
together.
5 days a week.
Yeah, I mean, we need to, anyway, so that that's the part, let's see, or hopefully, I mean, if he could be the one, then that'd be great, because we know, and Florencia too, we know them.
Yeah.
They're nice and
They will not disappear.
Huh?
They will not disappear.
They will not disappear. I hope. So contracts is okay. It would be through NSF. Let's get rid of the first set of bugs first, and then,
Yeah, so the idea would be they fix the existing bugs and monitor as new bug reports come in. Then they do.
Oh, yes, forgive me. I knew. Send me the description for what is it that you need also in case Santiago says no, because Vishal at the Gates Foundation, his wife is a mathematician. So when I mentioned to him that we were needing certain skills, he said, well, send me the description because I am contacting lots of people that may fit the profile.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm meeting with him on Friday, so if you can send it before that.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the other complication with this is that before you mentioned there has to be people in the Bay Area. That's like the hub of programmers, and it is. But the problem is that most programmers are not programming in Stata. So it's Stata is kind of what economists use, and then most users of Stata do not go into the advanced programming side, and so
Python, right?
you have this kind of disjoint. Yeah, Python.
I mean, and have we thought about that? Because the micro-simulation models at PSC are also programmed in Python.
Yeah, the problem is that then no one's going to be able to use it unless they learn. I mean, maybe you could do it some backend that Stata calls through, but I mean, the reason we first did the CEQ Stata package in Stata in the first place is because everyone that's doing CEQ assessments, that's what they're most comfortable
So then it wouldn't be a good idea to...
Would we do better with R?
So even with R, I think that was the reason that, I mean, it would be more efficient.
No, but in terms of getting people to actually write
Oh
code.
yeah, no, I think we would.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure, there's, I think, a big trade-off there with
So it's a scarce skill.
people not being,
According to economics theory, we should have a sort of supply growing. Hasn't.
There will be the annual Stata conference in Columbus in July 1920 with Goku to hire somebody.
That's true, that's a place to recruit.
In Colombo?
Columbus.
Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio.
Ah.
Exciting as
Does anybody want to go to Columbus, Ohio?
July 19th and 20th.
But that it could be a good place to advertise it, maybe.
Yes, that's true.
So send me the description, and when I meet with Vishal, I can show it to him right away and say if you can help us. In the meantime, let's see what Santiago and Florencia say.
Yeah, I also thought that here would be a good place, which I recommended before. So there are people at the bank. I'm sure they're already kind of working full-time on other stuff, but in Dime, there are people who post code on GitHub, and they're...
Did you ask them?
Data.
Did you ask?
No, you said that you asked them. So
Yeah, but I mean, I may have asked the wrong people.
Uh-huh.
I asked Chico, I know.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, you sent an email to Gabriela.
Yeah, I did send it. Yeah, I mean, believe me, if you find me tired and frustrated, sometimes it's because there's many things that are frustrating because they don't happen. But tomorrow when we meet with them, we may ask them to help us.
Sure.
Matt and Alan may just reach out to the right people in the data.
Here they have a good team that they are good at data and they know how to do the files. So they should know someone.
Yeah, but I asked them. They said no, we don't know. I don't know if they don't want to tell us because they don't want us to.
Well, I know who, like a handful of those people are. I just assumed that they are already full. Yeah, already have full plates. But
but in the context of our MOU, we may say, can you give us a hand with that? We would pay the person, but be our partner because it's also in their interest. So maybe tomorrow, when we meet with them, remind me to mention this.
I wonder if Murray would know someone.
Murray. Why don't you ask him? Well, I mean, if you send me the description, I'm also going to ask Murray at the University of Cape Town.
Okay.
Probably lots of unemployed people who would love to.
Yeah, maybe in South Africa it's easier, no? There's lots of lawyers in the U.S. that are looking for employment, but that doesn't help. Anyway, so the
Have you ever looked at these work share websites? Is that?
Yeah. What about that one for like computer geeks only? That should be work remotely or something. Have you tried that?
No, I have hired people through like the other ones, like freelancer.com before.
Yeah.
There's one just for like tech stuff.
And did you like them?
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I had one good person. I think it was kind of the same. So he did some stuff for me while he was unemployed, and then all of a sudden he got a job. So then, the same problem.
This is always going to be the problem.
And looking into the future, is this something that will we need someone with those skills permanently, or is this just a current?
Yeah, I think we would always want to have someone kind of on, part-time or some sort of
doing the ADU things.
Yeah, because you never know when there could be, like I said, even these $1 million software things that have spent tons of money on, they still have bugs, and so they have teams of people who, when there's a bug reported to them, they fix the bug, and so you can never be sure that there's not any little bug remaining that some peculiarity of a data set is going to set off. And
so it has to be like a freelancer, because we would not hire a full-time person to do that. We need a freelancer who does that as a service, but already at the professional level, not somebody who's about to go to work full-time or to. That's a profile we need. Mm-hmm. Like people who do editing and translation. No?
Yeah.
So let's look for someone like that then.
I don't want to make this decision, but I think maybe it's important to point out that, Sean, if you can't finish the correction, debugging by September, I know that for the handbook we were really aiming for mid-August to have everything done because of the annual meetings of the World Bank and the IMF.
Mm-hmm.
In October.
Yeah.
Those are in Indonesia. Then we need to talk about dissemination. So other parts of Part 4, how are we doing? Minor.
Part 4. Part 4. We have most of them completed, but we are working for the data and software requirement. We are working in a Spanish version that now is under review of Sandra, and a French version that is under translation by Maya.
What is this version?
Data and software requirements.
So people know in both languages, in 3 languages, what?
And we have also completed the team and structure timetable. We made some changes today to the section ABC of Master Workbook.
That was your suggestion, which was a good suggestion.
Yes. And we have already section D, E, and F. We have some pending issues, some CEQ data package, but this is part of
part 4. In the checking protocol, we discussed some little changes to the formatting of the checking protocol that will be ready once we have completed the Hadoop files. So we'll have a new version of the.
But the online part can be updated
yes,
many times as
you
want, because the other one we need to decide, and Sam, we need to decide what we do with updates in the other part. So why don't you ask Brookings, what if are we allowed to make changes and post new versions on the?
Well, I have something to say about that, which I haven't talked to you about, so I kind of feel badly saying this, but it might be helpful to discuss while everybody's together. We're going to get Word document file. We're going to get the typeset version turned into Word document files.
We're paying for it.
We're paying
because
for
we
it.
decided it was a good idea to do that.
It's not that much, and it's going to take us way longer to do it, because I know how long it took Sandra to do Chapter 10. But after that, they said that for the Handbook 2020, it's going to be a lot easier for Brookings if we keep track changes of the files. So I'm wondering if we could agree to ask the corresponding author to keep a file or something of any changes that they make to their chapter as time goes on.
I think we need to send out the communications to everybody that any changes that we make to those chapters, do it in track changes.
Yeah.
But my question is
whether we can post in the meantime.
I mean, I don't think they can prevent us from posting us in the meantime, but I think you want to consult.
I'll consult with them.
What is it? What do they do in situations which you have the free online version that it's also on something that may undergo updates? I think the rest of part 4 is the one that probably will go the most updates. That's no problem because it's online. The rest of the chapters, I don't foresee big updates, but there may be some. Yesterday, we were talking about maybe Chapter 3 might have some, no? The toy examples.
Let's go with maybe. So that at this point,
are you going to ask Stu to go through them?
Have to talk about that.
Yeah.
Well, what I was about to say is that asking people to constantly keep track of the stuff, and they can do it, but there's always this thing that one person might forget at one point, one thing, fall apart. I know in Word you can put 2 versions side by side and then ask Word to tell you what has changed and then save that one at the end, as opposed to everybody trying constantly keep track of everything. And still you have to do that at the end.
Yeah, compare documents.
Yeah, okay.
That might be it.
Yeah, well, that's what we should do.
Yeah, okay.
Also, because if you keep changing the diagrams, it could start to get quite large. The file
the
starts to
diagram,
crash.
that's a separate issue. We can't, just so you guys know, we're paying for that. The way that, I'm sure everybody knows this, but I didn't know it. The way that the publication process works is that they basically layer figures and equations onto each other. And so they can't really undo it once it's been done because everything is layered. So when we reviewed the figures, for example, we were just reviewing lines on a graph. I was like, it looks about right, because there's no words or anything, because the words were a separate layer. So at some point, when we do go to publish the Handbook 2020, we will need updated figures from everybody, and I can't control that.
Why are they going to have to be updated?
Well, if changes were made to any of them.
But if they're not? No.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so probably Chapter 10 will be updated because we'll have more data points. But the rest of the chapters, no, I don't think so.
Chapter 6, maybe?
Yeah?
Chapter 6?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the application, something.
Okay.
That's where we have more people write chapters
external
outside of the group.
Yeah.
The applications, and that's harder to control because one is in Doha, the other one is. So it's but they've been good, right? So far, well, we'll see what happens now. Okay. So dissemination, I mean, the only thing I wanted to ask is whether you have any ideas of what do we do about disseminating it? Disseminating a handbook is a little boring, right? Maybe years.